The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 34. Drastic Changes on the Island. While Huang Rong was dancing in the air, suddenly she let out a soft exclaim, "Ah!" and jumped down the tree. Beckoning to Guojing, she walked into the forest. Guojing was afraid he would get lost, so he followed closely and did not dare to lag more than half a step behind her. Huang Rong walked fast along the winding pathway and then abruptly stopped. Pointing her finger to a yellow pile on the ground, she asked, "What is that?" Guojing rushed forward several steps and saw it was a yellow horse lying on the ground. He quickly came closer and stooped down to take a look. He recognized it was his San Shifu, third Shifu, Han Baoju's yellow horse. He held out his hand to feel the horse's back and found it was already cold. The horse had died many days ago. This horse had followed Han Baoju to the faraway desert. Guojing had known the horse since he was little. It was like a good friend to him. To suddenly see the horse dead here, Guojing was grieved. He carefully considered, this horse was old, but it was a divine steed and not an ordinary horse. It had galloped north and south all these years with nimble footsteps. It did not show any sign of old age. How could it unexpectedly fall dead in here? San Shifu must be very sad. He looked closer and noticed that the yellow horse did not lie on its side, but curled with its legs under its belly, crumpled together into one heap of meat. Guojing's heart turned cold. He remembered how with just a strike of his palm Huang Yaoshi had killed Princess Wazheng's horse just like this. Quickly he stretched out his left arm, trying to lift underneath the horse's neck, and held out his right hand to examine the horse's front legs. He found out that the bones of the legs were broken. He withdrew his hands and retraced the horse's back, only to find that the backbones were also broken. Guojing was increasingly alarmed. He took his hand off the horse and jumped in fright because he saw that his palm was full of blood. The blood had turned purplish black, but the blood smell remained. It seemed like the blood was about 3-4 days old. Quickly he turned the horse's body around to examine it closely, but he did not see a single wound on its entire body. Absent-mindedly he sat on the ground and thought, could it be San Shifu's blood? Where is he? While Guojing was examining the horse, Huang Rong stood quietly on the side. Only then did she say in a low voice, "Don't you worry, let us investigate this matter carefully." Brushing the flower bushes away, she looked to the ground and slowly walked forward. Guojing also saw the trace of dripping blood on the ground. Without thinking that he might get lost, he slipped through Huang Rong and anxiously rushed ahead to follow the bloodstain. The trace sometimes disappeared, so Guojing took the wrong turn several times. Huang Rong was always careful. She would examine the nearby bushes or the thick patch of grass among the rocks to find the trace of blood. Sometimes the bloodstain vanished altogether, so she looked for a hoof print or some horsehair. After following the trace for several leagues, they saw that ahead of them was a row of short flower bushes, with a grave in the middle of the grove. Huang Rong anxiously rushed toward the grave. Guojing had seen this grave before when he first came to the Peach Blossom Island, so he knew it was Huang Rong's mother's grave. He saw the tombstone lying on the ground, so he raised it up to stand. He saw the line of characters on the tombstone, Tao Hua Dao Nu Zhu Feng Shi Mai Xiang Ji Zhong, the fragrant burial ground of mistress surnamed Feng of the Peach Blossom Island. Huang Rong saw the grave's door was open and vaguely guessed that there were radical changes on the island. She did not enter the tomb right away, but looked carefully around the grave. She saw the green grass toward the left of the grave was trampled really bad, while there were some vestiges made by blade on the door of the grave. She listened attentively for half a day by the doorway and did not hear anything from the inside. Finally she stooped down and entered in. Guojing was afraid he might lost her. He immediately followed. Everywhere along the pathway inside the tomb he saw chipped or even shattered stones from the wall, a sign of a very fierce fight. Two people were very alarmed. Several zhongs ahead, Huang Rong stooped down to pick something from the floor. The pathway inside the tomb was dim, but they vaguely recognized that it was a half of Quan Jinfa's balance beam. This balance beam was made of wrought iron. It was as thick as a child's arm. but right now they saw the beam was broken by someone. Huang Rong and Guo Jing looked at each other, they did not dare to say anything. They knew in their hearts that there were only a handful of people in this whole wide world capable of breaking this balance beam bare-handed. On this Peach Blossom Island, naturally there was nobody else aside from Huang Yaoshi. Huang Rong held the broken beam with trembling hands. Guo Jing took the beam from Huang Rong's hand and inserted it in his belt. He stooped down trying to find the other half of the beam. He felt like his heart was pulled down by 15 buckets of water, filled with tumultuous thoughts. Part of him hoped he would find it, part of him hoped he would not. Several steps later the pathway was getting darker. Guo Jing groped on the floor and found a round object. Turned out it was the balance weight, which Quan Jinfa usually used as flying hammer to strike the enemy. Guo Jing put it inside his pocket. Suddenly he felt his hand touching something cold, soft and somewhat greasy. It felt like someone's face. He jumped up in fright and bumped his head to the ceiling of the tomb pathway. Without feeling the pain he hastily fetched his fire paper and lit it. He let out a bitter cry, feeling like the sky was turning around him and the earth shook beneath him. He fell backward and fainted. The fire paper was still in Guo Jing's hand and the fire was still flickering. Under the firelight Huang Rong saw Quan Jinfa with his eyes open, dead on the ground, the other half of the balance beam stuck out from his chest. Everything became clear to Huang Rong now. She calmed herself down, and then gathering up her courage she took the fire paper from Guo Jing's hand. She placed the fire underneath Guo Jing's nostrils. The smoke rose up, Guo Jing sneezed hard twice and regained his consciousness. He stared blankly at Huang Rong before finally standing up, and two people walked to enter the tomb. They saw the tomb was in chaos. One corner of the sacrificial table was broken, Nan Ziren's shoulder pole was laid slanting on the floor. On the left corner they saw someone lying down, he was wearing a cloth headband on his head, his shoes fallen down. From the look of his back who else but Zhu Tsong? Guo Jing quietly walked near and pulled Zhu Tsong's body. Under the firelight he saw that the corner of Zhu Tsong's mouth showed a faint smile, while his body had been cold for a long time. In his condition, the smile appeared to be strange yet sad. With a low voice Guo Jing said, "Heir Shifu, second Shifu, disciple Guo Jing is here." Gently he picked Zhu Tsong's body up. Clink, clink, clank, clank. There was a series of light noise, countless pearls and precious stones fell down from Zhu Tsong's pocket, scattered on the floor. Huang Rong picked a handful of jewels to take a closer look, but threw them away immediately. With a long sigh she said, "These are things my father placed here to accompany my mother." Guo Jing fixed his gaze at her, his eyes looked like they are about to spurt out blood. With a low and calm voice he said, "You are saying that my heir Shifu came here to steal the gems? You dare to say my heir Shifu?" Huang Rong did not flinch under his glowering stare at all. She stared back at Guo Jing, only her stare was full of desperation and painful anxiety. Guo Jing continued, "My Shifu was a warrior and a true hero, how could he steal your father's jewels? He couldn't possibly come over to plunder your mama's grave." But looking at Huang Rong's expression his tone gradually changed from angry to sad. The fact was, the jewels fell from Zhu Tsong's pocket. He also remembered his heir Shifu was known as Miao Shou Shu Sheng, magic hand scholar. He was able to effortlessly pick anything from anybody's pocket. Could it be that he really came over here to steal the jewels from this grave? No, his heir Shifu was always honest and frank, he simply could not do such a dirty and despicable act. There must be an explanation to this. Guo Jing was grieved and angry at the same time, the hair on his forehead was wet with sweat, his mind was dark, he clasped his fists so hard that the joints were making cracking sounds. Huang Rong softly said, "When I saw your Deshifus expression the other day, I had a feeling that it would be difficult for you and I to have something good between us. If you want to kill me, just do it. My mama is here. I only ask you to bury me by her side. After burying me, quickly leave the island, don't let my father see you." Guo Jing did not answer, He walked back and forth in big strides, breathing heavily at the same time. Huang Rong's gaze was fixed on the painting of her mother on the wall. Suddenly she saw something of the face of the painting. She came closer and saw two secret projectiles. Carefully she took them down and gave them to Guojing. They were the Du Ling, poisonous water caltrop, Kuzhina used. She pulled the curtain behind the sacrificial table open, revealing her mother's coffin behind it. She walked to the coffin's side, and was unable to restrain exclaiming, "Ah!" She saw Han Baoju and Han Xiaoying, brother and sister, have died behind the jade coffin. It seemed like Han Xiaoying had slashed her own throat. Her hand was still holding tight the sword hilt. Half of Han Baoju's body was draped over the coffin, 5 finger holes were clearly seen on the center of his forehead. Guojing walked past Huang Rong to take Han Baoju's body away, while mumbling, "I personally saw Mei Chaofeng has died, who else but Huang Yaoshe in this world who can use this Jiao Yin by Gu Zhua, 9 white bone claw." He gently put Han Baoju's body on the floor, then he went back to take Han Xiaoying's body, and brought the body outside. He walked past Huang Rong without looking at her, as if he did not even know she was there. Huang Rong's heart turned cold, she stared blankly for half a day. Suddenly the tomb was dark, the fire paper had been burned out. She was used to coming over to this tomb, but now there were 4 dead people inside. She could not help but feel afraid of the darkness and hastily ran out of the tomb. She tripped on something and almost fell over, but she ran ahead. Only after she was out of the tomb did she recall that she must be stumbling over Quan Jinfa's body. She noticed the tombstone was askew. She put out her hand to straighten it up. She was about to close the grave's door when suddenly something dawned on her. After killing the 4 freaks of Jiangnan, how come father did not close the door of the grave? He loves mama very much. Even though he was in such a hurry, he would not leave this door open wide like this. One thought led to another, her suspicion aroused. How could father let the 4 freaks accompany mama in the grave? It's impossible. Could it be that father also met a mishap? Immediately she pushed the tombstone 3 times to the right and 3 times to the left to close the door, and then rushed to the house. Guojing left the tomb earlier than she did, but after walking a dozen of steps, turning to the left and circling to the right, he was lost. He saw Huang Rong walking by and immediately followed behind her. Without saying anything, 2 people walked through the bamboo grove, over the lotus pond, toward the study room where Huang Yaoshe took up his residence. They saw the building was in a mess, the beams were broken and the pillars bent. "Father! Father!" Huang Rong called out. Rushing inside she saw that the table was flipped over and the stool laid on its side. Books, pen and ink were scattered on the floor, half of the scrolls of painting and poems on the wall were pulled down, but where was Huang Yaoshe's shadow? Huang Rong propped herself on the turned-over table, her body shook and she was about to fall. After half a day she managed to calm herself down. She rushed toward the mute servants' quarter, but did not see a single soul. The ashes on the stove had turned cold. If they did not die, all of them had left some time ago. It looked like there was nobody else on this island except Guojing and herself. Slowly she walked back to the study room, only to see Guojing inside standing motionless, his eyes looked straight without any expression on his face. With a trembling voice Huang Rong said, "Jing Gij, go ahead and cry. Quickly cry, then we'll talk." She knew Guojing and his 6 shifas had a parents and child relationship. Right now his heart was extremely grieved. His internal energy had been trained to such an excellent level, that if he was unable to vent his great sadness and pain he would suffer a serious internal injury. Who would have thought that Guojing did not seem to hear anything, he only stared at her blankly. Huang Rong wanted to urge him again, but she was overwhelmed with grief as well. She only said, "Jing Gij," and could not say anything else. 2 people stood silently for half a day. Guojing mumbled with a low voice, "I must not kill Renjie, I must not kill Renjie." Huang Rong's heart was bitter. She said, "Your shifas are dead, just cry your heart out." Guojing thought aloud, I am not crying, I am not crying. After this exchange, the room fell into silence one more time. The sound of the distant waves was faintly heard, in just a short moment a multitude of thoughts swirling inside Huang Rong's mind. All kinds of things she went through on this island, since she was little until she was 15 years old, one by one flashed through her brain clearly, and then her body shook again. She heard Guo Jing said as if he was talking to himself, I must bury my shifus first. Must I? Must I bury my shifus first? Right, Huang Rong replied, we must bury shifus first. She went out to show the way, back to her mother's grave. Without saying anything Guo Jing followed behind her. Huang Rong held out her hand to open the grave, suddenly Guo Jing rushed ahead, his right leg flew up, sweeping toward the middle of the tombstone. The tombstone was made from solid and extremely hard granite. Even if Guo Jing's kick was 10 times stronger, all he could do was to push the tombstone slightly askew, and not making the slightest dent on it. His right foot was bleeding, but he did not seem to feel the pain. His pair of palms ferociously struck and pushed the stone. He pulled the half of Quan Jinfa's balance beam and struck the tombstone over and over. Sparks and debris flew everywhere. Suddenly, crack! The beam snapped. With both of his hands Guo Jing furiously cracked the stone open, revealing the steel rod inside it. He grabbed the steel rod, trying to break it, but the grave door had actually opened before the rod was bent. Guo Jing stared with a dull expression. Suddenly he shouted, other than Huang Yaoshi, who can open the gate? Who can lure my Shi, benevolent/kind master, to enter this crafty grave? If it is not he, then who is? Who is it? He threw his head back and shouted, then ran into the grave. Guo Jing's blood on the broken stone flowed down to cover his handprint. Seeing his deep hatred toward her mother's grave, Huang Rong was determined, if he destroys my mother's jade coffin to vent his anger, I am going to die over it first. She was about to enter the grave when Guo Jing walked back out carrying Quan Jinfa's body. He put the body down on the ground, then went back in and respectfully carried Zhu Cong, Han Baojiu and Han Xiaoying one by one and laid them down on the ground. Huang Rong stole a glance toward him and saw the love and admiration on his face. Her heart turned icy cold. He loves his shifus a lot more than he loves me. I must look for my father, I must look for my father. Guo Jing carried his 4 shifus bodies into the forest, several hundred steps away from the grave, before he finally stooped down to dig a hole. At first he dug using Han Xiaoying's long sword. He dug faster and faster and finally the sword snapped, even the handle was broken. Suddenly a burst of heat bubbled up from his chest and he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He did not stop, he bent down his waist and used his hands to continue digging, scooping the earth and throwing it aside like crazy. Huang Rong went to the quarter of the mute servants in charge of planting the tree and took 2 shovels. She tossed 1 shovel to Guo Jing and used the other to help digging the hole. Without saying anything, Guo Jing snatched the shovel from her hand, broke it into 2 and tossed it to the ground, while he continued to dig alone with the other shovel. Huang Rong did not cry at all, she simply sat on the ground to watch. Guo Jing exerted all his strength and he managed to dig 2 holes, one big and the other small, within the time needed to cook rice. He put Han Xiaoying's body into the small hole. He knelt down and knocked his head on the ground several times, and then stared blankly at Han Xiaoying's face for half a day before he finally covered it with earth. Next, he picked Zhu Cong's body and was about to put it into the big hole when suddenly his heart was stirred. How can Huang Yaoshi's filthy jewels accompany my heir Shifu in his grave? Thereupon he put forth his hand into Zhu Cong's pocket and took the pearls, jade, and gemstones one by one, and without looking at them he tossed everything to the ground. At last he reached the bottom of the pocket and took a sheet of paper out. He unfolded the paper and read these words, from Jiangnan, the humble Kuzhina, Zhu Cong, Han Baojiu, Nan Shiren, Quan Jinfa and Han Xiaoying are paying a visit to the senior, master of the Peach Blossom Island. A short while ago we heard a rumor at disregarding their own lack of ability the Chuanjin 6 masters are about to settle their matter with the Peach Blossom Island. Juniors here realize this matter involves some miscommunication, only we regret that we are not able to act as the mediator between the two parties involved. Senior is an expert of the present age, a peer of the late Wang Chongyang, Wang Zhenren, lit. True/real man, a term of respect to a Taoist priest. How can senior let your honor and prestige fall by arguing with younger generations about right and wrong? In the past Lin Xiangru yielded to Lian Pe, and it was regarded as a grand occasion in history. A heroic gentleman's heart is as broad as the sea, and would certainly not be bothered by bickering chicken and worms. The day will come when the Chuanjin disciples will humble themselves in front of the island master, and the warriors of the world will admire senior's honorable chivalry. Wouldn't that be great? Guo Jing recognized his heir Shifa's handwriting. He held the paper with trembling hands. He said in his heart, when the Chuanjin 7 masters were fighting Huang Yaoshi at the Ox village, Ouyang Feng launched a sneak attack and killed Changzhen Zi, eternal truth, Tan Chuduan. At that time Ouyang Feng shifted the blame to Huang Yaoshi. This old heretic Huang is a haughty man. He did not bother to argue, so naturally the Chuanjin sect hates him to the bone. When my 6 Shifas learned the Chuanjin sect was coming in full power to seek revenge, they were afraid both sides would suffer injury, so they wrote this letter urging Huang Yaoshi to temporarily avoid confrontation and think of ways to reveal the truth in the future. My Shifas had a kind intention. How could this old thief Huang Yaoshi made his move and brought this calamity upon them? But then he thought, Heir Shifu had already written this letter, why didn't he deliver it, but kept it in his pocket? Ah, right, the situation must be pressing. The Chuanjin 6 masters were coming quickly, so they did not have enough time to deliver this letter, therefore, my 6 Shifas came in a hurry to prevent the battle. Following which he thought, old heretic Huang, oh, old heretic Huang, you must think my 6 Shifas came to help the Chuanjin sect, and thus without separating the green from the red or black or white you just attacked with your poisonous hand. He was busy with his own thought for a while, and then he folded the paper to put it back into his pocket. Suddenly he saw several characters were scribbled on the back of the letter. He quickly turned it over and his heart was thumping hard and jumping madly since he saw some crooked writing. This business has turned for the worse. Everybody guard against the last character was only written 3 strokes, looked like the disaster had already stricken, so it was unfinished. Guo Jing called out, this is obviously the character East. Heir Shifu warned everybody to guard against the Eastern heretic. What a pity he did not have enough time. He crushed the paper into a ball. Clenching his jaws he said, Heir Shifu, the old heretic Huang has viewed your good intention as an evil one. His grip loosened and the paper ball fell to the ground. Stooping down he picked Zhu Tsong's body. Huang Rong had always kept her eyes on Guo Jing as he was reading the paper. She saw his expression change several times. She knew the letter must be very important. As the paper fell, she slowly walked over and picked it up. She read both sides and said in her heart, his 6 Shifas came to the Peach Blossom Island with a good intention. Too bad this magic hand scholar had a crooked heart. He was accustomed to stealing his entire life, so that when he saw my mother's many rare treasures he could not help but violating my father's biggest taboo. In her grief and remorse she saw that Guo Jing was laying down Zhu Tsong's body. Zhu Tsong's left hand was tightly curled into a fist. Guo Jing pried it open and took something out and held it in his hand. Huang Rong looked closer and saw it was a women's shoe carved from a green jade, approximately an inch long. Although it was a toy, it looked just like a real shoe. The carving was fine and exquisite. Truly it was an expensive work of art. Only she had never seen this shoe in her mother's grave before. She wondered where Zhu Tsong got it from. Guo Jing turned the shoe over in his hand to take a look. There was a Zhao, to recruit, character engraved on the sole, while another character by, contest/compete, was engraved inside. Other than these characters there was nothing unusual about the shoe. Guo Jing hated these treasures very much. Swish. He tossed the shoe to the ground. He stared blankly for a while, then slowly picked Zhu Tsong's, Han Baojus and Quan Jinfa's bodies and put them in the hole. He was about to cover them with earth, but looking at his 3 Shifus faces he could not bear to do so. He called out, Air Shifu, San Shifu, Lu Shifu, 6 Shifu, you died. His voice was gentle, the same voice he had used when talking to his Shifus in the past. After about half a day he cast a sidelong gaze toward the pile of treasure by the hole, his anger rose. With both of his hands he scooped them up and walked briskly toward Huang Rong's mother's grave. Huang Rong was afraid he was going to violate her mother's jade coffin. She anxiously caught up, stretching out her arms she blocked the entrance of the grave. "What are you doing?" she imposingly asked. Guo Jing did not answer, his left arm gently shoved her aside, both of his hands threw the treasures inside the grave. A series of long clinking noise was heard as the jewels hit the ground. Huang Rong saw that jade-green shoe fell near her feet. She stooped down to pick it up and said, "This one is not my mother's." She handed the shoe over to him. Guo Jing only stared at her blankly, ignoring her. Huang Rong put the shoe in her pocket. Guo Jing turned around and returned to the hole. He shoveled the earth and buried his 3 Shifus bodies. Guo Jing was busy for half a day. The sky had gradually turned dark. Huang Rong still did not see him cry. She was getting more and more concerned. She thought perhaps if she leaves him alone he would cry, so she went back to the house to fetch some salted fish and ham and cooked some simple dishes. She put everything in a basket and went back to see that Guo Jing was still standing next to his Shifus grave. It took Huang Rong approximately an hour to prepare the dishes, yet not only Guo Jing did not move a single step, his expression also did not change the slightest bit. To see Guo Jing standing like a stone statue in the dark, Huang Rong was alarmed and scared. "Jing Gij, how are you feeling?" she called out, but Guo Jing did not pay her any attention. Huang Rong called again, "Come here and eat, you have been hungry for a whole day." "I'd rather die of starvation than to eat anything on the Peach Blossom Island," Guo Jing said. Hearing him talking, Huang Rong was somewhat relieved. She knew his stubborn temperament. His heart was broken and hurt. Once he said he would not eat anything on this island, then he would not eat. Thereupon she slowly put the basket down on the ground and sat down. One standing up, the other sitting down. Time quietly passed. The crescent moon rose from the sea and slowly reached the top of their heads. The food in the basket had already turned cold as the hearts of this couple. In this chilly wind under the cold moon, amidst the faint sound of waves breaking the shore, suddenly from a distance came a cry. The sound was intensely mournful, like a wolf's howl or a tiger's roar, but it also sounded like a human's voice. The sound was transmitted by the wind, so when the wind died, the sound also disappeared. Huang Rong inclined her ears to listen attentively. She vaguely recognized it was the voice of someone struggling in severe pain, only it was not clear whether the voice belonged to a human or a beast. After determining where the voice came from, she moved her feet and rushed toward that voice. Actually, she wanted to take Guo Jing along, but then she changed her mind. Most likely this is not something good, it will only increase his anxiety. Darkness enveloped her on every side. She was actually afraid to go alone. Fortunately, she knew every grass and every tree on the Peach Blossom Island very well, hence although her heart was thumping hard, she gathered all her courage and went forward. She had only walked for about a dozen of steps when suddenly felt a gust of wind by her side. Guo Jing dashed past her and was running ahead of her. He did not know the way, so very soon he was lost. Huang Rong saw his hands hacking and his feet kicking, trying to destroy the trees and bushes blocking his way, as if he was losing his mind. "Follow me," Huang Rong said. "Si Shifu, 4th Shifu, Si Shifu." Guo Jing called out. He had recognized his Si Shifu, Nan Ziren's voice. Huang Rong's heart turned cold. She thought, it will be very strange if his Si Shifu saw me and did not want to take my life. But by now she had already disregarded all consequences. She knew perfectly well a big disaster was looming ahead, but she did not even try to run away from it. She led Guo Jing into the thick forest on the east side of the island. They saw underneath a peach tree a man was rolling around with twisted body. Guo Jing cried out and rushed ahead to hug him. Nan Ziren's face showed a smile, his mouth produced he sound. Guo Jing was scared but also happy. Suddenly, wah! He broke into crying. He was crying and calling out, "Si Shifu! Si Shifu!" Nan Xiren did not say anything. He struck Guo Jing with the back of his palm. Guo Jing was taken by surprise. Instinctively he ducked to avoid the blow. As his palm did not hit its target, Nan Ziren's left fist struck out. This time Guo Jing thought that his Shifu was punishing him. He was happy, so he let Nan Ziren's fist to hit him. Who would have thought that Nan Ziren's fist carried a surprisingly strong force? Bang! Guo Jing was sent rolling down on the ground. Since he was little, Guo Jing had practiced fist technique with Nan Xiren several hundreds or thousands times. He knew perfectly well the strength of Nan Ziren's fists and palms. He was greatly surprised to find Nan Ziren's strength suddenly increased several folds. Guo Jing had just barely stood up when Nan Ziren's fist came again. Guo Jing still did not want to fend off. This fist carried an even stronger force. Guo Jing saw stars dancing in front of his eyes. He almost passed out. Nan Xiren stooped down to pick a big rock up, and fiercely pounded it down on top of Guo Jing's head. If Guo Jing did not evade, this big rock would certainly crack his skull open and turn his brain to mush. From the sideline, Huang Rong saw the critical situation. She quickly flew forward and pushed Nan Ziren's arm with her left hand. Nan Xiren, with the rock still in his hands, fell down to the ground. His mouth made a he sound, and to everybody's surprise he did not crawl back up. "Why did you push my Si Shifu?" Guo Jing shouted angrily. Huang Rong's sole purpose was to save Guo Jing. She did not expect Nan Xiren would be this weak. As soon as she pushed, she hastily held out her hands to help him up. Under the moonlight she saw his face was smiling, but this smile resembled the exaggerated smile of an actor on stage. His face looked very frightening. Huang Rong called out in alarm and withdrew her hands immediately. She did not dare to touch his body. All of a sudden Nan Xiren turned over and struck her left shoulder with his fist. Two people shouted in pain simultaneously. Although her body was protected by the soft hedgehog armor, this fist had given her enough pain and sent her staggered a few steps back. Blood was dripping from Nan Ziren's fist, which was pricked by the thorns on the armor. Amidst the two people's shouts Guo Jing called out, "Si Shifu." Nan Xiren looked at Guo Jing as if he had just recognized him. He opened his mouth to speak, but no matter how much the muscle around his mouth twitched, he still could not say anything. His face showed a smile, but his eyes showed extreme despair. "Si Shifu," Guo Jing said, "please take a rest. Whatever it is you want to say, you can say it later." Nan Xiren tried hard to say something. He lifted his neck to look up, but his lips were unable to form the words. After straining for a while his head dropped, looking down to the ground. "Si Shifu." Guo Jing repeatedly called out. He rushed forward to lift Nan Xiren up. From the side Huang Rong could see clearly. "Your Shifu is writing," she said. Guo Jing looked sideways and saw Nan Ziren's right index finger was slowly writing on the soft earth. Under the moonlight he saw Nan Xiren wrote character by character. "My killer is Huang Rong." Noticed he wrote with great difficulty. Her heart was thumping hard. Suddenly she remembered something. "He is on the Peach Blossom Island. Even an idiot will know that it is my father who killed him. But he is on the verge of death and is still using his very last strength to write the killer's name. Could it be that the murderer is someone else?" She was watching Nan Ziren's finger with a rapt attention. She noticed that the finger moved slower as if losing its strength, so she kept praying in her heart, "If he is going to write some other name, please let him write it down quickly." Nan Xiren was writing the fifth character, Chinese character, that is, he started from the upper left-hand corner and wrote a small 10 character, then his finger trembled and stopped moving altogether. Guo Jing was kneeling on the ground, hugging his Shifu. He felt Nan Ziren's body shook violently, then he stopped breathing. He looked at the small 10 character and called out, "Si Shifu, I know you were going to write the Huang character, you were going to write the Huang character. He threw himself on Nan Xiren's body and wept bitterly. In this one cry he had vented up the grief and indignation that had been welled up in his heart the whole day. He cried for quite a while, then his body fell on top of Nan Xiren's lifeless body. He had fainted. Without knowing how much time had passed, he woke up under the bright morning sunlight. He stood up and swept his gaze around. Huang Rong was gone, and Nan Xiren's body was still lying down on the ground with his eyes open. Guo Jing remembered a saying, die without closing his eyes. He was unable to restrain tears from flowing down his cheeks again. Stretching out his hand he gently closed Nan Xiren's eyes. Suddenly he recalled just before he died Nan Xiren's facial expression was very strange. He wondered what kind of injury was so fatal. Thereupon he untied Nan Xiren's clothes to examine his whole body. Strange to say, except for the pricked hand from hitting Huang Rong's soft hedgehog armor last night, from head to toe, Guo Jing could not find a single scar on Nan Xiren's body. Neither his chest nor his back showed any sign of injury by internal strength strike. The skin was neither black nor burnt, so there was no sign of poisoning either. Guo Jing picked up Nan Xiren's body and carried it to be buried together with Zhu Cong and the others, but the pathways in the forest were so strange that after about dozens of steps he lost his bearing. He had no choice but turn back and dig a hole underneath a peach tree to bury Nan Xiren. Guo Jing had not eaten for a whole day, his stomach hurt from hunger. He wanted to find a way to go back to the shore and find a boat to return to the mainland, but the farther he went, the more confused he became. He sat down to take a rest for a while, then he stood up with a renewed vigor and walked again. This time he had an idea, regardless of he found a pathway or not, he would keep his eyes toward the sun in the east. After walking for a while ahead of him was a dense forest, seemingly impassable. Nothing strange about the forest, it was just that each tree was full of long and thorny rattan cane. It would be truly difficult for him to set his feet on. He made the decision, I am not coming back today. And then jumped up to the tree top. He only walked one step on the tree when rip. The corner of his trouser was torn by a thorn and his calf was bleeding from several cuts. He walked 2 more steps, and his left leg was entangled in some long canes. He took his dagger out and cut the canes. Lifting his head up he saw far ahead the rattan trees were very dense, seemingly without end. He called out, even if my legs are sheared, I have to leave this cursed island. He was about to jump ahead when suddenly Huang Rong called out from the ground, get down, it'll take you out. He looked down and saw Huang Rong standing underneath a rattan tree on his left. Guo Jing did not reply. He jumped down and saw Huang Rong's face was deathly pale, as if her blood was drained completely out. He could not help but startle. He wanted to ask whether her injury recurred, but he forced himself to bite his lips. Huang Rong noticed he wanted to say something, but as soon as his lips started to move he turned his head around. She waited for a moment without seeing any response from Guo Jing. She sighed gently and said, let's go. 2 people walked along the winding path heading east. Huang Rong's injury had not been completely healed, and she had to face this heavy misfortune. She was tossing and turning in her sleep the previous night. She knew she could not blame her Jing Gij, she could not blame her father, and she could not even blame the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. She only resented herself. Why would she have to endure the heaven's punishment like this? Did the heaven hate people who lead a happy life? She led Guo Jing toward the beach, knowing in her heart that this time he would never come back. It would be difficult for them to see each other anymore, so she felt that with every step a piece of her heart was also taken away. Just beyond the rattan trees forest they could see the beach ahead. Huang Rong felt weary, she was unable to restrain her body from shaking. Hastily she used the bamboo stick to brace herself, but unexpectedly there was no strength left on her arm, the bamboo stick skewed and she fell down to the ground. Instinctively Guo Jing outstretched his right hand to hold her, but just as his finger was about to touch her arm, the injustice his Shifu suffered flashed in his mind. His left hand moved and slapped. It struck his own right wrist. He was using Zhou Batong's mutual hands combat technique, as his right hand was stricken, he turned his palm over and leapt backward immediately. Without receiving any help, Huang Rong fell down to the ground. As Guo Jing saw her falling down, remorse, affection, grief, indignation and all kinds of emotions bubbled up inside his heart. Even if his heart was made of stone, he could not restrain himself from stooping down and pick her up. He looked at all directions trying to find a comfortable place to lay her down, and it was then that he saw a green cloth flutter in the wind on the rock toward his northeast. Huang Rong opened her eyes and saw Guo Jing's gaze was fixed on a distant place. She followed his gaze and also saw the green cloth. "Father!" she called out in alarm. Guo Jing let her down, and hand in hand they ran toward the rock. They saw it was a long gown, stuck in the crook of the rock. They also saw a piece of human skin mask lying next to it. Obviously they belonged to Huang Yaoshi. Huang Rong was really alarmed. She stooped down to pick up the gown and clearly saw a bloody hand print on the lapel of the gown, with the fingers left winding traces. It looked very scary. Guo Jing remembered, after killing my San Shifu with the 9-in white bone claw, Huang Yaoshi must have wiped his fingers with this cloth. Initially he was holding Huang Rong's hand, but now his blood was boiling inside his chest. He shook Huang Rong's hand away, snatched the gown, and with a rip sound he tore the gown into 2 parts. He saw the corner of the gown was torn, looked like it was the green piece of cloth tied on the eagle's foot. The blood print was so clear that under the bright sunlight it looked as if the palm would jump out of the clothes and slap someone on the face, but it provoked Guo Jing's anger even more so that he felt he was going to go insane from grief and indignation. He tucked his own gown into his belt and waded into the water towards a sailboat. The mute and deaf servants on the boat had long gone, disappeared without a trace. Without looking back to Huang Rong, he drew his dagger out and cut the rope, hoisted the anchor and sailed to the sea. Huang Rong watched the boat sail to the west. At first she was hoping that he would change his mind, turn the rudder and head back to the island to take her traveling together, but then she saw the boat was getting smaller and smaller, while her heart was turning colder and colder. She stared blankly at the sea until the boat disappeared on the horizon. Suddenly she remembered that she was alone on the island. Jing Gij had gone, and she did not know whether her father would ever return. How could she pass the rest of her days? Would she just stand on this shore forever? "Rengier, Rengier, you must not take a short cut and die." All by himself Guo Jing steered the boat, leaving the Peach Blossom Island, heading west. He had sailed for several dozen leagues when he suddenly heard the eagle's anxious cry high above his head. The pair of eagles had followed him and perched on the sail arms. Guo Jing thought, "The eagles come after me, Rengier is alone on the island, she must be very lonely." Overcome with pity and regret he spontaneously turned the rudder around, wanting to take her to travel together. But after sailing for a short while he remembered, the Shifu told me to cut Huang Yaoshi's and Rengier's heads before I can come and see him. The Shifu, Shifu, and the others came to the Peach Blossom Island and fell under Huang Yaoshi's poisonous hands. Although the Shifu is blind, he can hear clearly. For some reason he was fortunate to escape and stay alive. He raised his iron staff to kill Rengier. He wanted me to kill Rengier. What did Rengier do? I can't kill Rengier. Shifu and the others were not killed by Rengier. But how can I be together with her? I must cut Huang Yaoshi's head and take it away to see the Shifu. If I am not the old heretic Huang's match, then they'll let him kill me. Immediately he turned the rudder again, making a circle on the sea surface, heading west once more. Late on the 3rd day the boat reached the shore. Out of hatred of everything from the Peach Blossom Island he took the anchor and smashed the bottom of the boat before leaping onto the beach. He watched while the sailboat slowly leaned sideways and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. He could not help but feel a loss in his heart. Leaving the shore he walked to the west. He found a peasant home and bought some rice to eat. After finding the right direction he went straight to Jiaxing. That evening he spent the night by the bank of Qiantang River. He saw the reflection of the bright moon on the river, like a big golden wheel floating on the water. Suddenly he jumped up with a start. He was afraid he missed the martial art contest appointment at the Misty Rain Tavern. Immediately he asked the host where he lodged, and found out that today was the 13th of the 8th month. Hastily he crossed the river that very same night. He bought a healthy horse and whipped the horse to gallop quickly, and arrived at Jiaxing by early afternoon of the next day. Since his childhood he had heard his 6 shifus recounted their battle with Qiu Chuji, how they had a wine-drinking contest out of the huge copper vat at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, Zui Xian Lu, the exquisiteness of their martial arts skills and the heroism surrounding that battle. 6 people loved to tell the story good-naturedly. So as soon as he entered the southern gate he asked the location of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. The Drunken Immortal Tavern was located by the bank of Nanhu, South Lake. Guojing arrived at the front of the tavern. He looked up and saw this tavern's appearance was exactly like what Han Xiaoying had told him. The tavern had been imprinted in his mind for a dozen of years. Today he had seen it for the first time with his own eyes. He noticed the exquisiteness of the carving of the eaves. It was truly a beautiful building. At the front of the tavern stood a big wooden sign with Tai Bai Yi Feng, the Great, Li, Bai, a famous poet of the Tang dynasty, left behind manor/custom/heir, for letters engraved on it, while above the main entrance there was a sign with Zui Xian Lu, Drunken Immortal Tavern, inscribed by Su Dongpa, a famous calligrapher of the Song dynasty, in golden letters, gleaming under the bright sunlight. Guojing's heart was thumping madly. Walking and leaping, he went upstairs. A wine shop attendant welcomed him and said, "Honorable guest, please use the downstairs room, since the upstairs is already reserved for some other guests." Guojing was about to reply when suddenly someone was calling, "Jinger, you are here." Guojing looked up and saw a Taoist priest sitting and drinking wine. His long beard reached his chest, his face was ruddy. It was none other than Changchun Zi, Eternal Spring, Qiu Chuji. Guojing rushed forward and bowed to the ground. "Qiu Daozhang, Taoist priest Qiu." He called out. His voice was somewhat choked. Qiu Chuji held out his hand to raise him up. He said, "You are a day early, that is very good. I am also a day early. I thought tomorrow we are going to fight Peng Lianhu, Sha Tongtian and the others, so I want to be here early to drink wine and reminisce about the past with your 6 shifus. Have your 6 shifus arrived? I have prepared some tables for them." Guojing saw there were 9 tables on this upstairs floor, except for Qiu Chuji's table, which was full with dishes and wine. The other 8 tables only had a pair of chopsticks and a wine cup. Qiu Chuji said, 18 years ago I met your 7 shifus for the very first time in this place. They arranged the tables just like this. This one table of vegetarian dishes was for Jiamu de Shi, Reverend Burnt Wood. It's a pity that I can no longer meet him and your Wu Shifu, 5th Shifu. He sounded very grieved. Guojing turned his head around, did not dare to look at him straight ahead. Qiu Chuji did not notice anything. He kept talking. "That day we had a contest on drinking from the copper vat, so today I went to Fa Hua Sai, magnificent, Buddhist, Wei Temple, and fetched the vat. As soon as your 6 shifus are here we can drink again just like in the old days." Guojing turned his head to look at the big copper vat by the screen. The outside of the vat was blackish green from the copper rust, but the inside had been washed and scrubbed clean, and filled to the brim with high-quality wine. The fragrance attacked his nostrils. Guojing stared blankly at the copper vat for half a day, then he turned his attention to the 8 empty tables. He thought, other than de Shifu, nobody would be able to enjoy the banquet again. If only I can see my 7 benevolent masters sit together, drinking wine, talking and laughing, getting drunk for the whole day, I would be very happy even if I have to die immediately. He heard Qiu Chuji continue, "At that time we agreed that on the 24th day of the 3rd month this year, you and Yang Kong will have a martial art contest in here. I respect your 7 shifus as noble-hearted chivalrous warriors. I was hoping you would win and lift up the name of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan in the world. Besides, I was always wandering everywhere, weeding out the criminals from this world. I did not have enough time to spend on nurturing Yang Kong. It was all right not to teach him a good martial art, but I should have taught him to have loyalty and chivalry. For this I am so ashamed toward your Uncle Yang. Although he now thoroughly repented of his former misdeeds, the evil influence in his life will be difficult to eradicate completely. When I think about this, my heart is filled with utmost regret. Guo Jing wanted to recount Yang Kang's dishonorable behavior, but it was a long story so he did not know where to start. Meanwhile Qiu Chuji continued, in a person's life, literary or martial arts skill is not everything, the most important things are two characters, loyalty and patriotism. Even if Yang Kang's martial art skill is better than yours 100-folds, speaking of character, the martial art contest of the Drunken Immortal Tavern is still won by your Shifus. Hey, Qiu Chuji lost with a satisfied heart. He laughed a big laugh. Suddenly he saw Guo Jing's tears flow down like rain. He was surprised. Why are you so sad? Guo Jing scrambled over one step, he bowed to the ground and wept. My 5 benevolent masters have passed away. Qiu Chuji was shocked. What? He almost shouted. Still crying Guo Jing said, except for my de Shifu, the other 5 are dead. These 2 sentences struck Qiu Chuji like a loud thunder in bright sunlight. He was silent for half a day. He was hoping he would meet some old friends and have a good time together, who would have thought that suddenly disaster struck. Although his time together with the 7 freaks of Jiangnan was not much, for the last 18 years he had already regarded them as his lifelong friends. Now that he heard this shocking news, his heart was filled with grief. He went over to the railings in big strides, he looked out toward the vast lake in front of him, throwing his head backward he let out a long cry. One by one faces of the 7 freaks flashed in his mind. He turned around and picked up the copper vat. With a loud voice he cried out, my friends are dead, what use do I have of you? Sending his strength to his arms he threw the vat away. The copper vat fell into the lake with a loud splash, the water flew everywhere. Turning his head toward Guo Jing he grabbed Guo Jing's arms and asked, how did they die? Tell me. Guo Jing was about to reply when with the corner of his eye he caught sight of someone silently enter the room. He was wearing green clothes. His face was elegant and unrestrained. It was the master of the Peach Blossom Island, Wang Yaoshi. Guo Jing looked twice, he was afraid of mistaking him for someone else, he fixed his eyes with rapt attention. Who was he but Huang Yaoshi? Huang Yaoshi also saw him here and was surprised. Suddenly he felt a gust of wind on his face. Guo Jing attacked him over the table using the proud dragon repents. In this one palm Guo Jing had sent out his whole strength, the power was astonishing. Huang Yaoshi slightly moved sideways, his left hand shot out and pushed Guo Jing's palm to the side. A series of cracking noise were heard. Guo Jing could not hold his ground, he bored through the wooden partition and fell downstairs. It was a bad day for the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Guo Jing happened to land on the shelf containing cups and bowls. Bing! Bang! Bing! Bang! Bowls, plates, trays, wine cups, everything was smashed to hundreds and thousands of pieces. That afternoon, when the old innkeeper heard Qiu Chuji ordered the tables to be arranged in such a way, also saw him bringing the huge copper vat upstairs, he remembered what happened 18 years ago, he had already had a queasy feeling about it. Now that the upstairs and downstairs were shattered, he could not help but bitterly cry out. He prayed head over heels, please help those in distress, O Goddess of Mercy, the Jade Emperor of Heaven. The god of the city. Guo Jing was afraid the dishes and bowls fragments would injure his palm, so he did not dare to push himself up. He twisted his waist and leaped up, and rushed back upstairs immediately. He only saw a grey shadow flashed, followed by a green shadow. Qiu Chuji and Huang Yaoshi leaped down the window one after another. Guo Jing thought, this old thief's martial art is above mine, I can't fight him barehanded. He drew 2 kinds of weapons from his waist, with his mouth he bit the dagger given by Qiu Chuji, in his right hand he held the golden blade given by Genghis Khan. He thought, even if I have to stake it all and endure that old thief's fist or kick, I have to make a couple of holes on his body. He rushed to the window and jumped down. By now the street was bustling with pedestrians, they heard that some people jumped out from the tavern and came to take a look. Suddenly they saw that someone else was jumping out of the window with a shining blade in his hand. The crowd cried out in alarm, they pushed and shoved each other and several people tumbled down. Guojing could not see Qiu, Huang, two people because of the crowd. He quickly took the dagger from his mouth and asked an old man nearby, where did the two people that jumped down from the upstairs go? That old man was startled. He cried out, "Mr. Hero, please spare my life, it's none of my business." Guojing repeated his question, but that old man was so scared that he kept calling out, "Help! Help!" Guojing gently pushed him aside and rushed out from the crowd, but Qiu and Huang, two people, had disappeared completely. He rushed back upstairs and looked to all directions. He saw a small boat on the lake carrying Qiu and Huang, two people. It looked like they were heading toward the Misty Rain Tavern on the island in the middle of the lake. Huang Yaoshi sat in the cabin, while Qiu Chuji sat on the stern, rowing. When he saw this, Guojing was startled. He thought, those two people will certainly fight to the death at the Misty Rain Tavern. Qiu Daozhang is brave, but how can he be that old thief's match? Anxiously he rushed back downstairs, grabbed a small boat and paddled furiously to catch up with them. Seeing his enemy ahead, it was very difficult for him to be calm, but he knew he ought to be patient on the water. Snapped the handle of oar was broken because he exerted too much energy. He was furious and anxious at the same time. He took a plank from the boat and used it to paddle the boat. Now instead of going faster he was going slower. The distance between his boat and the two people's boat gradually increased. By the time he managed to land the boat with a great deal of trouble, those two had already gone. Guojing thought aloud, I have to swallow my anger, I can't lose my life before avenging this enmity. He took a deep breath and spat 3 times, then he cocked his ears in full attention. He heard from behind the tavern faintly came the noise of blades splitting the air, mixed with people calling and responding each other. Apparently it was not Qiu and Huang, two people. Guojing looked around assessing the situation around him, and then tiptoeing into the Misty Rain Tavern. He saw nobody downstairs, so he rushed upstairs only to see by the window someone was leaning against the railings, looking out. His mouth was still noisily chewing something. It was none other than Hong Qigong. Shifu. Guojing rushed forward and called out. Hong Qigong nodded his head, pointed outside and raised a cooked half-lamb leg in his hand and took a big bite. Guojing quickly went to the window. He saw flashing swords in the clearing behind the tavern. 8-9 people were surrounding Huang Yaoshi. Seeing the enemy was fighting a multitude of opponents, he was slightly relieved, but after looking clearly at who these people were, he could not help but feel surprised. He saw his de Shifu Kuzhina wielding his iron staff with a young Taoist priest standing behind him. He thought, how come de Shifu is also here? He looked again and found out that the young priest was Qiu Chuji's disciple Yin Jiping, who was wielding his long sword to protect Kuzhin's back, not to attack Huang Yaoshi. The other 6 were all Taoist priests. They were Ma Yu, Qiu Chuji, and the rest of the Chuanjin 6 masters. Guojing watched for a moment and realized the Chuanjin sect was using their Big Dipper formation to fight the enemy. Only the Changjin Zi, Eternal Truth, Tan Chuduan had died, so the Tian Xian, Sky Jade/Gem, position was occupied by Kuzhina. Too bad his martial arts skill was not on par with the others, plus he was not familiar with the formation, so Yin Jiping was protecting his back while giving him directions. The Chuanjin 6 masters were brandishing their swords, advancing and retreating, dispersing and gathering together, keeping Huang Yaoshi inside their circle fighting an intense battle. That day during the fierce battle at the Ox Village, only 2 of the Chuanjin 7 masters wielded their long swords, the rest of them were fighting using their bare palms. The battle was already very intense. This time there were 7 long swords and 1 iron staff, so the fierceness was scary. Huang Yaoshi remained bare-handed. He floated around amidst the flashing swords and staff, as if he was forced to defend himself without being able to launch any counterattack. For dozens of moves he only moved around to avoid the enemy's blades without launching a single fist or kick. Guojing was secretly delighted. Regardless of your resourcefulness, it will be difficult for you to run away from justice today. Suddenly he saw that Huang Yaoshi swept his right foot around his body twice with his left foot firmly on the ground, compelling 8 people to simultaneously withdraw 3 steps. Excellent sweeping leaves kick technique. Guo Jing praised. Huang Yaoshi turned his head and waved his hand toward Hong and Guo, 2 people upstairs, and nodded his head in greeting. Guo Jing saw his face was relaxed and composed. He did not look like someone who was gasping for breath, which caused Guo Jing to be suspicious. He saw Huang Yaoshi's left palm sweep diagonally towards the top of Changxing Zi, Eternal Life, Lu Chuxuan's head, so Huang Yaoshi had moved abruptly from defensive to offensive. Actually, Lu Chuxian should not fend off against this palm. The Tian Quan, Sky Power/Authority, Zhou Chuji and the Tian Xian Kuzhina should have made flank attacks from the side to rescue him. However, Kuzhina was blind. Unlike average people, he relied on his acute hearing. How could he guard against Huang Yaoshi's silent and brilliant palm technique? Zhou Chuji's sword flickered toward Huang Yaoshi's right armpit. Kuzhina moved following Yin Ziping's direction, but he was 1 step too late. Lu Chuxian heard the palm slicing the wind just above his head. In his shock he threw himself to the ground and rolled away. Ma Yu and Wang Qi realized the situation was critically dangerous. They launched a simultaneous flank attacks with their swords. Lu Chuxian escaped the danger, but the Big Dipper formation was broken. Huang Yaoshi laughed and dashed toward Sun Bu'er. He only moved for 3 steps, suddenly turned around and hit Guangning Zi, Infinite Peace, Hao Datong's chest. Hao Datong had never seen this kind of strange move. He hesitated slightly before stabbing his sword toward Huang Yaoshi's back. Huang Yaoshi moved like a rabbit. He broke through the encirclement and stood about 2 zhangs away from the crowd. Hong Qigong laughed and said, "Old heretic Huang, that was a very smart move." "I am going down," Guo Jing called out and moved toward the stairs. "Slow down, slow down." Hong Qigong said, "From the start your father-in-law has never hit back. At first I was worried about your de Shifu, but looks like he does not have any intention to harm anybody." Guo Jing returned to the window and asked, "How can you tell?" Hong Qigong replied, "If he wanted to harm anybody, do you think that skinny monkey priest will still be alive? That little priest is not his match at all." He took another bite at the lamb leg and said, "Before your father-in-law and Zhou Chuji arrived, I saw these old priests and your de Shifu arrange their formation over there, but how can the Big Dipper formation be learned in such a short time? Those old priests persuaded your de Shifu to temporarily fill the empty position. Your de Shifu clenched his teeth without saying anything. I don't know what enmity your de Shifu has against your father-in-law. He followed that young priest to take the Tian Xian position, but in the end they still cannot block your father-in-law's deathly hand." "He is not my father-in-law," Guo Jing said, full of hatred. Hong Qigong was surprised. "What do you mean he is not your father-in-law?" he asked. Clenching his teeth, Guo Jing said, He humph. "How is Renjir?" Hong Qigong asked. "You had an argument with her, didn't you?" "It doesn't have anything to do with Renjir," Guo Jing answered. "This old thief, he has killed my 5 shifas. My hatred to him is as deep as the ocean." Hong Qigong jumped in surprise. He quickly asked, "Is that so?" But Guo Jing did not hear his question. His attention was focused on the fierce battle downstairs. By now the situation has changed. Huang Yaoshi was using his Pai Kong Zhang Fa, splitting the air palm technique, creating strong gusts of wind, blocking his 8 opponents' attacks. Speaking about martial arts skills of Ma Yu, Zhou Chuji, Wang Qi and the others, Huang Yaoshi should not be able to penetrate within a zhang of their defense by relying on his bare palm only, but in the Big Dipper formation they moved forward and backward together. Sun Bu'er, Kuzhina and Yin Ziping, 3 people's martial art was comparatively weaker, as one person was compelled to draw back. The rest of the formation would have no choice but to follow. And so for each step forward everybody was forced to retreat 2 steps. They were separated farther and farther away from Huang Yaoshi, but the Big Dipper formation was not the slightest bit chaotic. By this time the Chuanjin sect's long swords were already too far to reach Huang Yaoshi's body. It looked like he was just waiting for an opportunity to attack. Several moves later Hong Qigong said, so that's how it is. What is it? Gu Jing busily asked. Hong Qigong replied, the old heretic Huang is deliberately forcing them to open up their formation, because he wants to learn the Big Dipper formation's mystery. That's why he has not launched any killer attack yet. In less than 10 moves he is going to reduce the circle once again. Although Hong Qigong had lost his martial art power, his judgment was still very clear, and sure enough, Huang Yaoshi's hacking palm strength weakened and the Chuanjin masters gradually tightened their encirclement. In less than a time to drink tea later everybody crowded together into one lump of people. Lu Chuxian, Zhou Chuji, Wang Chui and Hao Datong were simultaneously stabbing their swords into Huang Yaoshi's body, but somehow when their swords almost reached Huang Yaoshi's skin, they all missed by several inches. If not for their fast reactions, these 4 swords would have pierced a hole on their fellow apprentice's body. Fighting in this tight circle, the difference between one move to the other was only a hair's width. Gu Jing knew that as soon as Huang Yaoshi was well acquainted with the formation he would not leisurely fight these people anymore. To break the formation he must struck the weakest link, which was his de Shifu and Yin Jiping 2 people. He was too far from those people. If the situation became critical he would not have time to help, while right now he saw dangerous situations occur one after another. Disciple goes down, he said to Hong Qigong. Without waiting for an answer he dashed downstairs. When he got near the battle situation was again changed. Huang Yaoshi continuously moved toward Ma Ye's left side, but the more he moved the farther away he was from the crowd, as if he was trying to run away. Gu Jing held the dagger in his hand, ready to pound as soon as he had the opportunity. Suddenly Wang Chui let out a whistle and he, along with Hao Datong and Sun Buer, who formed the handle of the Big Dipper, turned forward from the left, to keep Huang Yaoshi in the middle of the formation. Huang Yaoshi changed his position 3 times, but Wang Chui also moved the handle of the Big Dipper, just like Zhou Chuji was also moving the 4 stars of the Dipper, preventing Huang Yaoshi from occupying the position by Ma Ye's left side. As he was making his 4th attempt suddenly Gu Jing understood, right, he wants to steal the North Polar Star position. When he was treating his injury at the Ox Village, from behind the wall he saw the Chuanjin 7 masters fought Mai Chao Feng, and later on Huang Yaoshi, using the Big Dipper formation. Later on he learned in detail from Huang Rong the Big Dipper constellation and the North Polar Star. He knew that the Tian Shu, Sky Pivot, and Tian Xian, Sky Jade/Gem, were linked in a straight line with the North Polar Star. Since the North Polar Star is always on the north, every night the Big Dipper constellation would revolve around this star. Later on he was captured by the Beggar clan on Mount June at the Dongting Lake. Again he pondered about this Big Dipper constellation. Not only did he gain more than a few understanding of the Big Dipper characteristics, but also the movement of the Big Dipper formation, and applied this ingenious method to advance his own martial arts skill. Huang Yaoshi's intelligence was 100-folds better than Gu Jing's. He was also well versed in astronomy and the study of Yin-Yang Wu Hang, lit. Negative and positive 5 lines. After he failed to break the Chuanjin 7 masters' Big Dipper formation during the battle at the Ox Village, he meditated over this for a long time, until he finally comprehended the flaw of this formation. Gu Jing was thinking about this formation because he wanted to learn it, while Huang Yaoshi thought it was not worth his time to learn Wang Chongyang's technique, so he concentrated on breaking the formation. He knew that all he needed to do was to snatch the North Polar Star position, and the formation would break, or at least if he occupied the central position, he would be able to control the formation. He could wait leisurely for the enemy to be exhausted, while he himself would stand in an invincible position. The Chuanjin masters were also aware that he was trying to break the formation by stealing the crucial position. They were inwardly anxious. If Tan Chuduan were still alive, the 7 of them could move as one body. Certainly they would not let Huang Yaoshi steal the North Polar Star position. This time the Tian Xian was occupied by Kuzhina and Yin Jiping, which, admittedly had inferior martial arts skill, and were not familiar with the formation technique. as a result the Big Dipper formation's effectiveness was significantly reduced. Ma Yu and the others knew that a prolonged fight would not do them any good. Moreover, Guo Jing was standing on the side. If Huang Yaoshi was in a real danger, as a son-in-law, how could he not help? But their martial uncle's and brother's death must be avenged. Their deceased master Wang Chongyang was the #1 martial artist of the world. If 6 of his disciples joined forces against one Huang Yaoshi and still could not gain any victory, the reputation of Chuanjin sect would be ruined. They heard Huang Yaoshi laugh and say, "I didn't know Chongyang's disciples are so stubborn that they do not know what's good for them." While talking he moved swiftly towards Sun Bu'er and hacked with his palms 3 times. Ma Yu and Hao Datong raised their swords to rescue her. Huang Yaoshi slightly leaned sideways to evade the swords. Swish. 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 He hacked 3 more times towards Sun Bu'er. The master of the Peach Blossom Island's palm technique was naturally very exquisite. Even if Wang Chongyang lived again, or Hong Qigong recovered from his injury, they would not be able to evade these 6 palms easily. How could Sun Bu'er block them off? She saw the palm was coming swiftly. She had no choice but to brandish her sword in a flower pattern and furiously protect her face with all her might. Suddenly Huang Yaoshi swept his legs repeatedly and kicked her 6 times. These Luoying Shen Jian Zhang, falling, leaves, divine sword palm technique, and Sa Yi Tue, sweeping leaves kick technique, were the Peach Blossom Island's Kuang Feng Ju Ji, fierce wind stunt/unique skill. If the enemy did not retreat within the first 6 moves, the next 6 moves would follow, faster than the previous ones. Within 6 by 6, 36 moves. Even if a hero or a warrior could avoid the slap, he would not be able to evade the kick. Ma Yu and the others noticed that Huang Yaoshi concentrated his ferocious attack towards Sun Bu'er. Immediately they came to her rescue. As a result, in this pressing situation the formation became disorderly. Kuzhina was blind, so the movement of the formation was somewhat delayed. Huang Yaoshi let out a long laugh and he was already on Kuzhin's back. "Io!" Suddenly Kuzhina heard someone cry out in midair. That person was flying to the top of the roof of the Misty Rain Tavern. It turned out that Huang Yaoshi grabbed Ding Ziping's back and threw him away. The gap in the formation was getting bigger. Without giving the enemy any opportunity to mend the formation, Huang Yaoshi dashed toward Ma Yu, fully expecting Ma Yu to evade. To his surprise, as his sword fended off the attack, the sword in Ma Yu's left hand went straight toward Huang Yaoshi's eyebrow. His movement was steady, backed by a profound internal energy. Huang Yaoshi was forced to lean sideways to evade. He could not restrain from praising, "Good. You deserve to be the Chuanjin sect's head disciple." Suddenly his leg swept downward, kicking Hao Datong's leg while at the same time he stooped down to snatch Hao Datong's sword and stabbed it toward his chest. Lu Chuxian was shocked. He wielded his sword to parry. Huang Yaoshi laughed a big laugh and flicked his hand. Crack! Both swords were broken. A dark green shadow flashed. The master of the Peach Blossom Island was moving toward the North Polar Star position. By this moment the formation was in total chaos. Nobody was able to stop him. The Chuanjin masters cried out bitterly. They knew Huang Yaoshi was about to exercise mastery over them. Ma Yu heaved a deep sigh and was about to throw his sword to admit defeat and ready to take whatever punishment the enemy would send their way. Suddenly he saw the dark green shadow flashed back. There was already someone occupying the North Polar Star position. It was Guo Jing. Among the Chuanjin masters, only Qiu Chuji was overjoyed. He had seen Guo Jing staked it all in attacking Huang Yaoshi at the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Ma Yu and Wang Qi knew Guo Jing was kind-hearted and honest. Even though they thought he was going to help his father-in-law, certainly he would not harm his own Shifu Kuzhina. The rest of the masters were shocked. They saw Guo Jing had already occupied the North Polar Star position. As soon as these father-in-law and son-in-law joined hands, Chuanjin sect would die without any burial place. But they were even more surprised to see Guo Jing was attacking Huang Yaoshi with a bare left palm and a sword in his right hand. As he succeeded in breaking the formation, Huang Yaoshi wanted to force Chuanzhen's sect to admit they were wrong. Who would have thought that suddenly someone was occupying the North Polar Star position? His attention was focused on fighting the Chuanzhen masters, so without looking back he sent his palm backward using the Pai Kong Zhang toward the enemy's chest. That person stretched out his left palm to parry the incoming force, yet he did not move even for half a step. Huang Yaoshi was surprised. He thought, very few people in the world have the strength to block my palm. Who is this person? He turned his head to look and saw that it was Guojing. By this time Huang Yaoshi was surrounded by the enemy's front and rear. If he could not drive Guojing away, the Big Dipper formation would outflank him from behind, and that would put him in a very dangerous situation. He sent out 3 palm attacks in succession toward Guojing. One palm was fiercer than the last, but each time Guojing simply blocked it away. The 4th palm contained a fake and a real attack, expecting Guojing to take advantage of an opening and launch a counterattack. Who would have thought that Guojing only took a defensive position and did not counterattack? Guojing lifted the dagger up in front of his chest, while his left palm slowly swept across his own lower abdomen. In this way, although he received one stance with 2 attacks from Huang Yaoshi, both attacks were neutralized. Huang Yaoshi was startled. He thought, this dumb kid knew how to defend and break the formation. He steadily defending the North Polar Star position and did not want to move even half a step. Ah, right, he must have received Chuanzhen master's instruction and came here to help them to fight me. He did not know that his guess was only half correct. Guojing did indeed know the secret of the Big Dipper formation, but he learned it from the 9-yin manual and not from the Chuanzhen masters. As Guojing was facing the enemy with whom he held an enormous enmity, he suppressed his anger to keep his position. It was as if his feet were firmly planted to the ground. He simply turned his eyes blind to whatever trick Huang Yaoshi used to tempt him to attack. Huang Yaoshi groaned silently. He thought, this dumb kid doesn't know when to proceed and when to retreat. Humph. Even if Rengier blames me, I am going to hurt you today, otherwise you won't want to back off. His left hand made a circle about 7 inches in front of his chest, his right palm rode on the left hand, borrowing the strength from the left hand it was propelled forward, the force doubled. But before it hit Guojing's face, he suddenly remembered, if he doesn't evade, this palm will certainly cause him a heavy injury. Whatever the reason, Rengier will not be happy for the rest of her life. Guojing saw him borrow the strength of his left hand to launch a palm attack. He knew the incoming force would not be a small matter. Gritting his teeth he launched the Xian Long Zai Tian. Dragon appears on the field, a stake-it-all stance from the 18 dragons subduing palms. He realized his martial art was far inferior to the enemy's. He would suffer serious injury if he took the incoming palm head-on, but in order to evade the attack, he would have to leave the North Polar Star position, which would set him back into a more difficult situation. Hence in this one move he was ready to sacrifice his own life. Who would have thought that as his palm was about a foot away from his face, Huang Yaoshi suddenly withdrew his attack and called out, "Dumb kid, go away. Why do you make things difficult for me?" Guojing held his sword tight. He looked at Huang Yaoshi with full attention to protect himself against any trick he might do. He did not reply. By now the Chuanzhen masters had already reorganized their formation. They made encirclement some distance away from Huang Yaoshi's back, waiting for an opportunity to attack. "Where is Rengier?" Huang Yaoshi asked. Guojing still did not answer. His face looked gloomy, his eyes spouted anger. Seeing his expression, Huang Yaoshi's suspicion grew. He was afraid his daughter had met some accident. "What did you do to her? Speak up," he barked. Guojing gritted his teeth and bit his lips. His right hand, which was holding the sword, slightly trembled. Huang Yaoshi's attention was focused on him. Each slight movement Guojing made did not escape his eyes. Seeing Guojing's unusual expression, he was even more alarmed. "Why is your hand trembling? Why aren't you talking?" he called out. Guojing recalled how his Shifus died a horrible death on the Peach Blossom Island. Grief and indignation burst forth in his heart, his body shook violently, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing him not willing to talk, tears streaming down his face, Huang Yaoshi was more alarmed. He knew his daughter had a heated argument with Guo Jing over the Princess Wazheng's affair. He was afraid Guo Jing had killed Huang Rong. He kicked his feet and pounced forward. As soon as Huang Yaoshi made his move, Qiu Chuji thrust his long sword out. At the same time the Big Dipper formation started to move. Wang Qi and Hao Dutong attacked from Huang Yaoshi's left and right, one with sword in his hand, the other with a bare palm. Guo Jing's palm neutralized the incoming attack, while his dagger stung with a lightning speed to make a counterattack move. Huang Yaoshi did not fend it off, he flipped his hand over trying to seize the dagger. Although his movement was accurate and swift, Wang Qi's sword had already arrived at his back. He had no choice but to twist his waist to evade, and thus his fingers missed Guo Jing's dagger by 2 inches. Guo Jing used this opportunity to stab forward. This fierce battle was several times more intense than the previous one. The Chuanjin master's sole desire was to kill Huang Yaoshi to avenge Zhou Batong and Tan Chuduan. Huang Yaoshi knew perfectly well that there was a misunderstanding here, but he was a proud man. He also felt that as someone of higher rank it would be beneath his dignity to explain. He wanted to defeat them completely, to make them throw their swords and surrender, and then he would make everything clear. Thereupon he launched attack after attack while being lenient. Otherwise, although Ma Yu, Qiu Chuji and the others might be able to defend themselves, but how could Sun Bu or Nin Jiping keep their lives? Unexpectedly Guo Jing appeared, and not only he did not help Huang Yaoshi, but it seemed like he hated Huang Yaoshi to his death. Huang Yaoshi thought that if Guo Jing did not kill Huang Rong, why was he so afraid of him? This time Huang Yaoshi did not show any mercy. He wanted to grab Guo Jing and ask for some explanation. If Guo Jing did indeed kill Huang Rong, even if he tore him apart to pieces it would not be enough to vent his anger. Unfortunately Guo Jing occupied the North Polar Star position. Although Yin Jiping had not crawled down from the Misty Rain Tavern's roof, the battle situation had been reversed. The Big Dipper formation moved like a billowing wave. They launched offensive moves without ceasing. Huang Yaoshi tried several times to penetrate Guo Jing's defense but failed. He started to get impatient. Each time he launched a fierce attack the Chuanjin masters were always there to block him. He wanted to launch a deathly attack and kill some of them to break the formation, but the Big Dipper formation gradually tightened its encirclement. He started to think that although he could shake himself loose, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Fighting for a while Ma Yu pointed his sword and called out, "Hold on." The Chuanjin masters held their hands, firmly stood on their respective positions. Ma Yu said, "Huang Daozhu, Island Master Huang, you are a prominent grandmaster of your martial arts school. How can we, the younger generation, dare to offend you? Today we rely on sheer number to fight you. It is because the situation forces us to do so. We want to know how you are going to settle the blood debts of our Zhou Shishu, martial uncle, and Tan Shidi, martial, younger, brother." With a cold laugh Huang Yaoshi said, "What else there is to say? Just go ahead and kill the old heretic Huang to protect the Chuanjin sect's reputation. Won't that be great? Be on your guard." Without moving his body or lifting up his arm his right palm had already chopped toward Ma Yu's face. Ma Yu tried to evade sideways in panic, but Huang Yaoshi's palm came without warning. This feint hack was immediately followed by the real attack. This combination of void and solid was a killer stance from the Luoying Shenzhen Zhang Fa. Huang Yaoshi had perfected it for 10 years, he intended to use it in the second sword meet of Mount Hua. This stance was not designed to fight a group of enemies, but it was very effective in a one-on-one combat. Danyang Zis, Scarlet Sun, skill might be profound, but how could he be the Eastern Heretic's match? It would be better if Ma Yu did not evade. Once he moved to the right, the second attack came. Ma Yu groaned inwardly, not good. He was going to block by stretching out his hand, but the enemy's palm had already arrived at his chest. As soon as Huang Yaoshi exerted his strength, Ma Yu's internal organs would be shaken and he would suffer serious internal injury. The Chuanjin 5 masters were shocked, swords and palms came to the rescue, but how could there still be time? They saw Ma Yu was at the point of death, Surprisingly, Huang Yaoshi laughed and withdrew his palm. He said, "If I break your formation this way, you won't accept your defeat easily. The old heretic Huang may die, but how can I let myself be the laughingstock of all the heroes under the sky? Good priests, come, let us fight." Lu Chuxian snorted and shook his fist. Wang Qi followed with his sword. The Big Dipper formation was ready to go into action. It was to be the 17th stance. Wang Qi was supposed to move after Ma Yu. He stabbed his sword into the air, ready to strike, but Ma Yu did not move forward. On the contrary, he retreated 2 steps backward and called out, "Hold it." Everybody held their steps again. Ma Yu said, "Huang Daozhu, thank you for holding your hand." "You flattered me," Huang Yaoshi replied. Ma Yu said, "Reasonably said, right now Wanbai's, younger generation," he was referring to himself, "life should have been gone, and this formation developed by my deceased master should have been broken by you. If we know good from evil, we should admit defeat and throw ourselves at your mercy. But we do not dare not to seek revenge because of our deep enmity with you. After this matter is settled, Wanbei will slash my own throat as a gesture of gratitude toward Daozhu." Huang Yaoshi's expression was gloomy. He waved his hand and said, "It's useless to talk too much, you can just begin. The matter of kindness and enmity in this world is difficult to understand." Guo Jing thought, turned out Ma Daozhang and the others fight him to avenge their Shisu and Shidi. But Zhou Dage, big brother Zhou, is still alive and well. Also Tan Daozhang's death has nothing to do with Huang Daozhu. However, if I explain the real situation, the Chuanjin masters will withdraw themselves from the battle, leaving the Shifu and me 2 people. How can we be his match? Let's not talk about avenging Shifu's death. We can't even guarantee we will still be alive by the time we are done. But then he remembered, if I do not tell the truth, how am I going to be different from a coward? Shifus often said that we might lose our head, but not our righteousness. Thereupon with a loud and clear voice he said, "Ma Daozhang, Qiu Daozhang, Wang Daozhang, your Zhou Shisu has not died yet, and it was Ouyang Feng who killed Tan Daozhang." "What did you say?" Qiu Chuji was surprised. Thereupon Guo Jing recounted how he treated his injury inside a secret room at the Ox village, how from behind the wall he saw and heard Qiu Qianzhang fabricate a rumor to incite both sides to fight each other, how Ouyang Feng placed the blame on Huang Yaoshi. He told them everything. Although he was clumsy with words, everybody understood his explanation very clearly. The Chuanjin masters were listening, half believing and half doubting. Qiu Chuji loudly asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Guo Jing pointed his finger to Huang Yaoshi and said, "Disciple hates this old thief that I do not wish to live in the same earth with him. Why would I help him? Only it was the truth, so disciple cannot keep his mouth shut." The 6 masters knew him as an honest person. Moreover, he had shown so much hatred toward Huang Yaoshi, so what he said must be the truth. It was beyond Huang Yaoshi's expectation to hear him saying things in his favor. He was astonished and asked, "Why do you hate me so much? Where is Renjir?" "Kuzhina cut him off, you don't know what you did. Jingner, although we can't win, we must fight this old thief to our deaths." Finished speaking, he lifted his iron staff and swept it toward Huang Yaoshi. Hearing his Shifu, Guo Jing knew that he was forgiven. He felt very happy and immediately tears flowed down his face. "The Shifu," he called out, "Air Shifu and the others, they all 5 of them died a miserable death." Huang Yaoshi was grabbing the head of Kuzhina's staff with an outstretched hand. He turned to Guo Jing and asked, "What did you say?" "Zhu Tsong, Han Baojiu and the others were nicely received as guests on my island. Why did you say they are dead?" Kuzhina furiously tried to pull his iron staff, but it did not even budge. Huang Yaoshi asked Guo Jing again, "Disregarding your elders and superiors you talked nonsense to me, attacking me like crazy, is that because of Zhu Tsong and the others?" Guo Jing's eyes looked like they were spurting blood. He called out, "You have harmed my 5 Shifus with your own hands, and now you pretend you did not know." Lifting his dagger up, he stabbed it forward with a straight arm. Huang Yaoshi moved the iron staff in his hand to block. Bang! The staff and the dagger collided, sparks flew out everywhere. The dagger was so sharp that it actually nicked the iron staff. Huang Yaoshi asked again, who saw it? Guo Jing said, I buried my 5 shifas with my own hands, are you saying that I slander you? Huang Yaoshi laughed coldly and said, so what if you slander me? For all my life the old heretic Huang come and go alone, why would I deny killing these several people? You are correct, I killed your shifas. Suddenly a female voice was calling out, no, father, it wasn't you. Don't take the blame on your own shoulder. Everybody turned their heads around and saw the one who spoke was indeed Huang Rong. They had been so engrossed in the fierce battle that nobody knew she had arrived. As Guo Jing saw her again, he was lost in thought, he did not know whether he should feel happy or anxious. As Huang Yaoshi saw his daughter was alive and well, he was very happy, his hatred toward Guo Jing disappeared, he laughed a big laugh and said, good child, come, let father hug you. For the past several days Huang Rong had been suffering a lot of heartache, it was only today she heard a loving word for the first time, she dashed forward and threw herself into her father's bosom and cried, Father, this dumb kid slandered you, he also bullied me. Huang Yaoshi embraced his daughter and said with a smile, the old heretic Huang always does as he pleases, ever since dozens of years ago ignorant people have always put the crime of the world on your father's head, so what difference will it make to add several more crimes to the pile? The 5 freaks of Jiangnan were your Mei Shiji's, martial, older, sister, archenemies, so of course I killed them with my own hands. No, Huang Rong anxiously said, it wasn't you. I know it wasn't you. Huang Yaoshi showed a faint smile and said, that dumb kid is so bold, he dares to bully my good child. Just watch, father will teach him a lesson. He had just finished speaking when suddenly like a lightning the back of his palm struck, without a shadow, without a trace. Guo Jing was thinking about what these father and daughter were talking about, when slap. He felt a burning sensation on his left cheek. He was just about to raise his hand to block, but Huang Yaoshi's palm had already returned to Huang Rong's head, gently stroking her elegant hair. This palm made a loud noise, but actually the force was weak. Guo Jing felt his cheek burning, but he did not suffer any injury. He was at a loss, did not know whether he should charge forward or he should stay where he was. Kuzhina heard the slap on Guo Jing's face, he was afraid Huang Yaoshi might have stricken him with a deadly blow. Jinger, how are you? He anxiously asked. I am all right, Guo Jing replied. Kuzhina said, don't listen to this demon and this witch telling lies. I don't have eyes to see, but your Si Shifu, 4th Shifu, said, he saw this old thief killed your heir Shifu and forced to death your Qi, 7th, Guo Jing did not wait for him to finish, he charged forward toward Huang Yaoshi. Kuzhina followed by wielding his iron staff. Huang Yaoshi let his daughter go and evaded Guo Jing's palm, while at the same time stretched his hand to grab Kuzhin's iron staff. This time Kuzhina had guarded against his grab so that Huang Yaoshi missed the staff. Master and disciple joined hands fighting a tight battle with Huang Yaoshi. Although Guo Jing had repeatedly met some outstandingly able people and had learned not a few of wonderful martial arts skills, he was still too far behind compared to this grandmaster of a martial arts school, the master of the Peach Blossom Island. Even with Kuzhin's help he could not do much. After only about 20-30 moves he had already moved his hands and feet with great difficulty. Qiu Chuji thought, in a critical time Chuanjin sect has received these master and disciples' help, currently these two are in the brink of defeat, how can we sit down and watch without doing anything? Whether Zhou Shishu is alive or dead, we need to defeat the old heretic Huang first, then we'll talk later. Brandishing his sword he called out, Kudashia, chivalrous hero, go back to your position. By this time Yin Jiping had already crawled down from the Misty Rain Tavern's roof. Although he was black and blue and had a swollen nose from the fall, he did not suffer a serious injury. He rushed toward Kuzhin's back and wielded his sword to protect him. Once again the Big Dipper formation went into action, encircled Huang Yaoshi, father and daughter in the middle. Huang Yaoshe was enraged, he thought, before it was a misunderstanding, so I can understand you attacking me, but after this dumb kid explained everything this crowd of mixed-up hairs still rely on sheer numbers to attack me. Do you think the old heretic Huang cannot kill people? Like a flash of shadow he had already moved toward Kujin's left. Huang Rong saw the murderous look on her father's face, she knew his hands would not be light, her heart turned cold. She saw that Wang Chui and Ma Yu blocked her father's palm, Kujin's iron staff ferociously struck toward her shoulder while his mouth shot curses, unforgivable lowly criminal, female demon. The Peach Blossom Islands. Huang Rong had never been willing to swallow the least bit of defeat, listening him open up his mouth in foul language, anger started to rise up her chest, she called out, "Scold me again if you have guts." The 7 freaks of Jiangnan grew up in the marketplace where all kinds of people buy and sell, cursing each other for generations. What was so difficult about scolding other people? Kujina hated Huang Yaoshe, father and daughter, listened to her say so, immediately his extensive vocabulary of malicious words flew out of his mouth. Huang Rong had always lived alone since she was little, she never had any experience with this kind of foul language. To her advantage she was very intelligent so that each time Kujina scolded she was able to figure out what he was talking about and even scold him back, but afterwards the more she listened the more she could not talk back, because the more she did not understand. She spat and said, "Shame on you. You are someone's shifu yet you are not afraid to have a filthy mouth." Kujina scolded back, "With a clean person the old man talks clean words, with stinky and lowly people I speak filthy words. You are a filthy person, so the old man here talks even dirtier words." Huang Rong was angry, she raised her bamboo stick toward Kujin's face. Kujina returned the attack with his iron staff, who would have thought that the dog-beating stick technique was extremely marvelous beyond his imagination. Only several moves later his iron staff was completely under Huang Rong's control, using the lead letter of the technique, as the stick went east the staff went east, when the stick went west the staff followed, it totally did not have the mind of its own. Kujina was occupying the Tian Xian position of the formation. As soon as his movement was restrained, the entire formation's movement was somewhat restricted. Qiu Chuji's flickering sword stabbing Huang Rong's back, his intention was to help Kujina, but Huang Rong relied on the armor she was wearing, to his surprise she ignored the stab, changing her stick movement she sent out 3 stances in succession. Qiu Chuji's sword was about to touch her clothes when he suddenly thought, what kind of person is the old Qiu, how can I harm this little girl? The tip of his sword touched Huang Rong's back, but he did not push further. Taking advantage of this slight hesitation Huang Rong's bamboo stick pulled Kujin's iron staff. Borrowing his Fu Mo Zhang Fa, demon subduing staff technique, energy Huang Rong pushed the staff down and then jerked it up to the left. Kujina was not able to control his strength, the staff left his grasp and flew to the air, splash. It fell into the Nanhu, South Lake. Wang Qi was afraid Huang Rong might use this opportunity to harm Kujina, he rushed in front of Kujina with his sword blocking in front of his chest. Although his experience was vast, he had never seen the dog-beating technique before, so he was caught in surprise. Seeing his master suffer a setback, Guojing called out, "The Shifu, go and take a rest, I'll fight for you." Leaving the North Polar Star position he jumped into the Tian Xian position. By this time his martial arts skill had already exceeded those of the Chuanjian masters, plus he was familiar with the Big Dipper method, so as soon as he made his move the formation's power increased substantially. Actually the Big Dipper formation revolved around the Tian Quan position, but as soon as he entered, the key position moved to Tian Xian position, and the formation's movement was altered. This modification was actually inferior to the original movement, but in this short moment Huang Yaoshe was not able to find a way to penetrate the formation's airtight defense, although he had his daughter to help, they were defending themselves with difficulty. Luckily for the most part the Chuanjian masters took a defensive position, Guojing was the only one who fought with his life, forcing Huang Yaoshe to reluctantly face him. Guojing kept pressing forward, forcing Huang Yaoshe to fight a tight battle. With the Chuanjian masters backing Guojing up, Huang Yaoshi was not able to inflict any injury to him, and was forced to use his Qin Gong, lightness Kung Fu, to evade Guo Jing's series of mad tiger-like attacks. Huang Rong saw that Guo Jing's normally genial and kind face was now enveloped by a layer of murderous look. His expression was so frighteningly ferocious that he looked like a different person, completely different from the Guo Jing she used to know. She was startled and frightened at the same time. She stepped in front of her father and said, "Kill me first." Guo Jing glowered at her and barked, "Get out of my way." Huang Rong was taken aback. "How can you speak to me like that?" she thought. Guo Jing charged forward and shoved her aside, then he pounced towards Huang Yaoshi. Suddenly he heard someone laughed loudly and called out behind him, "Don't worry Yao Xiong, brother Yao, I have come to help you." His voice was like ear-piercing grating metals. Nobody dared to turn their bodies right away. The entire Big Dipper formation turned around Huang Yaoshi's back before they finally saw 5, 6 tall and short people standing on the lakeside, led by someone with long arms and long legs, which was none other than the Western poison Ouyang Feng. The Chuanjin 6 masters cried out in anger. Qiu Chuji said, "Jinger, let us settle the debt with the Western poison first." His long sword raised, the Chuanjin 6 masters surrounded Ouyang Feng. Who would have thought that Guo Jing's gaze was fixed on Huang Yaoshi? It seemed like he did not hear Qiu Chuji at all. As soon as the Chuanjin 6 masters left, he pounced toward Huang Yaoshi again, and in a short moment 2 people had quickly exchanged 5, 6 moves. Both sides did not hit their target, so both leaped backward, looking over their shoulders, staring at each other. Guo Jing gave out a loud shout, then attacked forward. Several times they exchanged several stances and then separated again. This time the Chuanjin 6 masters had rearranged their battle formation. They looked at Kuzhina and saw him bare-handed, standing behind Huang Yaoshi, his head inclined, listening attentively. His arms were open wide, revealing his intention to sacrifice himself, throwing himself to grab Huang Yaoshi firmly, giving Guo Jing the opportunity to strike Huang Yaoshi's vital point. Because of this, Qiu Chuji beckoned to Yin Jiping, telling him to occupy the Tianxian position. Ma Yu loudly recited, holding hands the departed soul forcing itself to leave like a bead of pearls. Heart opens to hear the sound of nature, unlike the blowing flute. It was the poem Tan Chuduan recited just before he closed his eyes. As the Chuanjin masters heard it, their anger rose. With flickering swords and floating palms they attacked Ouyang Feng together. The snake staff in Ouyang Feng's hand pushed and pulled abruptly, forcing the 7 Chuanjin people to back off. Ouyang Feng had seen the Big Dipper formation's fierceness at the Ox village. He was quite intimidated by that, so he decided to keep a tight defense and wait for the enemy to reveal its own flaw. Once the Big Dipper formation unfolded, it struck to the front and hit to the back, like a continuous wave of attacks. Ouyang Feng carefully met stance with stance, while opening his eyes wide to see any potential to break the formation. A moment later he noticed Yin Ziping's Tianxian was the formation's weak link. He thought if he could destroy this link, he did not have anything else to fear. Therefore, he brandished the snake staff in his hand, trying to inflict some harm, while his eyes scanning around, assessing the situation around him. Guo Jing and Huang Yaoshi were still engaged in a tight combat. Huang Rong moved her bamboo stick to keep Kuzhina more than a zhang away from these 2 people. She kept shouting, "Please stop fighting, please listen to me." But Guo Jing turned a deaf ear to her. Palm by palm he struck ferociously, in total disregard of his own life. At first Huang Rong saw her father holding back, but Guo Jing kept provoking him so that gradually she saw his anger rise. His hands were getting heavier and heavier. She knew the situation was critical. Either one of them would certainly suffer a heavy injury if he made a slight mistake. She lifted his head and saw Hong Qigong was leaning against the railing of the Misty Rain Tavern, watching the battle. "Shifu, Shifu," she hastily called, "come down and help me explain everything." Hong Qigong has seen early on that the situation was far from good. He regretted losing his martial arts skill and was powerless to settle this dispute, and hence he was really anxious. Hearing Huang Rong cry out, he had an idea. if only the old heretic Huang still has some respect to me left, I think I can still do something. His hands pressed on the railing and he floated in the air coming down. Everybody hold your hand. He called out, the old beggar has something to say. The nine-fingered divine beggar had such a prestige in the Jianghu that when they saw his sudden appearance everybody's heart shivered and they could not help but to stop fighting. Ouyang Feng was the first to secretly groan. He thought, how can the old beggar's martial art come back? He did not know that after listening to Gua Jing's explanation on the Sanskrit part of the 9-yin manual, Hong Qigong spent these past few days to practice according to the technique and was able to open up his Qi Jing Ba marvelous/mysterious passage 8 pulses, 8 extraordinary channels. Hong Qigong's martial arts skill was very profound to begin with. After listening to an excellent internal energy secret such as treating one's own internal injury, with his divine comprehension within this short period of time he managed to open up one of the 8 pulses. His lightness kung fu was 40% recovered. Strictly speaking, if he were involved in a brawl just relying on his fists and palm strength, he could not even defeat a strong man who did not know any martial art. But in leaping up and down his movement was light and lively. At least in Ouyang Feng's eyes he did not look like someone who was devoid of any internal strength. Hong Qigong was amazed to see these people were still in awe of him. He considered it carefully. If the old beggar does not put on some airs, today's crisis will be difficult to resolve. But what can I say, so that the Chuanjin masters will listen to my order, and also the old poison will comply without giving me too much difficulty. Momentarily not knowing what to do, he threw his head backward and laughed a big laugh. While he was looking up, he saw the moon was beginning to rise up. The bright circle looked like a wheel made of ice with one side of it slightly broken. An idea came into his mind. He said, you are all experts in the Wulin world, but you deal with each other just like scoundrels and rascals. Your words are just like farts. Everybody was startled. They knew Hong Qigong always talked crazy words without any restraint, so they did not think much about his language. However, he must have a reason to say such thing. Ma Yu bowed in respect and asking Qianbei, Senior, to grant us instruction. Hong Qigong angrily said, the old beggar heard some people say that on the 8th month's mid-autumn day this year there will be people fighting at the Misty Rain Tavern. The old beggar was afraid that his hearing was not clear, so while it is still early I want to laze around and sleep in peace and quiet here. Who knew that since early this morning I have been hearing clackety-clack and yakety-yak of people quarreling and fighting non-stop. I heard chamber pot formation or bed urinal formation, and then there was a husband beating his wife, a son-in-law attacking his father-in-law, very noisy just like killing pig or slaughtering dog, so noisy that the old beggar cannot take a nap in peace and quiet. Look at the moon, what day is today? Listening to his speech everybody remembered that today was the 14th of the 8th month, so the martial art contest was going to be the next day. Besides, Peng Lianhu, Sha Tongtian and their company had not arrived yet, so fighting today did not make much sense. Xiu Chuji said, Lao Qianbei, Senior, is right, we should not have made disturbance here today. He turned his head toward Ouyang Feng and said, Ouyang Feng, let us find someplace else to decide who will be alive and who will be dead. Wonderful, wonderful, Ouyang Feng laughed, I'll gladly accompany you. Hong Qigong's face turned sour. He said, as soon as Wang Chongyang returned to heaven, the Chuanjin sect's bunch of mixed-up hair has become a reckless empty-headed bunch. Let me tell you something, 5 priests and 1 priestess, plus a little priest with low martial arts skill, all of you join hands, you are still not the old poison's match. Wang Chongyang has never left anything good for me. It is none of the old beggar's business whether the bunch of mixed-up hairs will be alive or dead, but let me ask you this, you have a martial art contest appointment tomorrow, who will keep the appointment? Will 7 dead Taoists be able to fight? This speech sounded like he was ridiculing the Chuanjin priests, but in it he reminded them that by fighting Ouyang Feng they would die and would not live. The 7 of them could not defeat Huang Yaoshi then, obviously now they were not Ouyang Feng's match. All of the 6 masters were experienced Jianghu characters, how could they fail to catch the real meaning of his speech? But they were facing their archenemy right now, how could they cower? With the corner of his eye Hong Qigong saw Guo Jing was staring angrily at Huang Yaoshi, while Huang Rong was crying with tears streaming down her cheeks. He knew whatever it was, it must be a very complicated matter, he thought carefully. He'll wait for the old urchin, with his martial arts skill he will be able to subdue everybody. At that time the old beggar will speak again. Thereupon he shouted, the old beggar is going to take a nap, whoever lift up his fist or his kick deliberately wants to offend me. Come tomorrow evening, I don't care if you turn the sky over or shake the earth, the old beggar will not help anybody. Ma Yu, take this bunch of mixed up hairs and sit down here with me cultivating your internal energy. Make a one-notch internal strength gain is a gain, waiting for the last minute will not guarantee your victory. Jinger, Renjir, come over here and massage my legs. Ouyang Feng was rather scared of him, he thought that if Hong Qigong joined hands with the Chuanjian masters, they would be difficult for him to fight. He said, old beggar, Yao Xiong and I two guys have some unfinished business with the Chuanjian sect. The nine-fingered divine beggar's words are like mountain, it'll follow your direction today, and tomorrow you may not help either side. Hong Qigong was secretly amused, if you push me with your little finger now, I am afraid I will fall down. Thereupon he loudly said, the old beggar's fart is still sweeter than your words, I said I want help, then I want help. Are you sure you'll win? Then he laid down face up on the ground, using his wine gourd as a pillow and called out, 2 children, come and massage my legs. By now only the bone was left of the lamb leg in his hand, but he was still reluctant to throw it away, he kept gnawing and licking like it was still tasty. He looked at the clouds looming over the horizon and said, those clouds look strange, I am afraid the weather will change very soon. He also noticed thin mist rose from the surface of the lake, he took several deep breaths and shook his head, it's very strange. Turning his head toward Huang Yaoshi he said, Yao Xiong, do you think I can borrow your daughter to massage my legs? Huang Yaoshi only showed a faint smile. Huang Rong came over and sat next to Hong Qigong, then started to massage his leg gently. Hong Qigong sighed, these old bones have never enjoyed this kind of good fortune. Staring at Guo Jing he said, dumb kid, are your dog's paws broken by the old heretic Huang? Yes, Guo Jing replied. He came over the other side of Hong Qigong and started massaging his leg. Kuzhina was leaning on a willow tree by the lakeside, his pair of blind eyes was fixed at Huang Yaoshi. He was using his ears in place of his eyes. Huang Yaoshi was pacing around by the water. He walked to the east, Kuzhin's head followed his movement to the east, he turned west, Kuzhina followed him to the west. Huang Yaoshi did not pay him any attention, only the corners of his mouth showed a cold smile. The Chuanjian 6 masters Nin Jiping were sitting cross-legged on the ground, maintaining their respective positions of the Big Dipper formation, their heads were hung low, they were quietly training their internal energy. Ouyang Feng's servants, the snake shepherds, took out a table and a chair, set them up underneath the Misty Rain Tavern and served wine and food. With his back toward everybody else Ouyang Feng sat alone eating and drinking, he was wondering in his heart how Hong Qigong could recover that quick from the heavy injury his palm inflicted. Meanwhile the weather was stifling hot, small insects were flying everywhere, and thin mist hovered on the surface of the lake. Hong Qigong said, my thigh bone is sore, a storm must be coming, if we can see moon tomorrow at the Mid-Autumn Festival, I will chop my own thigh and give it to you. Casting a sidelong glance toward Guo Jing and Huang Rong, he noticed that their eyes had always looked somewhere else, and had never looked at each other. Hong Qigong was always frank and honest, seeing this awkward situation, how could he keep his peace? But after asking several questions, those two mumbled indistinctly without giving him any answer. Hong Qigong raised his voice asking Huang Yaoshi, Yao Xiong, what is the other name of this Nanhu? It's called Yuanyang Hu, Mandarin Duck Lake, Huang Yaoshi replied. Indeed. Hong Qigong said, how come on this Yuanyang Hu, translator's note, Mandarin ducks have always been regarded as the symbol of lovers, your daughter and your son-in-law are having an argument and the father and father-in-law did not advise them. Guo Jing stood up immediately, he pointed to Huang Yaoshi and said, he has killed my 5 shifus, how can I still call him my father-in-law? Huang Yaoshi coldly laughed and said, is that strange? The 7 freaks of Jiangnan are not completely dead, there is still a stinky blind kid left. He'll say he won't live to see tomorrow. Without waiting for him to finish, Kuzhina had already pounced toward him. Guo Jing also jumped forward, and despite the fact he moved later, he arrived sooner. Huang Yaoshi launched a single stance, his palms crossed and bang. He shook Guo Jing's body, forcing him to retreat 2 steps. Hong Qigong shouted, I said don't fight. Do you think the old beggar's words are just fart? Guo Jing did not dare to attack again, he stared angrily at Huang Yaoshi. Hong Qigong asked, Old heretic Huang, the 6 freaks of Jiangnan are chivalrous heroes, why did you kill the innocents? The old beggar thinks this kind of behavior is not pleasing to the eyes. Huang Yaoshi said, I kill whomever I want, why do you care? Huang Rong called out, Father, his 5 shifus were not killed by you, I know it. Please say that you did not kill them. Under the moonlight Huang Yaoshi saw his daughter's face was thin and pale, he could not help but feel compassion toward her, but when he turned his eyes toward Guo Jing he saw murder written all over Guo Jing's face, his heart turned hard and he said, I killed them. With a choking voice Huang Rong said, Father, why do you insist on confessing the murder? With a loud voice Huang Yaoshi replied, everybody says your father is wicked and strange, didn't you know it? Can a criminal do a good deed? All crimes in the world are your father's. The 6 freaks of Jiangnan considered themselves righteous and chivalrous heroes, when I see this kind of self-proclaimed hero I become angry. Ouyang Feng burst out in laughter and loudly said, Yao Xiong, your words are right on target. Let Xiong Di, younger brother, referring to himself, toast you. Lifting up his wine cup he drank it in one go, he said, Yao Xiong, let me present you a gift. His right hand slightly waved, he threw a cloth bundle away. He was several zhangs apart from Huang Yaoshi, but by a casual wave of the hand the bundle flew like a bullet cutting the air, everyone was astonished and impressed. Huang Yaoshi held out his hand to receive it, the content of the bundle felt like a human head to him. After unwrapping the bundle he found it was indeed a human head, newly beheaded, the head wore a square hat, with beard on its chin, the face was not of someone he knew. Ouyang Feng said with a laugh, Xiong Di left for the west this morning and took a rest at a schoolhouse. I heard this rotten scholar taught the students to be loyal ministers and filial sons. Xiong Di loathes hearing such things, so I killed this rotten scholar. You and I are the Eastern heretic and the Western poison, we both are of the same kind. Then he let out a long laugh. Huang Yaoshi's face changed, he said, all my life I always respect loyal ministers and filial sons. Stooping down he dug a hole with his hand, buried that human's head, and respectfully bowed 3 times. Ouyang Feng lost his interest, but he laughed and said, the old heretic Huang has enjoyed a false reputation, turns out he also adheres to propriety and etiquette. Huang Yaoshi imposingly said, loyalty in being filial is integrity, it is not propriety and etiquette. He had just closed his mouth when suddenly a thunder crashed. Everybody looked up and saw black clouds covering half of the sky, a thunderstorm was coming. Right at that moment they heard loud music, 7, 8 big boats on the lake approached near. The boats were decorated with red lanterns, on the bows stood signs like Su Jing and Hui Bai, looked like they belonged to a high-ranking government officer. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 35. Iron Spear in the Temple. As the boat reached the shore, 20, 30 people came ashore, among them were Peng Lianhu, Sha Tong Tian and their company. The last ones to come ashore were 2 men, one tall the other short, the tall one was the great Jin's Prince Xiao, Wanyan Honglai, the short one was the clan leader of the Iron Palm clan, Qiu Qianren. Apparently Wanyan Honglai relied on Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren to help them, so he was confident they would win this martial contest, hence he went as far as personally come over to Jiangnan. Pointing to Qiu Qianren Huang Rong said, Father, this old man has hit your daughter with his palm that I nearly lost my life. At the Cloud Village Huang Yaoshi had seen Qiu Qianren's disgraceful act. He did not know it was actually Qiu Qianzhong in disguise. He thought it was strange how with just a little bit of trick this man could injure his daughter. In the meantime Ouyang Feng was having a discussion with Wanyan Honglai and the others. They were talking in a low voice. After about half a day Ouyang Feng came to Hong Qigong and said, "Qi Xiong, you have said that in the upcoming martial art contest you are not going to help either side, haven't you?" Hong Qigong said in his heart, "I have the desire but am powerless, even if I want to help I don't have the ability to do so." With no other choice he replied, "Contest or no contest, I said the 15th of the 8th month." "That is so," Ouyang Feng said, "Yao Xiong, the Chuanjin sect and the 7 freaks of Jiangnan are seeking enmity with you. You are a grandmaster and a senior, it will be below your dignity to deal with these people. Let Xiong Di, younger brother, referring to himself, deal with them on your behalf, you can just stand on the side and be the spectator, what do you say?" Huang Yaoshi thought about the battle situation from both sides' point of view. If Hong Qigong did not go into action, the Chuanjin masters would certainly fall under Ouyang Feng's deadly hand, thus the Chuanjin sect faced an imminent destruction. If Guojing helped them by defending the Tianxian, Ouyang Feng would not be the Big Dipper formation's match, but if this dumb kid kept pestering Huang Yaoshi, the situation would not be the same, he thought. This kid Guojing is still wet behind his ears, the Chuanjin sect's life or death, fortune or disaster, actually depends on him. If Wang Chongyang in the underworld knew, all he could do is to laugh bitterly. Ouyang Feng saw that he looked indifferent without answering his question. If Zhou Batong arrived, the situation would be detrimental to him, therefore, he let out a long laugh and called out, "Everybody, attack. What are you waiting for?" Hong Qigong was angry. Was that a human speaking or a dog farting? Ouyang Feng pointed to the sky and said with a smile, "Zi Shi, first hour, midnight, between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., has passed, right now it is already early morning of the 15th of the 8th month." Hong Qigong looked up only to see that the moon had slightly shifted to the west, half of it was still covered by the dark clouds. It was indeed the end of the Zi Shi and the start of Chou Shi, second hour, between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. Ouyang Feng's snake staff struck, its target was Qiu Chuji's chest. Facing their archenemy, with Peng Lianhu watching intently on the side, ready to strike, the Chuanjin 6 masters knew that the slightest mistake today would result in their demise, hence they pulled themselves together immediately and fought Ouyang Feng with all their might, but after just a few stances, the 6 of them groaned inwardly. This time the Western Poison's intention was to show off his power in front of everybody. Everything he displayed was swift and deadly move, particularly the 2 snakes on the head of his staff, which was extended or withdrawn, striking or evading in sudden movements. It was virtually impossible to guard against. Qiu Chuji, Wang Qi and the others had tried several times to stab these snakes, but how could they match their speed? Huang Rong saw Guojing was still staring angrily at her father. It was only because Hong Qigong was on his way that he did not dare to attack. She got a sudden inspiration and said, "All day long talking about avenging his father, humph, now that the killer is here he is afraid." Her words reminded Guojing. He turned his gaze to her and thought, "Kill the Jin dog first, then look for Huang Yaoshi, it won't be too late." Drawing his dagger he charged toward Wanyan Honglai. Together Sha Tongtian and Peng Lianhu dashed forward, blocking in front of Wanyan Honglai. Guojing flicked his wrist and the dagger in his hand stabbed slanting down. Peng Lianhu blocked with his pair of judge pens, clang. The weapons collided and he felt tingling sensation on his palms. Guojing successively went past 2 people. Sha Tongshenzi Xing Huan Wei, altering form changing position, technique was also unable to stop him. Hastily Sha Tongtian tried to pursue him. Lingji Shangren and Liang Ziwen, each with weapon in their hands, positioned themselves to intercept Guojing. Guojing flashed sideways to evade 2 of Liang Ziweng's 2 Guding, bone-penetrating nail, his both hands, one with a dagger the other with a palm, launched Di Yang Chu Fan, ram charging fence, throwing his whole body forward. Liang Ziweng saw that the incoming force was swift and fierce. He rolled away on the ground to evade. Lingji Shangren was big and fat. He was not as agile. He thought if he evaded, the enemy would have clear access to the Prince Xiao, so he raised his pair of cymbals, trying to block this attack. With two loud bang. Bang! His hands were shaken and the two cymbals flew to the air, while the wind from Guo Jing's palm continued hacking toward his face. Relying on the strength of, and poison on, his palms, Lingji Shangren fended off Guo Jing's palm, only to feel his chest constricted and his arms sore and numb. His palms hang loosely down, his wrist joints were shaken and to his shock he could not use his poisonous palm skill. He stood dumbly without knowing what to do. If Guo Jing took this opportunity and sent out a palm, he could easily take Lingji Shangren's life, but he remembered his main target was Wanyan Honglai, so he did not give Lingji Shangren another look. The pair of copper cymbals flew in the air and glimmering under the moonlight one after another they fell back down to the earth. Bang! The first cymbal landed on Lingji Shangren's head. Luckily it was in a horizontal position, otherwise with its knife-like sharp edge it would chop the Tibetan monk's bald head in two. Another loud bang. Followed, louder and brighter than the first, the second cymbal landed on the first, creating a continuous buzzing noise, which reached far into the lake and echoed back on the surface of the lake. Wanyan Honglai saw how Guo Jing was able to go through four martial art masters without missing a step and suddenly arrive in front of him. He was unable to restrain his great shock and cried out, "Io!" while turning his body around and run away. With the dagger in his hand Guo Jing chased him, but he only managed to pursue several steps when suddenly a yellow shadow flashed by, a pair of palms came slanting down on him. Guo Jing stepped aside to evade, while the dagger in his hand stabbed forward, but his body was swayed by the incoming palms. Hastily he steadied his step and saw that the enemy was the clan leader of the Iron Palm clan, Qiu Qianren. Guo Jing knew the enemy's martial arts skill is superior to his own, so he would not be able to pursue his personal enemy. Immediately, with the dagger in his right hand and a bare palm on his left, he focused his attention to fight the enemy. Peng Lian, who knew the critical situation had passed as he saw Guo Jing was tied down by Qiu Qianren while Liang Ziweng and Sha Tongtian were guarding in front of Wanyan Honglai, he turned his attention to Kuzhani and said with a smile, "Kudaxia, how come only one freak out of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan showed up?" Kuzhani's iron staff was thrown into the southern lake by Huang Rong. Hearing the enemy's insult he waved his hand to send out an iron caltrop, while he immediately jumped backward. Under the dim moonlight the iron caltrop looked so swift and powerful. Peng Lian, who had experienced suffering because of this poisonous secret projectile, he was scared like a bird was scared of a bough. He did not dare to fend off with his judge pen, so he hastily pushed the pens on the ground to using it as a brace to help him jump high in the air. With a swish sound the iron caltrop barely missed the bottom of his foot. He noticed Kuzhani did not have any weapon in his hand. Clenching his teeth he struck forward with his pens. Kuzhani was disabled, he usually walked aided by his staff. He heard the wind as the enemy attack arrived, he had no choice but using all his strength he leaped 2 steps to the side, and almost fell down as his left foot landed on soft earth. Peng Lian, who was delighted, with his left pen he guarded against Kuzhani, should he be desperate enough to launch an attack to save his own life, while his right pen fiercely smashed down toward Kuzhani's chest. Kuzhani listened to the sound to distinguish the shape, he rolled away to evade. Peng Lian's steel judge pen struck a rock on the ground, sparks flew everywhere. "Blind thief," he cursed, "you are very slippery." The pen in his left hand also struck. While he was rolling away, swish! He released another iron caltrop. Lingji Shangren was standing nearby, his left hand was holding his right hand, his mouth was busy cursing in Tibetan. As he saw Kuzhani was rolling near him, he raised his foot trying to trample him. Kuzhani heard the wind, using his left hand to brace the ground he threw himself sideways to escape. But evading the Tibetan monk's foot he could not escape the pair of judge pen on his back. He felt a stabbing pain and secretly shouted, "Not good." He closed his eyes, ready to die. Suddenly he heard a tender voice called out, "Off you go." Followed by "Io." Finally he heard a loud bang. Turned out Huang Rong used the dog-beating stick technique to block the judge pen, turned it around and jerked it up, throwing both the pen and Peng Lianhu away. This stick technique was exactly the same stance Huang Rong used to fling Ku Zhenyi's iron staff away, only Peng Lianhu held his pens tight and would not let them go no matter what, so both Peng Lianhu and his pen fell down together. Peng Lianhu was shocked and angry at the same time. He crawled back up only to see Huang Rong was using her stick to protect Ku Zhenyi, giving him the opportunity to stand up. Little Witch, translator's note, the Chinese characters used were Xiao Yao Nu, with Yao being goblin/witch/demon/monster, see also chapter 25, who asked for your help. Ignoring him, Huang Rong called out, "Father, look after this blind muddlehead, don't let anybody harm him." While saying that she rushed toward Guo Jing to help him fight Qiu Qianren. Ku Zhenyi was dumbstruck, he stood motionless not knowing what to do. Peng Lianhu saw Huang Yaoshi was standing quite a distance away, with his back facing them, apparently he did not hear his daughter's call. Quietly Peng Lianhu went behind Ku Zhenyi and suddenly lunged his judge pen toward Ku Zhenyi's back. This move was both swift and violent, so much so that even if Ku Zhenyi still had the iron staff in his hand he would not necessarily be able to block it. Peng Lianhu saw he was about to succeed when suddenly a swish sound was heard, something flew splitting the air, hit the judge pen, and shattered into dust. Turned out it was a small grain of gravel. Peng Lianhu's palm was numb and the judge pen fell to the ground. Peng Lianhu was shocked, he did not know where the gravel came from, and how could it carry such a tremendous force. He saw Huang Yaoshi with his hands behind his back, still looking at the black clouds on the horizon. At the cloud village Ku Zhenyi had heard this divine flicking finger skill, he knew it was Huang Yaoshi who saved him. In rage he pounced toward Huang Yaoshi's back, while shouting, "7 brothers and sister, only one left, why would I want to live?" Huang Yaoshi still did not turn his head, he waited until Ku Zhenyi was about 3 feet away before his left hand lightly waved backward. Ku Zhenyi felt a strong force pushing him back that he fell face up. Quickly he sat down, but felt his blood surging up his chest and he was not able to stand up. By this time the sky was getting darker, the fog hovering on the surface of the lake was getting thicker, it spilled over to the ground, submerging everybody's legs in it. Guo Jing and Huang Rong managed to fight Qiu Qianren evenly. On the other side, the Chuanzhen sect was in dire circumstances. Hao Datong's thigh was swept by the snake staff, half of Sun Bu'er's Taoist robe was torn. Wang Chui was secretly alarmed, he knew that if this fight continued, someone would be either dead or wounded before long. So when Ma Yu and Lu Chuxian were launching a flank attack, he took a rocket from his pocket. With a hissing sound the rocket flew up to the sky, like a meteor with a long tail in the dark sky. Actually, all 7 masters of the Chuanzhen sect had accepted not a few disciples, they formed quite a number of the 3rd-generation disciples. Besides Yin Jiping, there were Li Zhichang, Zhang Zhijing, Wang Zhitan, Qi Zhicheng, Zhang Zhixian, Zhao Zhijing, and the others, they were all outstanding people. In the martial art contest at Misty Rain Tavern in Jiaxing this time, the 7 masters were afraid that Peng Lianhu, Sha Tongtian and the others would bring their disciples in their attempt to gain victory by sheer numbers, therefore, they also took their disciples along to Jiaxing and told them to wait by the shore of the southern lake. As soon as they saw the rocket they were supposed to immediately come and render their assistance. So now recognizing their precarious situation Wang Chui released the rocket. Unfortunately the fog was too thick, even separated by several feet it was already difficult to distinguish people, so he was afraid the disciples would not be able to see through this fog. Later on, after fighting a little while, the white fog was getting heavier, everybody was enveloped inside the thick fog that they suddenly felt alone. The gathering dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, the dim moonlight which penetrated these layers of cloud was getting weaker and weaker, until finally it disappeared altogether. Everybody was alarmed, although they did not stop fighting, the distance between them were getting farther and farther away, their stances were most of the time defensives and very few offensives. Guo Jing and Huang Rong were fighting Qiu Qianren together. Suddenly the thick fog welled up and shrouded these three people. Guo Jing saw Qiu and Huang, two people, suddenly disappear. He decided to look for Wanyan Honglai immediately. His eyes were wide open, trying to catch a glimpse of the flashing of the golden crown on Wanyan Honglai's head. But the fog was very dense, he could not even see anything beyond 3 feet. He hurried to the east and dashed to the west to seek the enemy. Suddenly he heard someone was calling out in the fog, "Zhou Batong is here, who wants to fight with me?" Guo Jing was ecstatic, he was about to reply but Qiu Chuji beat him. "Zhou Shishu, martial uncle, are you senior well?" Right at this moment the dark clouds revealed a gap and suddenly everybody could see their enemies were actually almost within reach of each other. If anybody launched any attack, they would certainly be injured. As if by prior agreement they all cried out in alarm and leaped back. Zhou Batong was giggling as he stood among these people. He said in a loud voice, "There are so many people here, very lively. Wonderful. Wonderful." His right hand reached beneath the crook of his left elbow, he rubbed some dirt and rolled it. He said, "It'll give you some poison." And he shoved the dirt into Sha Tongshan's mouth nearby. Sha Tongtian quickly evaded, but although he used his Yi Xing Huan Wei, he was still not fast enough. His left arm was grabbed by Zhou Batong and the dirt was squeezed into his mouth. He had suffered quite a bit under Zhou Batong's hand. He knew if he spat the dirt, he would certainly be beaten, therefore, he had no choice but stay silent and keep the dirt in his mouth. He knew the dirt was not poison, so he certainly was not afraid. As Wang Chui saw Zhou Batong suddenly arrive he was overjoyed. "Shishu," he called out, "turned out it's true that you are not killed by Huang Daozhu, island master." "Who said I am dead?" Zhou Batong angrily asked. "The old heretic Huang had always wanted to harm me, but it's been more than 10 years and he still has not succeeded yet." "Ha, old heretic Huang, come and try again." While saying that he waved his fist toward Huang Yaoshi's shoulder. Huang Yaoshi did not dare to ignore him. He counterattacked with a stance from the Xinjian Luoying Zhang, divine sword falling leaves palm, while calling out at the same time, "The mixed-up hairs from Chuanjian sect blamed me of killing you, they are pestering me without any reason, saying that they were seeking revenge for you." Zhou Batong was angry. "You killed me? Are you dreaming? When did you kill me? Look clearly, am I a human or am I a ghost?" While spouting nonsense he fought faster and faster. Huang Yaoshi knew Zhou Batong would not listen to reason, and he was attacking him out of a whim, but his moves were very exquisite and marvelous. Huang Yaoshi had no choice but fight him with all his might. The Chuanjian masters thought that as soon as their Shishu arrived, he would join hands with Huang Yaoshi to fight Ouyang Feng, who would have thought that this Shishu did not want to listen to them but entangled Huang Yaoshi in a close combat instead. "Shishu, don't fight with Huang Daozhu." "Ma you," repeatedly called. Ouyang Feng interjected, "That's right old urchin, you are in no way the old heretic's match, quickly run away to save your life. Quick, quick." Listening to this provocation Zhou Batong was all the more not willing to give up. Huang Rong called out, "Old urchin, you used the martial art from the 9-yin manual to fight my father, what would your Xixiang, martial brother, say in the underworld?" Zhou Batong burst out in laughter. He sounded very smug when he said, "Look carefully, do you see I am using the martial art from the manual? I have spent a great deal of effort trying to forget the manual. Hey, learning was easy, forgetting is actually a lot of trouble. What I am using now is the 72 stance vacant fist, the old urchin's very own creation. Do you think it is the same as the 9-yin manual even for a fart?" When fighting him at the Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaoshi thought his fist and kick strength was much stronger. Now he saw that although his fist technique was refined and wonderful, the strength was actually less than he remembered, but Zhou Batong was able to fight evenly with him, which he thought was very strange. Listening to Zhou Batong's words Huang Yaoshi was secretly impressed. regardless of what kind of bizarre technique he employed, Zhou Batong was able to create an excellent martial art all by himself, and thus he founded his own martial arts school. From inside the fog, Ouyang Feng could indistinctly see the fight between Zhou Batong and Huang Yaoshi. He was inwardly very happy, but was also afraid that as soon as he defeated Huang Yaoshi, Zhou Batong would join hands with the Chuanjin masters and deal with him. Thereupon he thought, as he had the opportunity, he should break the Big Dipper formation first. Immediately he wielded his snake staff and pressed on bit by bit, placing the Big Dipper formation in more and more dangerous situation. Wang Chui and Lu Chuxian called out, "Zhou Shishu, kill Ouyang Feng first." Zhou Batong saw his martial nephew's desperate situation. With a left palm and a right fist he swept horizontally. When he was very close to Huang Yaoshi's face, suddenly with a laughter the fist changed into a palm and the palm became a fist, continuing their attack across each other. Huang Yaoshi had never anticipated this kind of strange move. He hurriedly raised his arms to block, but the tip of his eyebrow was brushed lightly by the edge of Zhou Batong's palm. He was not injured, but Huang Yaoshi felt his eyebrow was burning hot. As Zhou Batong's palm brushed his opponent, suddenly he was shocked. His left hand slapped his own right wrist and he cursed, "Damn it! Damn it! This is the martial art from the 9-yin manual." Huang Yaoshi was slightly startled, but his palm had already struck with a lightning-fast speed, without any noise landed on Zhou Batong's shoulder. Zhou Batong bent his waist and shrunk his shoulder. "Io!" he cried out, "the payback is so quick." Meanwhile the fog was getting thicker, it was getting more difficult to see anything. Guo Jing was afraid his two shifus would be injured. He held out his hand to help Kuzhani, pulling his arm toward Hong Qigong. With a low voice he said, "Two shifus, please take a rest at the Misty Rain Tavern, well wait for the fog to recede, then we'll talk again." He heard Huang Rong called out, "Old urchin, are you going to obey me or not?" "I can't beat your father," Zhou Batong replied, "so don't worry." "I want you to beat the old poison," Huang Rong said, "just don't kill him." "Why?" Zhou Batong asked, but his hands and feet were not slowing down. Huang Rong called out, "If you don't do what I say, I am going to reveal your stinky history." "What stinky history?" Zhou Batong asked, "You talk nonsense." "All right," with deliberation Huang Rong said, "for weaving machines, the weaving of mandarin ducks desiring to fly together right away." Hearing these two sentences, Zhou Batong was so scared that it was as if his soul had left him. All right, I'll listen to you," he busily said, "Old poison, where are you?" He heard Ma Yes' voice penetrating the thick fog, "Zhou Shishu, occupy the North Polar Star to surround him." Huang Rong said again, "Father, this Qiu Qianren collaborates with a foreign kingdom, he is a big traitor, please kill him quickly." "Child," Huang Yaoshi said, "come to my side." In the heavy fog he could not see where Qiu Qianren was. But he heard Zhou Batong was laughing a big laugh while calling out, "Old poison, quickly kneel down and kowtow to your grandfather, he'll spare your life today." Guo Jing sent Hong and Ko, two people, to the side of the tavern, then he turned his body around, trying to find Wanyan Honglai. Who would have thought that as he left the Misty Rain Tavern, not only he could not find Wanyan Honglai, but also Shatong Tian, Qiu Qianren and the others had all disappeared. He heard Zhou Batong call out, where is the old poison? Where did he run to?" This fog was unusually thick, everybody was very close to each other, yet one could not see the face of someone else standing next to them, they only saw a vague image of a human form. Their voices were also somewhat muffled by the fog, as if there was some layers separating each other. Each one of them was an experienced fighter, yet in this battle they felt like they were blindfolded, not a single one of them was not anxious. Huang Rong was leaning close to her father, Hua Yu was giving out orders in low voice to shrink their circle. Everyone was straining their ears to listen to any enemy's activity, for a moment nobody made any noise. A little while later suddenly Qiu Chuji called out, "Listen." "What's that?" They heard hissing noise all around them, strange noise from a distant coming near. Huang Rong called out in alarm, the old poison dispatches his snakes. Really shameless. At the end of the tavern Hong Qigong had also heard the snakes. He loudly called out, "It's the old poison snake formation, everybody quickly come up the stairs." Zhou Batang's martial art could be considered number one among those present, but for all his life he was afraid of snakes, so with a loud cry he dashed wildly toward the Misty Rain Tavern. He was afraid the snakes would bite his heel, so he skipped the upstairs room and utilizing his Qin Gong, lightness kung fu, to the fullest he leaped onto the roof, and sat on the highest ridge, still trembling with fear. Not too long afterwards the sound of the snakes was getting louder. Huang Rong pulled her father's hand to go up the Misty Rain Tavern. Holding each other's hand the Chuanjin masters were groping their way upstairs. Yin Jiping stepped on a crack and fell down real hard that his head grew a swollen lump. Quickly he crawled back upstairs. Huang Rong had not heard Guo Jing's voice. She was concerned. "Jing Gij, where are you?" she called. After calling out several times she still had not heard any reply. She became anxious and said, "Father, I am going back to look for him." Suddenly she heard Guo Jing's cold voice, "Why should you look for me? Don't call me, I am not going to answer you." It turned out he was right next to her. Huang Yaoshe was angry. "Muddle-headed kid, stinky boy," he scolded, his arm swung across sending out a palm. Guo Jing ducked his head to evade. He was just about to launch a counterattack when suddenly whiz noise of arrows was heard. Several long arrows soared in the air and nailed the window lattice. Everybody was startled. They heard shouts and feathered arrows came one after another. In the darkness nobody knew how many soldiers had arrived. They heard clamoring noise of people outside the building. They were shouting, "Don't let these thieves escape." Wang Chuyi was angry. "Looks like the Jin dog colludes with Jiaxing's corrupt government official. They are sending out troops to deal with us." Qiu Chuji called out, "Let's go down and completely root them." "Not good, snake, snake." Hao Datong shouted. They heard the noise of the arrows getting thicker, while the hissing noise of the snakes getting closer. They realized that Wanyan Honglai and Ouyang Feng had arranged this treacherous plan in advance. Only this thick fog was beyond anybody's anticipation, so whether a curse or a luck, it was difficult to say. Hong Qigong called out, "We can fight the arrows, but cannot fight the snakes. If we evade the snakes, it will be difficult to keep off the arrows. Everybody quickly withdraw." They heard Zhou Batong, still shouting abusive words from the top of the roof. He had caught 2 arrows and used them to fend off the incoming arrows. 3 sides of the Misty Rain Tavern faced the water. The soldiers rowed on small boats surrounding the building and showered it with arrows. It was because of the thick fog that they did not dare to press closer to the banks. Hong Qigong called out, "We go to the west, we take the land route." He was the chief of the world's largest clan. Each word he said carried a lot of authority and influence. In this chaotic situation everybody accepted his leadership without question. They groped their way back downstairs. They tried hard to open their eyes, but could not see farther than half a foot ahead. How did they know which direction was east, west, south or north? They struck down several arrows while walking in line, holding each other's hand to avoid getting lost. Qiu Chuji and Wang Chui led the way with swords in their hands. Their swords combined and complemented each other, forming a sword umbrella to keep off the arrow rain. Guo Jing's right hand was pulling Hong Qigong, while his left hand grabbed someone's hand behind him. He felt this hand was soft, warm and slightly sweaty. Turned out it was Huang Rong's small hand. His heart skipped a beat. Hastily he let her hand go, only to listen to Huang Rong's cold voice said, "Who needs your concern?" Suddenly he heard Qiu Chuji called out, "Turn around, quick. There are snakes ahead, we can't go through." Huang Yaoshe and Ma Yu were at the end of the line blocking the pursuing soldiers. Hearing Qiu Chuji's cry they turned their head anxiously. Huang Yaoshe picked a couple of bamboo sticks and swept them outward to strike the snakes. In the fog they heard the hissing sound of the snakes, and a foul stench attacked their nostrils. Huang Rong could not endure it any longer. With a wah sound she threw up. Huang Yaoshe sighed and said, "There is no way out, everyone fight for your own life." Tossing his bamboo sticks aside, he carried his daughter in his hands. Based on everyone's martial arts skill, actually the soldiers' arrows would not be able to stop them, but the western poison snake formation was tens of thousands more lethal. As soon as one was bitten, one's life immediately would be gone. Listening to these frightening snakes, everybody could not help but feel terrified. Huang Yaoxi's jade flute was broken. Hong Qigong's steel needles were not easy to be launched. The most difficult part was the fog was too thick that nobody could see anything. Even if there were an escape route, nobody knew where to go. In this critical situation, suddenly they heard someone with a cold voice say, "Little witch, give your bamboo stick to this blind man." It was Ku Zhenyi's voice. Hearing him saying the blind man, two characters, Huang Rong immediately understood his intention. She was very happy and without hesitation handed over the dog-beating stick to him. Ku Zhenyi maintained his composure. Tapping the stick on the ground, he said, "Everyone, follow this blind man to safety. There is always fog and mist around the Misty Rain Tavern. What's so strange about it? Otherwise, how can it be called the Misty Rain Tavern?" He was a native of Jiaxing. Ever since he was little, all streets and alleys around the Misty Rain Tavern had been ingrained in his heart. Both of his eyes were blind. Normally he would be inferior to ordinary man, but now the fog was really thick. Black clouds covered the sky. To him it was not the least bit of obstacle. Listening to the snakes and the arrows, he knew that there was an alley to the west with no enemies in that direction. Limping away, he immediately led the way. Who would have thought that over the past several years this small alley had been covered with green bamboos, which render it impassable. Ku Zhenyi was very familiar with this road, yet he had not visited this place for decades, so he did not know that this alley had turned into a bamboo grove. He walked only for 7-8 steps and had to stop because the bamboo was on his way. Qiu Chuji and Wang Qi again brandished their swords and the bamboo flew out, opening up a passageway where everybody could pass through. "Ma Yu called, 'Zhou Shishu, come over here.' Where are you?" Zhou Batong was still sitting on the roof, hearing the sound of snakes all around him. How could he dare to reply? He was most afraid that the snake's favorite food was the old urchin's flesh, so if he opened his mouth and let the snakes heard his voice, wouldn't he be finished then? Walking for dozens of zhangs, they saw the bamboo grove was getting thin. Ahead they could see an alley. The snake sound was getting farther away, but the soldiers' shouts were actually getting closer. It sounded like some of the soldiers came around to outflank them. This group of warriors was afraid of snakes. They did not even look at ordinary soldiers. Lu Chuxian said, "How shitty, Marshal, younger, brother Hao, let us kill some of the dog officers to vent our anger." "Good." Hao Datong replied. Two people brandished their swords to block the incoming arrows which came suddenly like locusts. Walking a little longer, they arrived at a bigger road. Above them lightning flashed and thunder struck, followed by heavy rain pouring down from the sky. But because of this downpour the fog cleared up. Although the sky was still covered with dark clouds, they started to be able to see each other's shadow. "Good, good," everybody said, "the thick fog is dispersing." Ku Zhenyi said, "The danger has passed, everyone can do as they please." Giving the bamboo stick back to Huang Rong, he walked to the east without turning his head back. "Shifu!" Guo Jing called out. Ku Zhenyi said, "You go and send Hong Laoxia, old hero Hong, someplace peaceful and quiet where he can recover from his injury, then come to the Kujia Cun, Ku family village, to see me." "Yes," Guo Jing replied. Huang Yaoshi stretched out his hand to block one incoming arrow, then he went to Ku Zhenyi and said, "I was not willing to explain to you if not for the fact that you saved my life today." Ku Zhenyi did not wait for him to finish. He spat thick phlegm toward the bridge of Huang Yaoshi's nose. He cursed, "Because of what I did today, I won't have any face to see my 6 brothers and sister." Angrily Huang Yaoshi raised his palm. Guo Jing watched this in shock. He flew in trying to rescue. He knew that as soon as this palm struck down, his Dashifus life would be gone. But he was more than a dozen steps away from Ku and Huang, 2 people, so he knew he would be too late. Under the dim light of the moon he saw Huang Yaoshi's palm slowly went down. Huang Yaoshi laughed a big laugh and said, "What kind of a man is Huang Yaoshi? How can I lower myself to the same level with you?" With his sleeve he wiped the phlegm from his face, turning around to Huang Rong he said, "Renjie, let's go." Hearing these words Guo Jing's heart was shaken with doubt, only he was unclear of what had actually stirred his doubt. He only vaguely felt that something was not completely right. It was like something was flashing in his mind, then suddenly it disappeared into a thick fog. Suddenly he heard an outburst of shouting, a group of soldiers came charging in. The Chuanjin 6 masters with swords in their hands engaged the enemy. Huang Yaoshi felt it was beneath his dignity to fight soldiers, so he turned around to pull Hong Qigong's arm and said, "Qi Xiong, let us two brothers go on ahead and drink some wine, we'll talk about it later." It was precisely what Hong Qigong had been expecting, he said with a laugh, "Wonderful, just wonderful." In a moment two people disappeared into the darkness. Guo Jing wanted to take Kuzhini away, but another group of soldiers came attacking them. Guo Jing did not want to kill too many people, so he pushed his arms forward to open a way. In this confusion he heard Qiu Chuji and the others were fighting a fierce battle. It turned out Wanyan Honglai had dispatched several of his own personal bodyguards among the soldiers, also joining their ranks were a group of valiant Iron Palm clan people, making them difficult to push back in a short period of time. Guo Jing was afraid his Shifu would be injured in this chaotic battle. He shouted, De Shifu, where are you?" By now the battle cry and the clashing of the weapons had merged into one chaotic noise, but all along he did not hear Kuzhini's reply. After taking the bamboo stick back from Kuzhini's hand, Huang Rong had stayed near him all the time. She saw him spitting her father, her mind was tumultuous. She believed this matter had grown out of proportion, her long life's beautiful dream was shattered into pieces. Hence when the soldiers came she just stood alone, leaning on a tree. When the soldiers galloped quickly past her, it was as if she did neither see nor hear them, she was totally lost in her thought. Suddenly she heard a call, "Io." It was Kuzhini's voice. Following the source of the sound she went out to take a look, only to see Kuzhini was laying by the roadside. An officer was holding a saber high above his head, ready to chop it down into Kuzhini's back. Kuzhini rolled away to evade, he sat up and threw a backward fist, hitting the officer squarely that he fainted. Kuzhini was about to stand up when he suddenly fell back down. Huang Rong rushed forward and saw that his leg was hit by an arrow. Immediately she pulled his arm and helped him up. Kuzhini made an effort to shed her hand away, but one of his legs was lame, the other was injured by the arrow, his legs lost their strength that his body staggered, he swayed forward and fell back down. Huang Rong held out her right hand to grab the collar on the back of his neck, she said with a cold laugh, "Still flaunting your heroism." Her left hand lightly waved, she sealed the Jian Shen Shui, shoulder-chased acupoint, on his right shoulder with a move from Lanhua Fu Shui Shou, brushing orchid acupoint technique. Then she released his collar and grabbed his left arm. Kuzhini wanted to struggle free, but half of his body was numb, he was unable to move. He had no choice but let her help him up, but his mouth did not stop muttering curses. Huang Rong led him away for a dozen of steps and took him hiding behind a big tree. They were just catching their breath when another group of soldiers spotted these two people. A dozen or so arrows came whizzing by. Huang Rong stepped forward and brandished her bamboo stick to protect her head and her face from the arrows, letting the arrows hitting her soft hedgehog armor. Kuzhini heard the arrows and knew she was risking her life to save his heart softened, he said in a low voice, "You don't need to worry over me, just go save yourself." Huang Rong said, "I want to save you, I want you to receive my kindness." "What are you going to do about it?" While they were talking, two people slowly withdrew behind a short wall. The arrows no longer came, but Kuzhini was heavy, Huang Rong was exhausted, her breathing was short, she leaned against the wall to rest. Kuzhini sighed, "It is finished, between you and me gratitude and grudges are over. Off you go, from now on just consider the blind man who has died." With a cold voice Huang Rong said, "Obviously you are not dead, why do you consider yourself dead? You are not seeking revenge against me, I will come looking for you." The bamboo stick in her hand swiftly stretched out and swiftly shrunk back, sealing the Wei Zhong Shui, I don't know how to translate this, on the back of his knees. Ku Zhenyi was totally caught off guard, he fell sitting down on the ground. Silently he cursed and wondered what kind of malicious method this little demon would use to torture him. His heart was thumping in anger, but he heard her footsteps were getting farther away, it sounded like she was leaving the short wall. By now the battle noise was farther and weaker, apparently the Chuanjin masters had either killed or driven the soldiers away. Amidst this faraway noise he faintly heard Guo Jing's voice calling out, "De Shifu." But the call was going farther and farther away, indicating Guo Jing was looking for him in the wrong direction. He wanted to call, but because of his injury he could not gather enough strength, he could not even hear his own voice. A moment later all he could hear was quietness, with roosters started crowing in the distance. Ku Zhenyi mused, this is the last time I hear the rooster. Tomorrow all across the Jiaxing prefecture the roosters will crow again, but I will die under the little demon's hands and won't hear it anymore. Thinking to this point he suddenly heard footsteps, 3 people came over. The first's footsteps were light, he recognized it to be Huang Rong, the other 2 were heavy, sounded like they were dragging their feet. He heard Huang Rong say, "This is Day, lit. Big Master, quickly lift him up." While saying that she stretched out her hand to massage his body and unsealed his acupoints. Ku Zhenyi felt he was lifted up by 2 people and placed on a bamboo stretcher, and then he was taken away. Ku Zhenyi was flabbergasted, he wanted to ask, but suddenly remembered the last time he said something it backfired to him. While hesitating he heard a swish sound, the man carrying him on the front cried out in pain, "Io." It sounded like he ate Huang Rong's stick. He also heard her scolding, "Walk faster. What are you mumbling about? You, the soldiers, are used to bully common people, no one is good." Then another swish was heard, the man on the back also ate her stick, but this one did not dare to say anything. Ku Zhenyi understood, it turned out she captured 2 soldiers to carry me up, she is so smart to come up with this idea. By this time the arrow wound on his leg was getting more painful, but he was afraid Huang Rong might mock him, so he bit his lips to prevent any moan from escaping his mouth. He felt his body was jolted up and down, he knew he was being carried along a rugged pathway. A moment later he felt tree branches and leaves brushing his head and face, so he knew they were walking in the woods. The 2 soldiers staggered along, they were gasping for breath, but Huang Rong's bamboo stick kept whipping them mercilessly. About 30 lis later Ku Zhenyi estimated that it was already the end of 6th hour, 9:11 a.m., early 7th hour, 11 a.m. 1 p.m., the early morning rain had long gone, the sun had dried out half of his wet clothes. He heard the cicadas calling and the dogs barking, a distant sound of men and women singing in the field, it was a perfect picture of peace and tranquility, a totally different world from the vicious battle at the South Lake this morning. They stopped by a peasant home to take a rest. Huang Rong bought 2 big pumpkins from the peasant family, she cooked them with rice, and placed a bowl in front of Ku Zhenyi. "I am not hungry," Ku Zhenyi said. "Your leg hurts, do you think I don't know?" Huang Rong said, "What hungry or not hungry? I want you to be in so much pain that you will listen to me." Ku Zhenyi was very angry, using both hands he lifted up the bowl full of hot steaming pumpkin and threw it to her face. Huang Rong laughed coldly, but one of the soldiers called out in pain. Ku Zhenyi knew she must have moved sideways to evade and the bowl of hot pumpkin must have splashed on the soldier's body. "What?" Huang Rong scolded, "Kude, Big Master Ku, is giving you the pumpkin to eat, you are not happy. Quickly eat them up." That soldier was afraid Huang Rong might beat him again, but also his stomach was very hungry, so enduring the burning ache on his face he picked the pumpkin up and ate it piece by piece. This time Ku Zhenyi could not decide whether he should be angry or whether he should laugh, half standing and half sitting he leaned against the bench. He felt very awkward, He wanted to pull out the arrow, but was afraid his blood would spurt out like crazy. She certainly would see someone in danger and not willing to help, most probably she would even mock him. While he was still hesitating, he heard Huang Rong said, "Go get some fresh water, quick." Her speech was followed by a slap. Apparently she had just slapped one of the soldiers on the ear. In his heart Kujani mused, "This little demon, she is all right as long as she does not say anything, but as soon as she opens her mouth, she makes others suffer." Huang Rong continued, "Take this knife and cut the clothes around Kudai's arrow wound." One of the soldiers complied and did as she said. Huang Rong said, "You, the one with surname Ku, you'd better not cry out in pain, otherwise, your miss may not pay you any more attention if she is annoyed." "Who wants your attention anyway?" Kujani angrily replied, "Just scram as far as possible." He had not finished his words when suddenly he felt a severe pain on his wound. It seemed to him that Huang Rong had grabbed the shaft of the arrow, and instead of pulling it out, she thrust it into his flesh. Kujani was shocked and angry. He was about to throw a punch out when he felt another stab of severe pain, and suddenly his palm was holding a shaft of arrow. Turned out Huang Rong had pulled the arrow out and squeezed it into his hand. Kujani heard Huang Rong say, "You move one more time, I am going to slap your ear really good." Kujani knew she was capable of doing what she said she would do. Currently he was not the little demon's match. If she killed him with a blade, then it would be a clean end to his life, but if she ever slapped his face, he would suffer disgrace for the rest of his life, so with a pale face he stayed silent. Hearing some ripping sounds, he knew she was tearing several strips of clothes. She wrapped the cloth around his thigh, above and below the wound, tightly to stop the bleeding, and then he felt icy cold water on his wound. Apparently she was washing his wound with cold water. He was stupefied, thinking, if she had evil intention, why did she save me? But if she said she doesn't harbor evil intention, humph, humph, can anything good come out of the Peach Blossom Island sorcerers, father and daughter? She must have some evil plan for me later on. These people are so full of craftiness, it is really difficult to guess her real thoughts. While he was busy with his own thoughts, Huang Rong had already applied some cut wound medicine and wrapped it up properly. He felt his wound was cool and for the most part the pain was gone, but suddenly he heard rumbles from inside his tummy. Huang Rong coldly said, "I thought you were not hungry, but it turns out you are really starving. Too bad we don't have anything to eat right now. All right, let's go." With two slap sounds her stick beat the two soldiers, telling those two to lift Kujani up and continue their journey. About 30-40 lis later, the sky was getting dark. They heard the loud cry of crows. Hundreds of thousands crows flew back and forth in the air. Hearing these crows, Kujani knew they were in the vicinity of the Tai Chong Miao, Temple of the Iron Spear. This Temple of the Iron Spear was built to honor a well-known general from the Five Dynasties period, the Iron Spear, Wang Yanzhang. Next to the temple there was a tall pagoda. For generations the crows had made their nest on top of this pagoda. There was a legend among the locals that the crows of the Temple of the Iron Spear were the spirits of dead soldiers and generals, so nobody dared to disturb them to such an extent that the crows breed and multiplied, became as many as they were that day. "Hey," Huang Rong said, "the sky is getting dark, where can we spend the night?" Kujani thought for a moment, "If we lodge at someone's residence I am afraid they might open their mouths and lead the soldiers to come and arrest us." So he said, "Not too far from here there is an old temple." "What's so interesting about crows?" Huang Rong scolded, "You have never seen one before. Go." This time Kujani did not hear the sound of the stick, nevertheless the two soldiers cried out in pain. He wondered whether she pierced them with her finger or kicked them with her foot. Not too long afterwards they arrived in front of the Temple of the Iron Spear. Kujani heard Huang Rong kick the temple door open. The strong odor of crow's dung and dust assaulted their nostrils. Apparently this temple had been deserted for a long time. He was afraid she would complain of the filth, but surprisingly it seemed like she did not even notice. He heard her ordering the two soldiers to sweep the floor. she also ordered them to go to the kitchen and boil some water. Then he heard she was softly singing a song about some pair of mandarin ducks desire to fly together and some not yet old but the hair on the head has turned white. A moment later the soldiers brought the hot water over. Huang Rong changed the wrap on Ku Zhenyi's wound first before washing her own face and feet. Ku Zhenyi was lying down on the ground, using the meditation mat as his pillow. Suddenly he heard she spat and said, "Why are you looking at my feet? Do you think my feet are for you to look? I'll dig your eyeballs out." That soldier was so scared that his soul almost left him. Bonk, 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 he knocked his head on the ground. Huang Rong asked, "Tell me, why did you look at me washing my feet?" That soldier did not dare to lie. While still knocking his head he said, "Shao de, lit. Little/lowly one, deserves to die." Shao de saw Miss Feet are very very beautiful. Ku Zhenyi was startled. He thought, this thief male servant bird's death is imminent, he still has a lewd heart. I wonder if the little demon will pull his muscle out or peel his skin alive. Surprisingly Huang Rong only laughed and said, "A crude and stupid man like you knows what's good and what's ugly." Bang! The stick in her hand shot out and that soldier rolling around on the ground, but she did not pursue this matter further. The two soldiers ran to the rear courtyard with their tails between their legs, and did not dare to reappear. Ku Zhenyi stayed still, quietly waiting for what would happen next. He heard Huang Rong pacing back and forth in the main hall. She muttered, "Wang the Iron Spear's prestige shook the world in his era, in the end he was captured and decapitated. How could he flaunt himself as a hero? As some kind of warrior? I am afraid this iron spear is not made of real cast iron." When he was little, Ku Zhenyi, along with Zhu Tsong, Han Baoju, Nan Shiren, Zhang Asheng and the others, often came to this temple to play. Although they were kids, every one of them had already had exceptional strength. They took turn brandishing that iron spear to play. When he heard what Huang Rong had just said he opened his mouth. Of course it is made of real iron, how can it be faked? Huang Rong stretched out her hand to pull out the iron spear. She said, "It is about 30 genes, Catty, 1 gene equals about 0.5 kilograms. I have lost your iron staff and momentarily cannot give you any replacement. Tomorrow we'll bid goodbye, we'll go our own ways. You don't have any weapon with which to defend yourself. Why don't you use this spear as temporary replacement of your iron staff?" Without waiting for Ku Zhenyi to reply she went out and took a large rock from the courtyard. Bang, bang, she broke the spearhead and handed the pole over to him. Since his parents and brother died, Ku Zhenyi was inseparable with his 6 brothers and sister. Right now he did not have any relative left. Although he had been together with Huang Rong for only a day, unconsciously he felt that he hated to part with her. Listening to her saying, "Tomorrow we'll bid goodbye, we'll go our own ways," he suddenly felt something was lost. Absent-mindedly he received the iron spear, thinking that this spear was approximately the same size and weight as his lost staff, so definitely he could use this weapon. He also thought, she gave me this weapon, so she did not have any evil intention. He heard her saying, "This is the Tian Chi Sha Dan San, powdered medicine made of Tian Chi, lit. Field/Farm 7, shark's gallbladder, made by my father, it is very beneficial to your wound. You hate us father and daughter, whether you want to use it or not, it's up to you." She handed the medicine pouch over to him. Ku Zhenyi held out his hand to receive it, and then slowly put it in his pocket. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out of his mouth. He hoped she would say something else, but she only said, "All right, let's take a rest." Ku Zhenyi laid down on his side, with the iron spear by his side. His heart was filled with disquieting thoughts. How could he sleep? He heard the noisy crows on top of the pagoda eventually quiet down until all he could hear was silence everywhere. He did not hear her sleeping, but he heard her tossing and turning. It seemed like she was also restless. After half a day he heard she was reciting quietly, for weaving machines, the weaving of mandarin ducks desires to fly together right away. It's a pity not yet old but the hair on the head has turned white. When the green spring grass ripples in the deepest of dawn's cold, standing face to face taking a bath wearing red clothes. He heard she repeated the recitation softly, as if she was trying to understand its meaning. Kujani did not understand literature, he did not understand what she was reciting, but he could hear the sadness in her voice, as if she was grieving of a heartbreak. He could not help but feel dazed. A long time passed. He heard her arrange some meditation mats for her bed, then she lay down and her breathing gradually slowed down, sounded like she was falling asleep. Kujani gently stroked the iron spear by his side, all kinds of childhood memories came flooding back into his mind. He saw Zhu Tsong with an old book in his hand, reading aloud with his head swaying back and forth. He saw Han Baoju and Quan Jinfa were riding on the idol's shoulders, pulling its beard. Nan Shiren and himself were pulling one end of the iron spear while Zhang Ashing was pulling the other end. They were playing tug-of-war with each other. At that time Han Xiaoying was only about 4-5 years old, 2 lengths of braided hair on her head, giggling and laughing, cheering over them. There were bright red ribbons on her braids, bobbing along as she moved her head. Suddenly everything turned pitch black. 6 sworn brothers and sister, his own brother, and his pair of eyes, everything was successively destroyed under Huang Yaoshi's and his disciples' hands. His heart was burned with hatred, which was very difficult to suppress. Slowly he raised his iron spear, he quietly walked toward Huang Rong. He heard her gentle and even breathing, she was sleeping soundly. He thought, once my iron spear goes down, she will die without feeling anything. Hey, if not, the old heretic Huang's martial art is matchless, how can I avenge this deep enmity in this lifetime? His daughter is sleeping right here, the heaven is granting me a very good opportunity, so that he knows the pain of mourning for his daughter. But then another thought came into his mind, this girl has saved my life, how can I repay kindness with evil? Sigh. After killing her, I am going to kill myself right next to her to repay today's kindness. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. He thought, I, Kujani, have been an upright man all my life, for decades I have never done anything shameful against the world. Right now I am going to launch a sneak attack toward a sleeping person, it is a cowardly act, but with my death I am going to repay her kindness. Lifting his iron spear, he was just about to strike Huang Rong's head when suddenly he heard someone was laughing in the distance. The sound was ear-piercing, in the dead of the night it caused the hair on his back stood up on its end. Huang Rong was awakened by the laughter, she leaped up and saw Kujani with the iron spear lifted up, right in front of her. She was so shocked, she called out, Ouyang Feng. Hearing her woke up, Kujani could not strike his iron spear anymore, he heard people talking and walking toward the temple. Only they were still quite a distance away that he did not hear clearly what they were talking about. A moment later he started to hear some footsteps, there were about 30-40 people. Kujani was very familiar with this temple with its front hall and rear courtyard, with a low voice he said, the old poison and the others must have seen the Crow Pagoda and come over here. Let us try to hide from them. Yes, Huang Rong said. She kicked the meditation mats to scatter them around the hall. Kujani led her hand toward the rear courtyard, he tried to push the gate, but it was bolted from the outside. Those 2 thief soldiers. He scolded viciously. He guessed those 2 soldiers were running away in the dark, they were afraid Huang Rong would find out, so they bolted the door in advance. By now it was too late to strike the gate with his iron spear, since he heard the main gate was pushed open. He knew there was no hiding place in the main hall, he whispered, behind the idol. 2 people had barely sat behind the idol when about a dozen people entered the main hall. Kujani heard a chi sound, followed by a burst of sulfur smell, he knew someone was lighting the fire. Then he heard Ouyang Feng said, Zhao Wangye, Prince Zhao, lit. Master King, although we did not get what we want at the Misty Rain Tavern, in the end, we managed to dampen the enemy's spirit. Wanyan Honglai laughed and said, this entire battle was under Mister's control. Ouyang Feng let out some laughter, then he said, Xiao Wangye, young prince, arranged an ingenious plan, gathering the soldiers from Jiaxing Prefecture, firing out tens of thousands of arrows. We should have been able to round up the whole gang in one swoop. Unexpectedly at the right time the thick fog came and gave this group of traitors the opportunity to slip away. A young voice said, with Mr. Ouyang and Qiu Bangzhu, clan leader, go into action. Although the group of traitors escaped today, they will be annihilated one by one in the future. Only too bad Wan Bei, Jr., younger generation, was one step too late that I could not see Mr. Ouyang greatly unfold his divine power. It was truly a pity. Ku Zheni recognized it was Yang Kang's voice. He could not restrain rage from filling his heart. Then he heard Liang Ziwang, Peng Lianhu, Sha Tong Tian and the others uttered flattering words. They praised Ouyang Feng to the utmost, saying how he single-handedly fought the Chuanjian sect, placing the group of Taoists in an extremely difficult situation. Qiu Qianren was nothing compared to him. Listening to these many masters gathered together like this, Ku Zheni did not dare to breathe out loud. Just now he wanted to end his life together with Huang Rong, but somehow, this time he was afraid to be discovered by the enemy and Huang Rong and he would be killed. He heard Wanyan Honglai's people prepare some bedding and then invite Wanyan Honglai, Ouyang Feng and Yang Kong 3 people to sleep on them. Yang Kong heaved a deep sigh and said, Mr. Ouyang, your nephew's martial arts skill was high, his conduct was natural and elegant. Wan Bei admired him very much. I hope to be good friends with him. Unexpectedly he was harmed by the Chuanjian sect's mixed-up hairs. Each time Wan Bei remembers that, I am always grieved to the utmost. I swear to kill those evil Taoists from Chuanjian sect one by one with my own hand to console brother Ouyang's soul in heaven. It's a pity Wan Bai's martial arts skill is meager. I truly have the desire but lack the power to do it. Ouyang Feng was silent for a long time, then he slowly said, my nephew was unfortunate to meet his tragic death. At first I thought he died under Gua Jing's violent hand, but listening to you recount Qiu Chuji's words, I have just found out it was the Chuanjian sect's group of evil Taoists who did it. Nowadays my White Camel Mountain does not have any heir, let me take you as my disciple. Shifu. Yang Kong loudly called out, disciple pays his respect to you. His voice was full of happiness, followed by bonk, bonk, bonk noise as he crawled into Ouyang Feng's presence and kowtowed several times. Ku Zheni thought this person was a good and loyal man's descendant, yet he not only admitted an enemy as his father, but took an evil man as his master as well. He was drowned deeper and deeper. Ku Zheni was afraid it would be too difficult for Yang Kong to turn around. He was very angry. He heard Wanyan Honglai say, in this foreign place we don't have any gift to offer the master, we will do it properly in the future. Ouyang Feng sighed and said, pearls and jewels, the White Camel Mountain also has some. Ouyang Feng simply looks at this child's intelligence, I only wish to have an heir of the martial art I possess. Xiao Wang, lit. Little King, referring to himself, spoke incorrectly. Wanyan Honglai said, Mr., please forgive me. Immediately one by one Liang Ziwang and the others offered their congratulations to these 3 people. In this clamor suddenly someone was calling out, Shagu is hungry, I am starving to death, how come nobody is giving me food to eat? Ku Zheni was greatly surprised to hear Shagus cry. He wondered how did this girl hang around with Wanyan Honglai, Ouyang Feng and the others. He heard Yang Kong say with a laugh, that's right, quickly get some refreshments for this miss to eat, don't let her get ill from starvation. A moment later Shagu was heard chewing loudly, she was eating. While still chewing she said, good brother, you said you are going to take me home if I listen to what you say, how come we are not home yet? Well, get there tomorrow, Yang Kong replied, eat until you are full, then go to bed. Yet another moment later Shagu suddenly said, good brother, there is some noise in that pagoda, what is that? If not bird, then it must be a mouse, Yang Kong answered. I am scared, Shagu said. Yang Kong laughed, Shagunyang, dumb miss, what are you afraid of? He asked. I am scared of ghosts, Shagu replied. Yang Kong laughed, we have many people here, ghosts won't dare to come. I am scared of that short and fat man's ghost, Shagu said. Forcing a laugh, Yang Kong said, "Don't talk nonsense, what short and fat man?" Shagu said, "I know, that short and fat man died inside Popo's maternal grandmother grave. Popo's ghost will chase that short and fat man's ghost away, she won't let that him stay in the grave. He will come over here to ask retribution from you." "You talk too much," Yang Kong shouted, "I am going to call your grandfather and hell come and get you, hell take you back to the Peach Blossom Island." Shagu did not dare to say anything anymore. Suddenly Sha Tongtian shouted, "Hey, don't step on my foot. Just sit nicely and don't move." It seemed that because of her fear of ghosts Shagu had randomly squeezed herself into the crowd. As Kuzheni heard this exchange, his doubt arose. The short and fat man Shagu mentioned must be his San Shitty, third marshal, younger brother, Han Baoju. He died on the Peach Blossom Island, obviously was killed by Huang Yaoshi. How could his ghost come looking for Yang Kong for retribution? Although Shagu was dumb, there must be a reason behind what she had said earlier. Too bad there were too many powerful enemies in their presence that he could not go out and ask her clearly. He further thought, in front of the Misty Rain Tavern Huang Yaoshi said to me, "What kind of a man is Huang Yaoshi? How can I lower myself to the same level with you? If he did not want to kill me, why did he kill my 5 brothers and sister? But if it was not Huang Yaoshi, why did CD, fourth, younger, brother, said he saw with his own eyes that Huang Yaoshi killed D, second, younger, brother, and Chi Mei, 7th, younger, sister?" He was mulling around these thoughts in his mind when suddenly he felt Huang Rong pull his left hand. With her fingers she wrote on his palm one character, "Chio, ask/request, followed by character after character, you a favor." Kuzheni wrote back on her palm, "What is it?" Huang Rong wrote, "Tell my father who killed me." Kuzheni was startled, he did not understand her intention, he was about to pull her hand to ask further when he felt a breeze right next to him. Huang Rong had leaped out. He heard her said with a smile, "Uncle Ouyang, how are you?" Nobody had ever expected that someone was hiding behind the idol. Ca, Zheng were heard as the people unsheathed their weapons and surrounded her, while shouting, "Who is it? Assassin! Who are you?" Huang Rong smiled and said, "My father told me to wait for Uncle Ouyang here, what are you making such a fuss for?" "How did your father know I will be here?" Ouyang Feng asked. Huang Rong replied, "My father knows medicine, divination and astrology, there is nothing he doesn't know. He can do the Wang Xiantian divine calculation and head know everything." Translator's note, I am not sure about this part, 9 out of 10 Ouyang Feng did not believe her, but he knew even if he asked, she would not tell the truth anyway, so he just smiled and did not say anything. Sha Tongtian and the others went outside the temple to take a look and did not find anybody else, so they went back in and stood around Wanyan Honglai. Huang Rong sat on a meditation mat, smiling and chuckling. She said, "Uncle Ouyang, you have given my father a hard time." Ouyang Feng smiled without answering. He knew that although Huang Rong was young, she was full of tricks. If he gave her one wrong answer, she would grab the opportunity to ridicule him, and in front of all these people he simply could not lose face. Therefore, he waited for her to explain her purpose in coming here before he would decide on the appropriate countermeasure. He heard her said, "Uncle Ouyang, my father is surrounded by the Taoist priests of Chuanjin sect at the Xinqing town of Xiapengle. If you don't rescue him, I am afraid it would be difficult for him to escape." Ouyang Feng showed a faint smile, "Is that so?" he asked. Huang Rong anxiously said, "You say it as it is nothing. A real man will take responsibility of his own action. Clearly it was you who killed Tan Chuduan from the Chuanjin sect, but I don't know how it started, those stinky priests are always pestering my father. On top of that, Zhou Batong stirred up the muddy waters, while my father refused to argue with them. What do we do?" Inwardly Ouyang Feng was delighted, he said, "Your father is a martial art expert, how can those several mixed-up hairs from Chuanjin sect defeat him? The Chuanjin sect's ox-nosed plus the old urchin, my father is not their match. Huang Rong said, my father told me to come to you and say that after painstakingly pondering for 7 days and 7 nights, finally he understood the meaning of some sentences. What sentences? Ouyang Feng asked. Huang Rong said, Si Li Xing, On Yi Nada. Si Ri Ke Su, Ha Huan Boing. To Kuzhani, Wanyan Hong Lai and the others, these mumbling sentences did not mean anything, but Ouyang Feng was surprised. It was the strange sentence from the last part of the 9 manual. Could it be that Huang Yaoshi really understood its meaning? His heart was thumping fast, but his face did not show any changes. He indifferently said, little girl loves to swindle people. Who can understand those mumbling sentences? Huang Rong replied, Father has translated these strange characters, from top to bottom, clearly. I saw it with my own eyes, how can I swindle you? Ouyang Feng knew Huang Yaoshi's ability very well. Originally he thought that if nobody was able to solve these strange characters, then so be it, but if there was anybody who could find the solution, it must be Huang Yaoshi, for nobody else in this world had the same intelligence. Still, with an unenthusiastic voice he said, let me congratulate your father, then. Huang Rong caught the real meaning behind his words. She knew he was still half believing and half doubting. She continued, I think I still remember some of what I saw. I don't mind if you want to listen to it. Immediately she recited, either when the body moves, or feels heavy as if pressed by something, or feels light like it is ready to fly, or feels constricted, or feels extraordinarily cold or hot, or feels delightful or restless, or feels like touching something nasty in the hair stood on its end, or feels happy while drunk, all these things must be channeled through divine passages according to the following method. This explanation of the manual made Ouyang Feng's heart unbearably itch. Turned out Huang Rong recited the section Reverend Eating translated from the 9 manual. All these strange conditions were actually the actual situations anybody who cultivated internal energy would experience. Each one of these conditions was enough to intimidate the state of mind that may cause the practitioner to suffer a fire deviation. If there was a method to channel these conditions through the divine passages, then the method could truly be considered as highly valuable. So what Huang Rong said was indeed from the manual and not from her own random fabrication. Ouyang Feng's internal energy was exquisite, naturally he knew whether what he heard was real or fake. His suspicion was gone. What comes next? He asked. Huang Rong said, I don't remember the rest, but I vaguely remember something like this. At the time the pores all over the body are empty, right away with careful consideration examine the 36 matters inside the body. It will be like opening the door to the barn and see various kinds of straw and peas. The heart is pleasantly surprised, and quickly becomes quiet and peaceful. First she explained the strange conditions from the manual, and then she described the marvelous method of training. In a way she had divulged the secret method of the manual. But Ouyang Feng was silent. He thought with her intelligence, it was impossible for her to forget, so she must be deliberately unwilling to tell him. He wondered what her intention really was. Huang Rong continued, my father told me to ask Uncle Ouyang, do you want 5,000 characters, or 3,000 characters? Please explain it to me, Ouyang Feng said. Huang Rong said, if you go and help my father, 2 people join forces to destroy the Chuanjin masters. In that case I am going to recite all 5,000 characters of this marvelous Jiu Yin Shengong, 9 Yin divine energy, for you. Ouyang Feng smiled, and if I don't go? He asked. Huang Rong replied, then father asked you to avenge him. After you kill Zhou Batong and the Chuanjin 6 masters, I will read the 3,000 characters for you. Ouyang Feng smiled and said, your father and I are just casual acquaintances, how come he suddenly places so much respect toward the old poison? Huang Rong said, my father said that, first, the killer of your nephew is a Chuanjin sect's disciple, so he supposed you will want to seek revenge. Listening to this part Yang Kong could not help but shiver. He was Qiu Chiji's disciple, so with her words Huang Rong obviously meant him. Shagu was standing right next to him. She asked, good brother, are you cold? Yang Kong mumbled his reply. Huang Rong continued, second, after translating the manual, he was challenged into battle by the Chuanjian priests. He did not have time to explain everything to me. Thinking that this matchlessly wonderful book is difficult to find, how can he let it be lost with his demise? Nowadays you are the only one who has similar personality with him. He remembered Uncle Ouyang went to the Peach Blossom Island to seek a marriage alliance. Although your nephew was unfortunate to fall under the Chuanjian sect's disciple, my father said you should not thinking about him too much, therefore, he wanted you to train this Shengong, divine power/energy, and teach it to me later on. Ouyang Feng felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he thought, what she said was reasonable. If there is no direction from an expert, although this little girl memorized the manual in its entirety, it will still be useless. But then something else came into his mind. He said, how do I know you will tell me the real manual or a fake one? Huang Rong replied, Gua Jing, that muddlehead has written the manual for you. As I read the crucial points from the translation, you check it against your copy, then you'll know whether it is real or fake. Ouyang Feng said, you are right. Let me think about it. Well, leave in the morning to rescue your father. Huang Rong anxiously said, helping people is like fighting fire, how can we wait till tomorrow? Ouyang Feng said with a laugh, then I will avenge your father, won't that be the same? He had made a decision that as the manual had already been in his hand, later on he could compel Huang Rong to recite to him the crucial points, and then he could think it over to understand the meaning. For now, let Huang Yaoshi and the Chuanjian sect fight each other. Hopefully both sides would hurt each other, wouldn't that be great? Hiding behind the idol, Kuzheni was listening to two people conversing about the Nine manual. He wondered why Huang Rong wrote on his palm, tell my father who killed me, 7 characters. The original Chinese was Gao Wa Fu He Ren Shawa, 7 characters. He did not understand her intention. He heard Huang Rong say, then we will leave early in the morning tomorrow, is that all right? Absolutely, Ouyang Feng said with a smile, now you go take a rest. Kuzheni heard Huang Rong drag a meditation mat over to sit nearby Shagu. Shagu, she said, yay, lit. Paternal grandfather, took you to the Peach Blossom Island, how come you are here? I don't want to follow Ye, I want to go home, Shagu said. This good brother surnamed Yang, didn't he come to the island and took you on his boat, and come over here together? Huang Rong asked. That's right, Shagu said, he treats me really good. Kuzheni's heart was stirred. When did Yang Kong come to the Peach Blossom Island? He heard Huang Rong asked again, where did Ye go? Shagu was startled, don't tell him I am running away, she said, Ye will beat me. Huang Rong smiled, I won't tell him, but whatever I ask you, you must answer me nicely. You must not tell Ye, Shagu said, he wants to take me back and teach me to write. Huang Rong laughed, I certainly won't tell him, she said, did you say Ye wanted to teach you to write? That's right, Shagu said, that day Ye took me to his study room and taught me to write. He said my father's surname was Chu Chu something, so my surname is also Chu Chu something. He wrote the Chu Chu something character and told me to remember. He also told me my father's name was Chu Chu something, something Feng. I could not remember the name. Ye got angry and scolded me that I am very dumb. I am called Shagu, Sha dumb, Gu paternal aunt, see also my note in chapter 23. Huang Rong laughed, Shagu is naturally dumb. Ye scolded you, Ye is bad, Shagu is good. Shagu was very happy to hear that. And then what happened? Huang Rong asked. Shagu said, I said I want to go home. Ye was even angrier. Suddenly a deaf and mute servant came, his finger pointing to the east and to the west, his mouth uttered ah. Ye said, I don't want to receive any guest, tell them to go back. A moment later that mute servant came back with a piece of paper in his hand. Ye took a look and then put it down on the table. He told me to go with the mute servant to receive the guest. Ha, that short and fat man was so ugly. I stared at him and he stared back at me. Kuzheni remembered that when they visited the Peach Blossom Island to seek audience, it was exactly like Shagu had just said. At first Huang Yaoshi did not want to see the 6 of them, then Zhu Tsong wrote a letter to be delivered, afterwards Shagu came out to receive them. But the third brother was no longer alive, he could not help but feel grief in his heart. He heard Huang Rong ask again, "Did Ye see them?" Shagu said, "Ye told me to accompany the guests to eat, but he went out. I don't like to see that short and fat man, so I slipped away and went out. I saw Ye was sitting behind a rock, looking out at the ocean. I also looked at the ocean. I saw a boat in the distance coming toward the island. On the boat there were some Taoist priests. Kuzheni thought, that day we heard the Chuanjin sect was going to go to the Peach Blossom Island to seek revenge, so we went ahead of them to inform Huang Yaoshi to temporarily keep himself away from them, and wait for the 6 freaks of Jiangnan to explain the whole story to the Chuanjin sect. But all along we have never seen the Chuanjin masters on the island. Why did this Shagu said that there were Taoist priests came in by boat?" He heard Huang Rong asked, "Then what did Ye do?" Shagu replied, "Ye beckoned me to come over. I jumped in fright, turned out he had already seen me slipping out to play. I did not dare to come over, I was afraid he would hit me. He said I won't hit you, you come over here. So I went over. He said he wanted to take a boat ride and go fishing. He told me to wait for the Taoist priests and to let them in as soon as they came ashore. He told me to let them eat together with the short and fat man 6 people. I said I wanted to go fishing too. Ye said I could not come, I had to wait for the Taoist priests and let them in, because they did not know the way on the island." "And then what happened?" Huang Rong asked. Shagu said, "And then Ye went beyond the big rock and set sail. I know, these Taoist priests are ugly, Ye did not want to meet them." Huang Rong praised her, "That's right, what you said is totally correct. When did Ye come back?" "Come back?" Shagu said, "He did not come back." Kuzheni was shaken, he heard Huang Rong ask, "Are you sure?" "Then what happened?" He could hear her voice was slightly trembling, apparently she also realized this was a crucial point. Shagu replied, "Ye was about to set sail, suddenly a pair of big birds came flying by, they were your birds. Ye beckoned and whistled toward the birds, this pair of birds came down. There was something tied on the bird's foot, it looked so amusing. I shouted, 'Ye, give it to me, give it to me.'" Speaking to this point she actually shouted loudly. Yang Kong chided her, "Quiet. Everybody is trying to sleep." "Shagu," Huang Rong said, "just continue your story." Shagu said, "I will speak quietly." And she indeed lowered her voice. Ye ignored me, he ripped a cloth from his robe and tied it up on the big bird's foot, then he let them go. Huang Rong talked to herself, father was going to avoid the Chuanjin masters, no wonder he did not have time to fetch the Jin Wawa, see chapter 29. But who shot the female eagle with an arrow? So she asked, who shot an arrow to the bird? Arrow? There was no arrow, Shagu said, and then she went silent like she was lost in thought. All right, Huang Rong said, why don't you continue? Shagu continued, Ye saw his robe was torn, he took it off and told me to go and get another one for him. But when I came back Ye was gone, the Taoist priest's boat was also gone, I only saw that torn robe lying on the ground. Listening to her to this point Huang Rong no longer asked, she silently mulled it over in her head. Half a day later she said, where did they go? I saw them, Shagu said, I called Ye, but he did not reply. I climbed to the top of a big tree and looked, I saw Ye's little boat in front, the Taoist priest's big boat followed behind, slowly they sailed on the ocean and disappeared. I don't like to see that short and fat man, I stayed on the beach, kicking the gravel and playing all day until dark, and came back with this Ye and this good brother. So it was this Ye, and not the one who taught you to write? Huang Rong asked. Shagu giggled and said, this Ye is good, not only he did not want to teach me to write, he even gave me a piece of cake. Uncle Ouyang, Huang Rong said, do you still have the cake? Can you give her some more? Ouyang Feng dryly laughed, I do. Kuzheni felt as if his heart was jumping out his throat, turned out Ouyang Feng was on the island that day, he thought. Io. Suddenly he heard Shagu cry out, followed by slap, slap 2 times, some people were fighting, and then someone leaped back and landed again. He heard Huang Rong call out, "You want to kill her to close her mouth." Ouyang Feng laughed, "This matter might be hidden from other people, but certainly won't be hidden from your father. Why would I want to kill this dumb girl? If you want to ask, then just ask her." But Shagu was moaning and groaning and could not talk anymore. Kuzhani wondered which part of her was hit by Ouyang Feng. "I don't have to ask," Huang Rong said, "I've already guessed correctly, I only want Shagu to say it with her own mouth." Ouyang Feng laughed and said, "This little girl is really smart. How did you guess? Why don't you tell me?" Huang Rong said, "When I first saw the situation of the island, I also thought that father had killed the 5 freaks of Jiangnan. But then I remembered something, and I knew it must not be him. Just think, how can my father leave these stinky male corpses in my mother's grave to accompany her? How can he leave the grave without closing the door?" Ouyang Feng slapped his thigh, "We really overlooked that. Condor, isn't that so?" Hearing this, Kuzhani felt his chest was about to burst open, only now did he realize that Huang Rong had early on known that the killers were Ouyang Feng and Yang Kong, 2 people. The reason she suddenly went out and sacrificed her own life was to reveal the truth and clear up her father from being wrongly accused. She knew perfectly well that when she went out, most likely she would be unfortunate rather than fortunate, that was why she asked Kuzhani to tell her father who killed her. Kuzhani was filled with grief and regret. He said in his heart, "Good miss, it would be enough if you just told me who the killer is. Why do you deliver your life in vain?" But then he thought, the Fei Tian Bien Fu, flying bat, lit. Bat flying to the sky, am so hot-tempered. I am blind, yet I placed the blame on father and daughter. Even if she told me clearly, would I believe her? Kuzhani, oh, Kuzhani, you stinky blind man, you deserve to be killed with 1,000 blades, you have forced this good miss death. In his regret he wanted to lift his hand and fiercely slap his own ear, but he heard Ouyang Feng said, "How did you guess it was me?" Huang Rong said, "Is it difficult? In this present age, those who are able to strike the yellow horse and to break the balance beam are not many. But at first I was thinking of a different person." At the point of his death Nan Shiren had written several characters with his finger on the ground, "My killer is 10, he died before the 5th character." Translator's note, the original Chinese text was Sha Wei Zhenai Shi, was finished. "I thought your name does not start with a 10, so I thought it was the character Qiu, from Qiu Qianren." Ouyang Feng laughed out loud, he said, "This man Nan Shiren was truly a die-hard, unexpectedly he survived and saw you." Huang Rong said, "I saw his condition before his death, I was sure he was hit by a strange poison, I thought Qiu Qianren practiced poisonous palm skill, that's why I guessed it was him." Ouyang Feng said with a smile, "Qiu Qianren's martial art is based on palm strength and not poisonous palm. His palms do not have any poison on them. He used boiling poison to train his palms, but it is merely palm strength's training method. He forced the poison gas to come out, henceforth his palm strength increased. When he died, that Nan Shiren opened his mouth, but could not say anything, his face showed a smiling expression, is that right?" "That's right," Huang Rong said, "what kind of poison is that?" Ouyang Feng did not answer, he asked again, his body was twisted, he was rolling around on the ground, he suddenly possessed unusually great strength, is that right? "That's right," Huang Rong said, "this violent poison, I thought other than the Iron Palm clan, nobody in the world can possibly have it." It was obvious that Huang Rong said that to provoke Ouyang Feng, and he knew it very well, but he still could not refrain from being agitated and angry. "Do you think people call me the old poison for nothing?" He stomped his snake staff heavily on the ground and shouted, the snake on this staff bit him on his tongue, that's why there was no wound on his body, but he could not speak. Hearing this Kuzhani felt warm blood bubbling up straight to his brain, he almost fainted several times. Huang Rong heard movement from behind the idol, she let out some coughs, trying to cover up the noise, and then slowly said, "The 5 freaks of Jiangnan died under your hands. Kuzheni who escaped does not have eyes to see. In the end nobody knew the real killer." Listening to her, Kuzheni's heart was stirred. She is saying that to remind me, telling me not to act rashly so that the two of us will not lose our lives and die without explanation. He heard Ouyang Feng laugh dryly. "How can that stinky blind man escape my palm? I deliberately let him go." "Ah, right," Huang Rong said, "you killed 5 people, and let him believe it was my father who killed them. He would go and publicize this matter, then rally the heroes of the world to attack my father." Ouyang Feng said with a smile, "It was actually not my idea, but Connor's, isn't that right?" Yang Kong mumbled his reply. Huang Rong said, "It is truly a divine and marvelous strategy. My utmost admiration." Ouyang Feng said, "You changed the topic, what made you think of me?" Huang Rong replied, "I thought Qiu Qianren and I fought at the southern road between Hunan and Hubei. Even though it is possible for him to overtake us and arrive at the Peach Blossom Island ahead of us, it was actually very difficult with us riding the little red horse." I thought again about what Zhu Tsong wrote at the back of the letter. He called everybody to stay on their guard. The last character was not finished, he only made 3 strokes, 1 horizontal line, 1 vertical, and another horizontal like a hook. It could be the start of East, character, or it could be West, character, couldn't it? If not Eastern Heretic then it must be Western Poison. I have thought about this on the Peach Blossom Island, but there are some details I do not understand yet. Ouyang Feng sighed, "I thought I have done everything flawlessly, who would have thought there are so many trails I left behind. That dirty scholar was so quick, I did not even see him moving his pen to write anything." He was known as the Magic Hand Scholar, Huang Rong said. "Naturally he would not let you see whatever he was doing." I pondered deeply over the character 10, Nan Shiren wrote, "I wonder what could it be?" It was because I thought this Xiao Wang, yes, young prince, lit. Young Master King, martial arts skill is so low that definitely he did not have the ability to kill the 5 freaks of Jiangnan in 1 stroke, therefore, I have never suspected him. Humph, Yang Kong snorted. Huang Rong continued, "That day I was all alone on the Peach Blossom Island, tossing and turning between being asleep and awake, I could not find the right conclusion. I was dreaming of many, many people. I dreamt about Mu Jijia, elder sister Mu. I dreamt she was in Beijing, during the joust to find a spouse. I suddenly was awakened from the dream, sprang up, and only then did I know the killer was actually this Xiao Wangye." Hearing Huang Rong saying these words with sharp voice, Yang Kong was drenched in cold sweats. Forcing a laugh he said, "Did Mu Nianci tell you in a dream?" "That's right," Huang Rong said, "if not for this dream, how could I guess it was you? Where is that little emerald shoe of yours?" Yang Kong was startled. With a stern voice he asked, "How did you know? Did Mu Nianci also tell you in a dream?" With a cold smile Huang Rong said, "Do you think I need it? After you 2 killed Zhu Tsong, you stuffed the treasures inside my mother's grave in his pocket, so that when other people see it, they would think he robbed the treasures and was found out by my father, thus he lost his life. Framing someone like this is actually a clever idea, only you forgot one thing, Zhu Tsong was known as the Magic Hand Scholar." Ouyang Feng's curiosity arose, "What about the Magic Hand Scholar?" he asked. "Humph," Huang Rong sneered, "he only knows putting treasures on other, he actually did not know that other took a treasure from his body." Ouyang Feng did not understand, "What treasure?" he asked. Huang Rong said, "Although Zhu Tsong's martial arts skill was inferior to you, at the point of his death again he displayed his magic hand skill, he took something from this Xiao Wangye and grasped it in his hand, of course you did not know. If not because of this thing, not in a million years would I expect this Xiao Wangye to pay a visit on the Peach Blossom Island." Ouyang Feng said with a smile, "This matter becomes more and more interesting. This magic hand scholar was actually highly skilled, his life had already gone yet he was still able to leave you a clue. The thing he took must be that little emerald shoe you were talking about." "That's right," Huang Rong said, I have seen all the treasures inside mother's grave since I was little, and I have never seen this little emerald shoe before. Even in his death Zhu Tsong still grasped this shoe tightly. There must be a reason behind it. The front of this shoe has a buy, contest, compete, character on it, while on the opposite side there was a zhao, to recruit, character. I painstakingly thought about this, but all along could not penetrate the mystery. That night I had a dream. I saw Mu Jiejie on a street corner in Beijing showing off her martial arts skill. There was an embroidered banner stood on the side, with the word by Wu Zhaoqin, joust to find a spouse lit. Martial art contest to recruit a relative/person with intimate relation, on it. Suddenly it dawned on me and everything clicked together. Ouyang Feng laughed and said, turned out these two characters on the shoe have this romantic history. Ha, 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 ha. He laughed happily, but actually Ku Zhenyi was listening in indignation, since he did not understand what it was that dawned on Huang Rong's mind. Huang Rong knew Ku Zhenyi did not understand, so with the pretense of talking to Ouyang Feng, she explained clearly, that day in Beijing Mu Jiejie was jousting for a spouse. Xiao Wangye happened to display his full capability. Lucky for me I was there in the crowd to witness this lively occasion. After contesting for a while, Xiao Wangye snatched Mu Jiejie's embroidered shoe. He won the martial art contest, so he should marry her, but actually there were many complicated affairs involved. This joust to find a spouse did indeed have too many repercussions later on. At that time Liang Ziwen, Sha Tongtian and the others were also present to be the witnesses. Wanyan Honglai mourned his wife, Yang Kong met his biological father, and all kinds of circumstances surrounding it. Listening to this point everybody's heart was filled with sadness and regret. Huang Rong said, after I remembered this, I was able to figure out what had happened. Xiao Wangye and Mu Jiejie privately agreed to spend their lives together in the future. Naturally they decided the engraved jade shoes would make the best token of engagement. This pair of jade shoes complement each other. One has the Bai and Zhao two characters, the other must have the Wu, martial art, and Qin, relative/person with intimate relation, on it. Xiao Wangye, did I guess correctly? Yang Kong did not answer. Huang Rong continued, once I figured this thing out, the rest was easy. Han Baoju was killed by the Jiao Yin by Gu Zhua, 9 Yin White Bone Claw. In this world only He Feng Shuang Sha, the twin killers of the Dark Wind, practiced this martial art, but these two had already died. Others would certainly think that the twin killers of the Dark Wind's Shifu must be also proficient in this skill. Who would have thought that my father had never practiced this 9 Yin White Bone Claw or any skill similar to this martial art, yet the copper corpse Mei Chaofeng had received a skilled disciple when she was still alive. Therefore, the tiny 10-character Nan Shiren wrote must be the start of Yang, character. Unexpectedly that muddlehead kid Guo Jing insisted it was the Huang, character. Speaking to this point Huang Rong could not help feeling gloomy. Ouyang Feng let out a long laugh and said, no wonder that Guo Jing kid disregarded his own life attacking your father at the Misty Rain Tavern. Huang Rong sighed, your trick was really marvelous. In his anger that muddlehead kid could not distinguish right from wrong. At first I thought you captured one of the deaf and mute servants and forced him to show you the way, only today did I realize it was Shagu who let you in. Xiao Wangye must have promised to take her back to the Ox village. Shagu was so happy and did whatever you told her to do. You two must have set up an ambush inside my mother's grave, then you told Shagu to invite the 6 freaks of Jiangnan in my father's name, telling them to come into the grave. With Uncle Ouyang blocking the grave entrance, how could the 6 freaks of Jiangnan escape your cruel hands? It was truly capturing the turtle inside an earthen jar. Listening to her Ku Zhenyi got the impression that she was there to witness everything. The feeling when that day they fought powerful enemy in the tomb came back to his mind. He heard Huang Rong continue, Uncle Ouyang had seen my father's long robe on the shore, he took and wore it. The light inside the grave room was dim, in a flash several of the 6 freaks were injured or killed. How could the rest of them recognize the enemy in that desperate situation? So Nan Shiren told Kuzhani that the killer was my father. Zhu Tsong and Quan Jinfa were killed by Uncle Ouyang, Han Baoju was killed by Xiao Wanye while Han Xiaoying cut her own throat. Ku and Nan, two people managed to escape from the grave, and fought furiously in the study room. You deliberately let Kuzhani escape. By the time Nan Shiren recognized the killer to be the one surnamed Yang, he had already been bitten by the snake. Ouyang Feng sighed, this little girl has a godlike analytical ability. All these things happened by chance, it was the six freaks' fate that they should die this way. When I went to the Peach Blossom Island with Condor, we did not know the six freaks of Jiangnan would be there. That's true, Huang Rong said, although the six freaks of Jiangnan enjoyed sound reputation in the Jianghu, it was because of their xia-yi, chivalry, two characters. If we are talking about martial arts skill, Uncle Ouyang would not even look at them. So if you two went through great length executing your scheme, you must have another big plan in your mind. Ouyang Feng smiled and said, little girl is very smart, you must have guessed correctly. Huang Rong said, indeed I have, but I ask Uncle Ouyang's forgiveness if it is incorrect. I believe your initial intention was to see the Chuanjin masters and my father fight each other and injure each other, and then just like Bian Zhuang stabbing the tiger you would destroy both Chuanjin sect and the Peach Blossom Island in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that you were one step too late, my father and the Taoist priests of Chuanjin sect have already left the island. Xiao Wanye interrogated Shagu, and found out that the six freaks of Jiangnan were there. Thereupon you two fully displaying your capabilities by killing the five freaks, and arranged it so that all blames will fall to my father. You killed all the deaf and mute servants on the island, and burned their bodies down to leave no trace, hence there would be no evidence at all. Later on when this matter is known, how can Hong Qigong, Emperor Duan and the others not make things difficult for my father? Xiao Wanye was afraid my father would return early and erase all sorts of traces you left behind on the Peach Blossom Island, therefore, you intentionally let Kuzhani escape. This man is blind, but his tongue is not rotten yet. It's true that he cannot see, but he can say all kinds of nonsense. Listening to this Kuzhani could not help but feeling grieved and angry, but also ashamed. He heard Ouyang Feng sigh and say, I really envy the old heretic Huang to have such a good daughter. Everything that happened was really very complicated, but you guessed everything correctly, as if you have seen everything with your own eyes. Little baby doll, you are really smart. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 36. The Great Army heads west. Huang Rong quietly said, I appreciate Uncle Ouyang's compliments to me. Too bad Guo Jing is so gullible that right now he doesn't even want to live in the same world as my father and I. After you save my father, if your nephew were still alive, couldn't the marriage proposal of the past be pursued further? Ouyang Feng's heart was stirred, what is she getting at by bringing this matter up? He pondered. In the meantime, Huang Rong continued, Shagu, this good brother is very nice to you, isn't he? Yes, Shagu answered, he is going to take me home. I don't want to play on that island anymore, I want to go home. What are you going to do at home? Huang Rong asked, there is a dead man in your house, there is a ghost there. Ah! Shagu cried, she was scared, ah! There is a ghost in my house, a ghost. I don't want to go home. Who killed that man? Huang Rong asked. I saw it, it was this good brother Shagu answered, but before she finished, bing! Bing! A couple of metallic sounds were heard, two secret projectiles fell down on the ground. Huang Rong laughed, Xiao Wanye, young prince, you don't want her to talk. Fine. Just don't use secret projectiles to hurt her. Yang Kong was indignant, this idiot talked nonsense, with ghost and everything. Shagu, Huang Rong said, you can keep talking. This nice ye, grandpa, loved to hear your story. No, Shagu answered, good brother doesn't want Shagu to talk, Shagu won't talk. That's right, Yang Kong said, go lie down and sleep. If you open your mouth for just one more word, it'll have the ghost come over and eat you. Shagu was very scared. Oh, oh, she said. Then Kujana heard some rustling sound. It was Shaga's clothes. She lied down and slept. Shagu, Huang Rong said, if you don't want to talk to me, I'll get Ye to take you back to the island. I don't want to go, I don't want to go, Shagu cried. Then you'll have to talk, Huang Rong said, this good brother has killed someone in your house. What kind of man has he killed? Everybody felt strange on why she suddenly wanted to talk about Yang Kong killing a man. Yang Kang's heart was thumping loudly. He got his right hand ready. As soon as Shagu revealed his secret about him killing someone at the Ox village, even if it would arouse Ouyang Feng's suspicion, he would use the 9-in white bone claw to kill Shagu. He was wondering in his heart at the same time, when I killed Ouyang Ku, only Mu Nianzi, Qing Yaojia and Lu Guanying, 3 people saw it. Did any one of them leak the secret? It is likely that Shagu was also there to witness it. I was not being careful. The temple was quiet and everybody was waiting for Shagu to open her mouth. Kujani could feel the tension, but he did not dare to make a slightest move. After waiting for half a day, Shagu still did not say anything, only her light snore was heard. Apparently she had fallen asleep. Yang Kong breathed out a sigh of relief. His palm was sweating cold. This Shagu poses a great danger to me, he thought. I must think of a way to get rid of her. He cast his glance toward Ouyang Feng, who was sitting quietly with his eyes closed. The moon illuminated the side of his face. He looked indifferent, seemed like he was unconcerned of everything that was going on around him. Everybody else thought Huang Rong was just talking nonsense. Shagu was asleep, looked like the case was closed. They started to lie down or sat leaning against the wall, trying to get some sleep. Just when the moon was rising higher, they heard Shaga's startled voice. She jumped up and shouted, "Don't hurt me." Ouch, it hurt. With shrilling voice Huang Rong cried, "Ghost! Ghost! It's a ghost without legs. Shagu, you killed that young mister without legs, he is coming to get you." In the quietness of the night, Huang Rong's voice made the hair on everybody's back rose up. "No." Shagu cried, "It wasn't me. It was this good brother." She had not finished when suddenly bang! Io! Were heard simultaneously. Yang Kong abruptly sprang up, his arms outstretched, his fingers forming a claw heading straight toward Shaga's skull, but Huang Rong had used her dog-beating stick to entangle his legs. The temple was in chaos. Sha Tongtian and the others immediately surrounded Huang Rong. Huang Rong, however, seemed oblivious to all this. Her left index finger pointed toward the temple's door. She cried out, "Mister with no legs, come here, Shagu is here." Shagu looked at the temple door. It was dark, so all she could see was blackness, but she was always scared of ghosts ever since she was little. Quickly she pulled Huang Rong's sleeve and cried in panic, "Don't come to take my life, it was this good brother who killed you with an iron spearhead. I was in the kitchen watching through the door. Ghost with no legs, don't come looking for me." Not in a million years would Ouyang Feng guess that his beloved nephew was killed by Yang Kong, yet he always thought that Yang Kong was unable to tell lies. Obviously Shagu could not lie. Sad and angry he laughed maniacally, casting a sharp glance toward Yang Kong. "Xiao Wangye, my nephew deserved to die. It's good that you killed him, it's good," he said. His laughter sent a chill on everybody's spine. His voice was very mournful, making ears buzzing like innumerable needles were piercing their eardrums at the same time. Everybody was trembling, their teeth chattered. There were thousands of white-headed crows on the temple's pagoda that night. Ouyang Feng's laughter startled them. Caw! 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 They were crying noisily and then they flew away loudly flapping their wings. Yang Kong thought he would not live to see another day, both eyes looking left and right, trying to find a way to escape. Wanyan Honglai was also secretly frightened. After the crow's noise subsided he said, "This girl is insane, Mr. Ouyang, how can you believe what she said? Your honorable nephew came by Xiao Wangye's invitation because Xiao Wang, Little King he was referring to himself, is relying heavily on his assistance. How could Xiao Wangye harm him without any reason? Seemingly without making any effort, Ouyang Feng stood up, his body glided over and with a slight bend on his knees he landed on Shaga's side. His left hand grabbed Shaga's arm. Why did he kill my nephew? Speak up. He roared. Shagu was scared to death. I didn't kill him, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. She cried. She struggled hard, but Ouyang Feng's grip was like a pair of steel pliers. How could Shagu free herself? The more she struggled, the harder his grip became. Shagu was frightened and cried, Mama. Ouyang Feng repeated his question several times. Shagu became so scared from crying that she did not dare to cry anymore. She only stared at Ouyang Feng's face with a blank expression. Shagu, Huang Rong soothingly said, don't be afraid, this nice grandpa is going to give you a cake. Her words reminded Ouyang Feng. He realized that if he used force, Shagu would not dare to talk, therefore, he groped inside his pocket and produced a dried and already cold steamed bun and held it out to Shaga's hand. That's right. Here, you can eat this cake. Shagu grabbed the bun, her fear was gone. Yay, you grabbed my arm, it hurt, you must not grab me anymore, she said. Good Shagu, you are a good listener, Ouyang Feng warmly said, Ye won't grab your arm anymore. Huang Rong said, that day the mister without legs was hugging a lady. Tell me, was she pretty? Shagu nodded. Very pretty. I wonder where she is going. Huang Rong asked again, do you know who she is? You don't know, do you? Shaga's face lit, she was so proud of herself, she clapped her hands and said, I know, I know. She is this good brother's wife. Hearing this, any doubt left in Ouyang Feng's heart was gone. He knew his nephew's lecherous character, it must be because of Mu Nianxi that his nephew met his fate. But, Ouyang Ke's martial art was higher than Yang Kang's, even though his legs were injured, Yang Kang was still not his match, he could not figure out how Yang Kang was able to kill him. He turned his head toward Yang Kang and said, my nephew was oblivious to what's good and what's not. He dared to offend the Xiao Wangye's concubine, he deserved to die 10,000 times. No, Yang Kang stammered. It wasn't me then who? Ouyang Feng sternly asked. Yang Kang was so scared that his knees turned into rubber, cold sweats pouring down his forehead, his usual shrewdness was gone, he was unable to utter a single word. Huang Rong sighed, Uncle Ouyang, you can't blame the Xiao Wangye of being heartless. You can't blame your nephew flirtatious character either, you have only your superb martial art to blame. How so? Ouyang Feng was puzzled. Huang Rong answered, I don't know why, but in that house at the Ox village I heard a couple, a man and a woman, were talking. I do not understand what they were discussing. Listening to this muddy talk with so many unknown, Ouyang Feng was more confounded. What did they say? He asked. Huang Rong answered, I will repeat what they said word for word, I won't add or subtract a single word, please uncle hear me out. I did not see their faces, I don't know who the man was, I don't know who the woman was either, what I heard was that man said, if this fact that I killed Ouyang Ku ever leaks out, won't that be a disaster? That woman replied, a real man is not afraid to take responsibility of his action. If you are afraid, you shouldn't have killed him yesterday. Even though his uncle is very fierce, we can run away to some faraway place, he won't be able to find us. Listening to Huang Rong, Ouyang Feng said, that woman was right. What did the man say? While these two were talking, one asked the questions and the other answered, Yang Kang was getting more and more afraid than ever. The moon cast its light through the temple's door, throwing a slanting column of light illuminating the face of the temple's idol. Yang Kang slowly moved away from the light, quietly walked toward Huang Rong's back. He heard Huang Rong answered Ouyang Feng's question. That man said, Maisie, sister/beloved, I have another thought, his uncle's martial art is unparalleled. I wanted to take him as my master. I have had this thought for a while, but they followed a very strict rule, they only take one disciple per generation. Now that this man is dead, his uncle might take me as his disciple. Huang Rong did not mention anybody's name, but she had an uncanny ability to imitate Yang Kang's accent. Yang Kang grew up in the northern area, but Bai Shiro, his mother, was a native of Linen in the south, so Yang Kang's accent was a mixture between northerners and southerners. As soon as Huang Rong said these things, everybody knew it was Yang Kang she was imitating. Ouyang Feng laughed coldly. He turned his head but did not see Yang Kang. Suddenly they heard whack. Then "Io!" Someone was crying in alarm. They saw Yang Kang standing under the moonlight with blood dripping from his right hand, his face was deathly pale. Turned out that when Yang Kang heard Huang Rong was revealing his secret he could not restrain himself much longer, he leaped ferociously, his claw was aimed toward Huang Rong's head. As Huang Rong imitated Yang Kang's accent, she was fully aware he would certainly attack her, therefore, she had guarded against this attack from the start. Her martial art level was higher than Yang Kang's. As soon as she heard the gust of wind she leaned her head sideways to elude, so the claw fell on her shoulder. Yang Kang had launched the 9-in white bone claw with all his might, his 5 fingers landed on the soft hedgehog armor Huang Rong was wearing. A shot of pain traveled from his fingers to his brain, he almost passed out. The others were clueless as whether it was Yang Kang who made the sneak attack, or was it Huang Rong or Ouyang Feng who attacked him. They were all scared of Ouyang Feng, so nobody dared to say anything. Wanyan Honglai rushed forward, trying to help. "Condor, what happened to you? Where does it hurt?" he asked. Casually he took out the dagger on his belt and placed it on Yang Kang's hand. He realized Ouyang Feng would not have good intention. He was hoping that in a chaotic battle they, father and son, would be able to save their lives. Enduring his pain Yang Kang said, "I am all right." He held out his hand to grab the dagger, but his hand was numb, clank. The dagger fell on the floor. Hastily he stooped down to pick it up, but strangely his arm was stiff, it did not want to follow his command anymore. He was extremely shocked. He tried to pinch his right arm with his left fingers, but he did not feel anything. He looked up toward Huang Rong and cried out in horror, "Poison! Poison! You used poison to harm me." Peng Lianhu and the others knew they were going to offend Ouyang Feng, but Wanyan Honglai was the great Jin's prominent prince, surely this Ouyang Ku affair could be discussed peacefully later. Seeing Yang Kang's frightened expression, they immediately rushed forward to offer words of sympathy and called out to Huang Rong, "Quickly give the antidote to Xiao Wangye." But everybody stayed as far as possible from Ouyang Feng. Huang Rong was indifferent, "Don't make a fuss, my soft hedgehog armor does not have any poison on it. There is somebody here who wants to kill him, I don't have to lift a finger to harm him." But suddenly Yang Kang shouted, I can't move." His knees buckled, his body slowly slid down, his mouth was producing a growling noise much like a wild beast. Huang Rong felt strange and she turned toward Ouyang Feng, but saw that he was carrying a puzzled expression as well. She turned back toward Yang Kang, she saw Yang Kang was strangely happy, a crack of smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Under the silvery moonlight he looked inhumanly ghastly. Suddenly a thought came into her mind, she said, "It was Uncle Ouyang who poisoned you." Ouyang Feng was puzzled, from the look of him, it was indeed my marvelous snake's poison. I had wanted him to taste it, this little girl had done it on my behalf. Wonderful! Wonderful! But those snakes, I am the only one in this world who owns them, where did the little girl get it from? Where can I get that kind of snakes? Huang Rong asked, "This is your own poison, you have unwittingly poisoned him yourself." "You are talking weird," Ouyang Feng said. "Uncle Ouyang," Huang Rong said, "I remember your bet against the old urchin. You took the poison from your snakes and feed it to a shark. As this shark died of the poison, the second shark ate its flesh and died of the same poison. This way the poison was spreading endlessly. Isn't that so? Ouyang Feng laughed. If my poison is not extraordinary, won't my title Western poison be in vain? That's right, Huang Rong said. Nan Shiren was the first shark. By that time Yang Kong was already rolling around on the ground like a madman. Liang Ziwen wanted to comfort him, but how could he stop him? Ouyang Feng ignored everything. He knitted his eyebrows trying to understand what Huang Rong was saying, but it was still dark to him. Please elaborate, he said. You used your viper to bite Nan Shiren. That day I came across him on the Peach Blossom Island and he hit me. His fist landed on my left shoulder. The sharp needles of my soft hedgehog armor punctured his hand, so his poisonous blood was transferred to my soft hedgehog armor, which became the second shark. When Xiao Wangye attacked me, Heaven's net tightened, his claw grabbed my shoulder. Nan Xiren's poisoned blood was transferred once again to him. Hey, he is the third shark. Hearing Huang Rong's explanation, everybody realized how deathly Ouyang Feng's poison was. They also remembered Yang Kang's treacherous plan in killing the 5 freaks. In the end it was Nan Xiren's blood which killed him. It was truly a revenge well deserved. A chill crept into everybody's back. Wanyan Honglai walked toward Ouyang Feng, knelt in front of him and asked, Mr. Ouyang, please help save my son's life. Xiao Wang will always remember your benevolence. Ouyang Feng laughed sinisterly. Your son's life is a life indeed, my nephew's life was not a life. His gaze swept through Peng Lianhu and the others' faces and coldly said, which hero does not agree with me, please speak up. Everybody recoiled simultaneously. Who would dare to open his mouth? Yang Kong suddenly leaped up, bang. He hit Liang Ziwen, sending him somersaulted in the air and passed out. Wanyan Honglai stood up, calling, quick. Take Xiao Wangye back to Linen, well find a good doctor to cure his injury. Ouyang Feng laughed, who in this world can neutralize the old poison's venom? Which doctor won't want to live and dare to mess up my handiwork? Wanyan Honglai ignored him, he shouted toward his martial artists, what are you waiting for? Quickly take Xiao Wangye away. Suddenly Yang Kong jumped high until his head almost hit the beam. He pointed his finger at Wanyan Honglai and he shouted, you are not my father. You killed my mother, now you kill me. Wanyan Honglai stepped back and stumbled down. Sha Tongtian said, Xiao Wangye, please calm down. He stepped forward to grab Yang Kang's arms. Unexpectedly Yang Kong flipped his hand to push away Sha Tongshan's hand and quickly seized his arm. Yang Kang's left hand formed a claw scratching Sha Tongshan's arm. Sha Tongtian cried in pain, hastily he rolled backward to escape, but a moment later he felt itchiness on his arm. He was terror-stricken. This is the 4th shark, Huang Rong coldly said. Peng Lianhu and Sha Tongtian were good friends, moreover, Peng Lianhu was also an expert poison user, he knew Sha Tongtian was poisoned and his life was in grave danger. In this critical moment almost without thinking he took the saber from his waist and swiftly chopped Sha Tongshan's arm halfway down. Ho Tonghai did not understand Peng Lianhu's good intention. Peng Lianhu, you dare to hurt my Shige? Elder martial brother, he charged Peng Lianhu disregarding his own safety. Sha Tongtian endured the pain and shouted, idiot, back off. Brother Peng was saving my life. By this time Yang Kang's mind was cloudy, he was charging to the east and striking to the west, kicking and biting randomly. Everybody saw what happened to Sha Tongtian, nobody dared to come close to him, shouting and yelling they darted out of the temple. It was a very chaotic situation, the crows on the pagoda were startled, they flew around in confusion under the moonlight around the temple's courtyard. Their noisy cries intermingled with Yang Kang's neighing voice. As Wanyan Honglai was heading toward the temple door he turned his head one more time and called out, Conger. Conger. Yang Kang's eyes were brimming with tears, he also called out, Fu Wang. Fu Wang. Father King, he walked toward Wanyan Honglai. Wanyan Honglai was delighted, he spread out his arms and hugged Yang Kong tightly. "Child, are you feeling better?" Under the moonlight Yang Kang's face suddenly changed, he opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, ready to bite. Wan Yen Honglai was shocked. His left hand pushed out, breaking the hug. Yang Kang's strength was completely gone, he fell backwards. He struggled hard to crawl back up to no avail. Wan Yen Honglai did not dare to linger much longer. Without looking back he hurriedly went out the temple, mounted his horse and ran as fast as he could. The others were close on his heels, and in a short moment the temple was quiet again. Ouyang Feng and Huang Rong saw Yang Kong was rolling around on the ground, each with her own thought. Nobody said anything. A moment later Yang Kang's body curled up and then ceased to move altogether. "Enough commotion for half a night," Ouyang Feng coldly said. "It's almost daybreak, let us go looking for your father." "Right now my father is on the Peach Blossom Island," Huang Rong said. "Why do you want to look for him?" Ouyang Ku was taken aback. "So the little girl was lying all along," he sneered. "The first few sentences were indeed to swindle you," Huang Rong admitted. "What kind of man do you think my father is? How could he let himself surrounded by a bunch of stinky Chuanjian priests? If I did not mention the 9-yin manual you wouldn't let me interrogate Shagu." By this time Kuzhina had totally admired Huang Rong, but he was sad and full of regret at the same time. He only hoped she would find a clever trick to escape soon. He heard Ouyang Feng said, "There were 3 parts truth in your lies, otherwise, the old poison wouldn't be so easily deceived." "All right then, recite your father's translation to me from the beginning to the end, don't skip even half a word." "What if I don't remember?" Huang Rong asked. "It will be best if you remember, otherwise the beautiful face of a smart little girl would be bitten by my snakes. Now that won't be fun, will it?" Ouyang Feng threatened. When Huang Rong jumped out from behind the idol she was ready to die, but seeing Yang Kang's pitiful death she could not help but feeling frightened. She thought, even if I give him Reverend Yideng's translation he still won't let me go. Is it so difficult to escape from his grip? She paced back and forth for a while but still could not think of a good way to escape, so she decided to buy some time and think again later. If I read the original text I might remember the interpretation. "Why don't you recite it to me, let me try explaining it to you," she said. Who could memorize these mumbo-jumbo sentences? Ouyang Feng said, "You don't have to confuse me." As she heard Ouyang Feng was not able to recite it from memory Huang Rong got a sudden inspiration. After contemplating it back and forth she came to a conclusion: he can't memorize it, so he must treat the manual as precious as his life. She quickly said, "All right then, take out the manual and read it to me." Ouyang Feng was determined to hear the explanation. Immediately he took an oilcloth package from his pocket. After opening 3 layers of cloth he produced Gua Jing's altered manual from it. Huang Rong was amused. Jing Gij wrote a whole bunch of nonsense, yet the old poison treats it as the most precious object. Ouyang Feng lighted a fire and found a half-burned candle from the worship table, with which light he started to read the manual. Hu Bu Ken Xing Duoda, Si Gen Lu Bu. That means differentiated well then divided into 12 air passages, Huang Rong said. Ouyang Feng was delighted. Ji Wen Hua Sai, Ha Hu, he read again. Capable of healing various illness, gradually entering divine perfection, Huang Rong said. Ouyang Feng read, Chu de Bsi 2, Nniqu. Huang Rong hesitated for a moment, shaking her head she said, "Not right, you did not read correctly." "No, I read it correctly," Ouyang Feng said, "that is what was written." "That's strange," Huang Rong said, "how come it's so muddled?" Her left hand on her head, she pretended to be thinking hard. Ouyang Feng was anxious. He stared at her, hoping she would find the answer quickly. A moment later Huang Rong exclaimed, "Ah, I know. It must be that dumb kid Gua Jing writing it wrong. Let me see." Ouyang Feng was not afraid Huang Rong would steal it from him. He handed the manual over. Huang Rong held out her right hand to take the manual, while her left hand took the candlestick, pretending to examine the manual closely. Suddenly her feet kicked the ground, she leaped backward for more than a zhang, 10 feet/3 meter. She held the manual within half a chi, approximately half a foot, to the candle and shouted, "Uncle Ouyang, this manual is fake, I'd better burn it down." Ouyang Feng was shocked, hastily said, Hey, what are you doing? Quickly give that back to me." Huang Rong smiled, "Do you want the manual, or my life?" "What do I want your life for?" "Quickly give that back to me," Ouyang Feng said. His voice was urgent, unusually anxious. His body leaned forward as if ready to strike any time. Huang Rong held the manual 2 more inches closer to the candle. "Stop. I am going to burn this manual as soon as you move 1 more step, then you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Ouyang Feng silently agreed with what she said. "Humph, you win," he said, "put that manual down and go before I change my mind. You are a grand master of your school, you must not go back on your own words," Huang Rong said. Ouyang Feng calmly said, "I said just put the manual down and you can go." Huang Rong knew that he was a proud man, although he was evil and cruel he had never broken his promise to anybody, so she put the manual along with the candle on the ground and smiled, "Uncle Ouyang, please excuse me." Carrying her dog-beating stick she turned around and walked away. Contrary to what she was expecting, Ouyang Feng did not even look at her. He jumped back and with a loud bang. He smashed the Wang Yanzhang idol with the back of his hand, the idol broke halfway down. "Blind man Ku, roll out!" he shouted. Huang Rong was startled, she turned her head only to see Kuzhina had jumped out from behind the idol, brandishing his iron spear in front of his body. Huang Rong immediately realized her misjudgment, with the old poison's ability how could he not know Master Ku was hiding behind the idol? He must have heard his breathing early on, only he waited patiently for a good opportunity to expose him. She dashed forward quickly, standing in front of Kuzhina with the bamboo stick in front of her body. "Uncle Ouyang, I am not going, you let him go," said Huang Rong. "No, Renjir, you go," Kuzhina said, "go find Jinger, tell him to avenge our 6 lives." Huang Rong mournfully answered, "If he is ever going to believe what I say, he would have already believed what I said. Master Ku, if you don't go, my father and I will have a hard time proving our innocence. Tell Guijing that I don't blame him, tell him not to feel bad." But how could Kuzhina let her embrace danger to save his own life? 2 people were bickering incessantly. Ouyang Feng became impatient, "Little girl, I let you go, you don't want to go. What are you waiting for?" "I'd love to stay," Huang Rong said, "Uncle Ouyang, get this blind man out of here, I will accompany you chit-chatting, just don't hurt him." Ouyang Feng thought, "You want to stay, that was what I want. Whether this blind man lives or dies, what does it have anything to do with me?" With big strides he went forward, holding out his hand to grab Kuzhina on his chest. Kuzhina moved his spear to attack the incoming hand. Ouyang Feng raised his arm a little bit and Kuzhin's arms were numb, he felt pressure on his chest. Clank! His spear flew upward, made a hole on the ceiling and landed on the temple's roof. Kuzhina hastily leaped backward, but before his feet landed on the floor he felt his collar was pulled, his body was hung in front of Ouyang Feng. His battle experience was vast, in this dangerous moment he did not get nervous. His left hand moved slightly and Tu Du Ling, poisonous water chestnut, flew toward the enemy's face. Ouyang Feng did not anticipate that in the face of danger Kuzhina was still able to attack. They were very close to each other, the incoming attack was strong, it was difficult to parry. Ouyang Feng bent his body backward but his hand did not let Kuzhina go, Kuzhina was thrown across the top of his head. When he jumped out from behind the idol Kuzhina was facing the temple's door, so Ouyang Feng's throw made him fly out of the door. Because Ouyang Feng's force was so strong, Kuzhin's body was actually flying faster than his own Du Ling. The Du Ling missed Ouyang Feng's head and flew straight toward Kuzhin's body. "Io!" Huang Rong cried out. But she saw that while he was airborne Kujuna was able to turn his body slightly, stretched out his right hand and deftly caught his own two dulings. His ability to hear and differentiate secret projectiles' wind had been trained to near perfection, his ears could hear as clearly as other people could see. "You are good." Ouyang Feng exclaimed, "Blind man Ku, I'll let you go." Kujuna landed on his feet, he was reluctant to go. Huang Rong laughed, "Master Ku, Ouyang Feng wanted to be my disciple, he wants to learn the 9E manual from me. You still want to stay, do you also want to be my disciple?" Kujuna knew that although Huang Rong talked jokingly, but her situation was extremely precarious. He stood on the temple courtyard, but was hesitant to go. Ouyang Feng looked up to the sky and said, "It's daybreak. Let's go." Pulling Huang Rong's hand they walked out the temple's door. "Master Ku, remember the letter I wrote on your palm," Huang Rong called out. They moved really fast, Huang Rong's last few words were heard from several zhangs away. Kujuna stayed motionless for a long time. He heard flock upon flock of crows that came into the temple to feast on the corpse, so he leaped onto the roof to find his spear pole. Leaning against his pole on the roof again he stayed motionless for a while, thinking the heaven and earth are boundless, but what kind of place could a blind man like him call home? Then he heard the crows cried mournfully and they dropped to the ground one by one. Turned out those crows were feasting on Yang Kang's corpse and they were poisoned one after another. Kujuna could not help but heaving a long sigh. He jumped back down to the ground, wielding his spear he walked to the north. On the third day suddenly he heard eagle cry high up in the sky. He thought that if the birds were close by, then Guojing must not be very far, therefore, he raised his voice and shouted in the middle of the wilderness, "Jinger, Jinger." Not too long afterwards he heard hoof beats, it was indeed Guojing riding the little red horse coming toward him. He was separated from Kujuna in the chaotic battle the other night, this time he saw his master was well, his joy was unspeakable. He did not even wait for the horse to stop, he jumped from the horseback and rushed to embrace his master, calling loudly, "De Shifu." Unexpectedly Kujuna slapped him left and right until his ears were red. Guojing was stunned, but did not dare to fend off. He let his master off his embrace. Kujuna continued to slap Guojing with his left hand, while his right hand slapped his own face until his own ears were red. Guojing was confounded, "De Shifu, what happened to you?" Kujuna viciously scolded, "You are the little muddlehead, I am the old muddlehead." Dozens or so slaps later he calmed down and stopped. Both men's faces were red and swollen. Kujuna kept cursing Guojing and himself for half a day before finally he narrated everything that had happened in the temple. Guojing was surprised yet happy, sorrowful yet ashamed, so that's what actually happened. I had wrongly accused Renjir, he thought. Tell me, don't we deserve to die? Kujuna shouted. Guojing agreed, he also said, disciple deserves to die, the Shifu's eyes are not perfect, you cannot be blamed. Kujuna was angry, damn it. My eyes are blind, is my heart also blind? Guojing tried to divert his attention, we must quickly think of something to rescue Renjir. What about her father? Kujuna asked. Huang Daozhu, Island Master Huang, had taken Hong Enshi, Benevolent Master Hong, to recuperate on the Peach Blossom Island. Guojing answered, De Shifu, where do you think Ouyang Feng is taking Renjir? Kujuna pondered for a moment, then said, Renjir is in his hands, even if she did not die, I don't know what kind of tortures she would be subjected to. Jinger, you quickly rescue her, I am going to kill myself to thank her. No. Guojing cried out in alarm, don't even think of doing such thing. However, he knew his first master's stubbornness very well, he would not listen to other people, once he said he would die, he was not going to back off, therefore, Guojing quickly said, De Shifu, you'd better go to the Peach Blossom Island to ask Huang Daozhu to lend us a hand. In all honesty, I am not Ouyang Feng's match. Kujuna thought it was not a bad idea, so he picked his spear and left. Guojing was reluctant to part with his first master, he followed him behind. Kuzhina knew he was being followed, he swung his spear backward and scolded, "You are still not going? If you don't rescue my beloved Renjir, I am going to take your little life." Guojing had no choice but stopped, his gaze followed his master until he disappeared beyond the mulberry grove toward the east. He had no idea where to start looking for Huang Rong. After thinking hard for quite a while he took his horse and pair of eagles and walked back to the Temple of the Iron Spear. Around the temple he saw countless dead crows, on the courtyard he saw a pile of human remains. Guojing hated Yang Kong for killing his masters, but thought that Yang Kong was already dead, so he was willing to write off that debt. Moreover, he was his sworn brother. Guojing picked the remains and buried Yang Kong on the temple's courtyard. He bowed in respect in front of the grave and said, "Brother Yang, if you know how I buried your remains today, you have to bless me in finding Renjir, that way you can make up for your crimes during your lifetime." Afterward Guojing started to make inquiries everywhere, trying to track Huang Rong's trail. Half a year had passed, autumn turned into winter, then winter turned into spring. Guojing, accompanied by his red horse and a pair of eagles, have looked everywhere. He asked the beggar clan, went to the Chuanjin sect, and inquired all Wulin characters he knew, yet nobody heard even a little bit of news about Huang Rong. He was miserable. He imagined how much suffering Huang Rong had to endure this past half a year, it was like a knife was piercing his heart. He was determined to find her, even to the end of the earth. He had been to Yanjing, twice he had tried to find Wanyan Honglai at Bianliang, yet Wanyan Honglai also disappeared without a trace. The beggar clan members all over the country had tried to find their Bangzhu clan leader, but still there were no words about Huang Rong. Guojing also stopped by the Cloud Village, but the village was burned to the ground. He did not know what kind of disaster Lu Qingfeng and Lu Guaniying had encountered. One day he arrived within the Shandong border. 9 out of 10 houses he saw along the way were deserted, he barely saw other people walking around. He heard that the Mongolians and the Genes were fighting each other in that area. The Genes were defeated and while retreating they stopped at nothing, raping and plundering the people along their way. Guojing walked for 3 more days heading north. The further he went, the more devastation he witnessed. His heart was embittered looking at the suffering of the common people as the result of war. That day he arrived at a small village by a river bank in a valley. He was going to stop by for food and water for him as well as his horse, when suddenly he heard a commotion just ahead of him. People were screaming and horses were neighing in panic. Dozens of Jin soldiers had entered the village. They set the village on fire, forcing the people to go out of their houses. If there was a young girl in the house, the soldiers would seize her and bind her with ropes. The rest of the people, young and old alike, were killed right there and then. Guojing was seething with anger, he charged his horse toward the leader of this pack, snatching his spear, the back of Guojing's left hand smacked his Tai Yang, son, acupoint. By that time Guojing had already reached high level in term of martial art skill, his strength was profound. With just one hit that officer's eyes came out of their sockets and he died instantly. The rest of the soldiers were shouting and yelling, sabers and spears attacked simultaneously. The little red horse was not afraid of battle, it dashed forward carrying Guojing on its back. Guojing snatched a saber with his left hand, and using the mutual hands combat technique he thrust the spear in his right hand and hacked the saber in his left, attacking the soldiers left and right. As soon as the Jin soldiers saw this person's fierceness, they lost their will to fight, they turned around and fled from the village. But suddenly a big banner appeared amidst the smoke, a squad of Mongolian soldiers had arrived. The Jin soldiers who had been defeated earlier did not dare to fight the Mongolian troops head-on, so they turned back to the village, hoping they would be able to slip by Guojing relying on sheer numbers. Guojing hated the Jin soldiers for cruelly abusing the people, he charged his horse toward the village entrance and single-handedly defending it against the intruders. About a dozen or so soldiers courageously attacked him, Guojing killed them all. The rest of the soldiers did not dare to attack but they could not go back either, they ran around in confusion, screaming in fear. The Mongolian soldiers saw ahead of them somebody was helping them. They charged the rest of the Jin soldiers and killed them all. The Bai Fu Zhang, leader of a 100-men unit, was about to inquire Guo Jing's background when suddenly the Mongolian soldier recognized him. That soldier shouted, "Jin Dao Fu Ma!" The Golden Blade consort, and immediately kneeled on the ground. The Bai Fu Zhang heard Guo Jing was their great Khan's son-in-law. He did not dare to be impolite. Hastily he dismounted his horse and also kneeled on the ground while dispatching a courier to quickly inform their commander-in-chief. The villagers, young and old, were coming out of their hiding places to thank Guo Jing when suddenly from outside the village came a loud thundering noise of cavalry's hoof beats. The people were frightened, they looked at each other in blank dismay. A bay horse with a black mane came fast. A young general shouted, "Where is Guo Jing Anda?" Mongolian term for sworn brother. Guo Jing saw it was Tuole. He was delighted. "Tuole Anda," he answered. They rushed forward and hugged each other. The pair of eagles recognized Tuole. They flew down and lovingly rubbed their necks to him. Tuole ordered a Qian Fu Zhang, leader of a 1,000-men unit, to pursue the Jin soldiers, while the rest of his troops pitched their tents right there on the hillside. Then he told Guo Jing everything that had happened since the last time they parted. Tuole told the war affair of the northern countries. Only then did Guo Jing find out that within the last few years Genghis Khan attacked to the east and sent expedition to the west, expanded his territory. Joki, Chagatai, Ogidi and Tuole, 4 princes, plus Makali, Borchu, Boral and Chilon, the great Khan's 4 heroes, his right-hand men, all had established many distinguished services. Presently Tuole and Makali were leading their troops to attack the Jin toward the east. They had fought several battles and utterly routed Jin's army. The Jins ran to the fortified city of Tongguan, did not dare to come out to Shandong to fight. Guo Jing stayed with Tuolei's troops for several days. A fast dispatch came one day. Genghis Khan ordered all princes and generals to go back north for a general assembly. Tuole and Makali did not dare to linger much longer. They assigned their second-in-commands to lead the troops and that very same night they rode north. Guo Jing missed his mother, so he came along with Tuole to the north. In less than a day they had arrived at the bank of River Onan. As far as eyes could see, the vast prairies were full of tents, tens of thousands of warhorses running around and neighing, tens of thousands spearheads gleaming brilliantly under the bright sunlight. In the middle of countless grey tents towered a big yellow silk tent. The tent ornaments were made of cast gold, above it fluttered 9 big banners. Guo Jing's horse stood on the river bank as he watched this awe-inspiring military prowess. He thought about how the great power in this golden tent had shaken the desert, wiping out the other rulers of the area. He imagined how Genghis Khan would issue his commands from the golden tent, then fast horses would be dispatched to deliver the orders to the tens of thousands soldiers under the princes and the generals. The bugles would sound and the beacons on the prairie would be lighted, their fires reaching the sky. Arrows would fill the sky like a swarm of locusts, spears and blades would flash, horses and infantrymen would march amidst the dust rising to the sky. Guo Jing thought, the great Khan wants to amass this much land, I wonder what he wants to do with it. Suddenly he saw the dust rise and a group of cavalry came to welcome them. 3 people, Tuole, Makali and Guo Jing entered the golden tent to see the great Khan. To his surprise he saw all the princes and the generals were already sitting on either side of the tent. Genghis Khan was overjoyed to see these 3 people. Tuole and Makali immediately reported the military situation. Guo Jing stepped forward and kneeled, saying, the great Khan has assigned me to sever the Jin prince, Wanyan Honglai's head. I met him several times, yet every time he was able to escape. I am ready to accept the great Khan's punishment. Genghis Khan laughed, he said, when the young eagle grows up, there will come a day when it will catch the fox. Why would I want to punish you? You arrived just in time, I often thought about you. The assembly then proceeded by discussing military plans to destroy the Jins. Makali proposed that since the Jins occupied the fortified city of Tongguan, it would be difficult to attack, the best plan would be forming an alliance with the Southern Song and execute a converging attack. Good. Let us do it then, Genghis Khan said. Immediately he assigned his secretary to write the letter and sent an envoy to go south. The General Assembly convened until dusk that day. Guo Jing left the golden tent. Under the darkened sky he walked to his mother's tent. Suddenly a pair of hands appeared from behind, about to cover his eyes. With his current martial arts skill, how could he let anybody launch a sneak attack? He leaned sideways and was going to push that person away when suddenly his nostrils caught a whiff of perfume, then he saw it was a girl. Quickly he pulled back his hand and called out, "Sister Huazheng." It was indeed Princess Huazheng standing in the dark with smile all over her face. They have not seen each other for several years. This time they met again. Guo Jing saw she was growing taller. She just stood there among the tall grass, her skin jade white. She looked beautiful yet valiant. Guo Jing called again, "Maisie." Younger sister, used in a more intimate way, Huazheng was extremely happy that tears flowed down her cheeks. "You really came back." Guo Jing was touched by the sincere expression of her feeling. Thousands of words were dancing around his mind, but he did not know where to start. After a few minutes of silence Huazheng said, "Go see your mother. You came back alive. Guess who will be happier, your mother or I?" "My mother will be very happy, I am sure," Guo Jing said. Huazheng pouted, "Do you think I am not happy?" The Mongolians were more frank, they would say what they think. Guo Jing had lived among the Southerners for quite some time, unconsciously he had been influenced by the way the Southerners talked. Now he went back to his childhood home and heard Huazheng talked in a friendly manner, a warm feeling filled his heart. Two people walked hand in hand toward Li Ping's tent. Mother and son met and there were more tears of happiness. Several days later Genghis Khan summoned Guo Jing, "I have heard your conducts and deeds from Tuale. You keep your words and have an upright heart, I like that very much. Just wait several more days, I am going to give you my daughter's hand in marriage." Guo Jing was startled, he thought, right now I don't even know if Renjir is dead or alive. How can I marry someone else? Seeing Genghis Khan's imposing appearance, although he wanted to disobey, he stammered and nothing intelligible came out of his mouth. Genghis Khan misunderstood his behavior, he thought Guo Jing was ecstatic that he turned silly. Immediately Genghis Khan prepared a dowry for Guo Jing, 1,000 maidservants, 100 caddies of gold, 500 cows, 2,000 sheep, plus he was told to prepare his own wedding and take anything he needed from Khan's treasury. Huazheng was Genghis Khan's only daughter from his first wife, she was her father's beloved since she was very little. By that time Genghis Khan's power had already spread throughout the Mongolian desert, he had subdued many other Khans, who, upon hearing their great Khan was going to give his daughter's hand in marriage, immediately sent precious gifts in abundance. Not too long afterwards, more than a dozen big tents were needed to store all the gifts. Princess Huazheng was so happy that she could not erase the smile from her face. Guo Jing, on the other hand, looked so haggard, his mind was filled with anxiety. He was often caught looking blankly to a far-away place with a dejected look on his face. Li Ping noticed her son's countenance was unusual. One evening she asked Guo Jing point blankly inside their tent. Guo Jing recounted everything about Huang Rong, from the day they met until they parted a few months ago. Li Ping listened attentively, she was silent for half a day. Mother, Guo Jing asked, your son is in a difficult situation, I don't know how to manage this. Great Khan has shown profound kindness to us, how can we forget it? Li Ping answered, but that Renjir, even though I have never met her, I believe she is an adorable girl. Guo Jing suddenly said, if father were in this situation, how would he act? This question was unexpected to Li Ping, she was silent for half a day, remembering her late husband's personality, and then with conviction in her voice said, your father would rather suffer a hardship than offending other people. Guo Jing stood up, with a quivering voice he said, even though this son of yours has never seen his father, I should follow my father's footsteps. If Renjir is safe, your son will honor my promise to marry Princess Huazheng, but if Renjie faced calamity, your son will not marry for as long as I live. Li Ping thought, that is a proper thing to do, but how can I let you be the last descendant of the Guo family? Nevertheless, this child is the same as his father, both were stubborn. Once they made a decision, what other people say would be useless. Thereupon she asked, how are you going to report to the Great Khan? I will tell the Great Khan the truth, Guo Jing answered. Li Ping was willing to support her son's intention. Good, she said, we can't put this off much longer. Go ahead and say thank you to the Great Khan. We, mother and son, will leave for the south even today. Guo Jing nodded his approval. That very same evening mother and son prepared their bags. Other than a few changes of clothes and some silvers, they left the Great Khan's gifts in the tent. As soon as they were finished, Guo Jing said, I am going to take my leave from the princess. Li Ping hesitated, how can you tell her? We'd better leave quietly, spare her the heartache, she said. No, Guo Jing said, I will personally tell her. Leaving his tent, he walked towards Huazheng's tent. Huazheng and her mother lived in a big tent, they were busy discussing the wedding preparation. Suddenly Huazheng heard Guo Jing's voice calling her from outside the tent. She was blushing, Ma. She said. Her mother smiled, you are going to get married in a few days, yet you cannot bear not to see each other for just a day. All right, you may go. Huazheng smiled and walked out the tent. Guo Jing Gij, big brother, she called. Maisie, younger sister, I have something I need to tell you, Guo Jing said. He led her walking to the west. Two people walked several leagues into the prairie, far from the big camp, and sat side by side on the grass. Huazheng leaned against Guo Jing's body. Lowering her head she said, Jing Gij, I also have something I want to tell you. Guo Jing was slightly startled, ah. So you know already? He said. He thought it would be better for her to find out, since he did not know where to start. Know what? Huazheng was confused, I wanted to tell you that I am not the Great Khan's daughter. What? Guo Jing was surprised. Huazheng lifted up her eyes toward the crescent moon on the horizon, she slowly said, after I am married to you, I will forget that I am the Great Khan's daughter, I am only Guo Jing's wife. If you want to beat me or scold me, go ahead and do it. Don't think that because my father is the Great Khan you have to submit to me. Guo Jing felt a mixture of bittersweet and warm and fuzzy feeling in his heart, he said, Maisie, you treated me very well. It's a pity I don't deserve to have you. What do you mean you don't deserve me? Huazheng countered, you are the kindest man in the world, except for my father, nobody is better than you. Even my 4 elder brothers don't hold a candle compared to you. Guo Jing was silent for a long time, he was going to leave Mongolia for the south early in the morning the next day, yet he did not know how to tell her. Huazheng continued, these past several days I have been so happy. I remember that time when I heard you had died I was going to die with you. Lucky for me brother Tuole snatched the dagger from my hand, otherwise how can I marry you now? Guo Jing Gij, I'd rather die than not being your wife. Guo Jing silently thought, Renjie won't talk to me like this, but both of them are very kind to me. Thinking about Huang Rong he could not help letting out a long sigh. Why did you sigh? Huazheng wondered. It was nothing, Guo Jing reluctantly said. Huazheng said, my first brother and second brother didn't like you, but my third brother and fourth brother are very fond of you. I have told my father frankly that the first brother and second brother are not good, third brother and fourth brother are good, so you don't have to worry. Why would I worry? Guo Jing wondered. Huazheng was very proud of herself, I heard mother said that since father is getting older, he wants to appoint the Khan's crown prince. Can you guess who will be chosen? Naturally your first brother, Joki. Not only he is the oldest, but has rendered most service as well, Guo Jing said. Huazheng shook her head, my guess is not the first brother, most likely the third brother, or even the fourth brother. Guojing knew Genghis Khan's eldest son Joki was smart and very competent, the second son, Chagatai was brave and a good strategist. These two men did not bow to each other, their competition was most ardent. The third son Ogidi loved to drink and to hunt, generosity was one of his traits. He realized that after his father passed away, the successor would be either his first or second brother. But among the four princes of the Khan, actually Tuole was his father's favorite. He realized he had no chance to become the next Khan, therefore, he had never fought over the position of the crown prince. He was in good terms with all of his three brothers. Guojing was not convinced by Wazheng's explanation. Would the great Khan appoint the Khan's crown prince based on what you said? He asked. I am not sure about that either, Huazheng said, that was my blind guess. But even if the first brother or the second brother becomes the next Khan, you don't have to worry either. If they make things difficult for you, I will fight them to the death. Huazheng was Genghis Khan's beloved daughter, 30% of the time her four elder brothers yielded to her. Guojing knew she would do what she said. He slightly smiled and said, you don't have to do that. Why not? Huazheng said, if my brothers don't treat us nicely, we can go together to the south. That's what I was going to say, Guojing blurted, I must go back to the south. Huazheng was silent for a moment. I am afraid mother and father won't let me go, she said. It's only me, Guojing started to say, but Huazheng cut him off. I will always listen to you. If you say we are going south, I am coming with you. If mother and father won't give their permission, well, elope. Guojing could not hold himself much longer. He jumped and stood up. It's only two people, me and my mother, who are going back south, he said. Having said this, one was standing up, the other was sitting down, for eyes looked at each other, both stayed still like a pair or statues. Wazheng's face showed confusion and despair, she did not understand what he was saying. Maisie, Guojing broke the silence, please forgive me. I can't marry you. Why? What did I do wrong? You are blaming me for not killing myself, are you not? Huazheng was confused. Guojing almost shouted, no. No. It's not your fault. I don't know whose fault it is, I have thought back and forth, and if I should blame anybody, it should be me. Henceforth he started telling Huazheng everything about Huang Rong. When he got to the part on how Huang Rong was currently held captive by Ouyang Feng, and that he had searched high and low for half a year without finding any trace of her, Huazheng could feel the excitement in his voice. She was unable to hold her tears from falling down. Finally Guojing said, Maisie, please just forget me, I must go and look for her. After you found her, would you come back here looking for me? Huazheng asked. If she is safe and well, I will certainly go back north, Guojing promised. At that time, if you did not shut me off and still want me, I will marry you. I definitely won't regret it. Huazheng slowly said, you don't have to say that. You know I will always want you to marry me. Go and find her, whether it will be 10 years, 20 years, as long as I am still alive, I am going to wait for you in this grassland. Guojing was excited. Yes, he exclaimed, 10 years, 20 years, I am going to look for her. 10 years, 20 years, I will also remember that you are waiting for me in this grassland. Huazheng sprang up and threw herself into his bosom, weeping uncontrollably. Guojing embraced her gently, his eyes were turning red. Two people hugged each other without saying anything. Things had come this far, they knew if they say another word they would only grieve the other. After a long time, they saw 4 riders from the west came rushing by. They swept past by Guojing and Wazheng's side, went directly to the golden tent. They were still about dozens of zhongs away from the golden tent when suddenly one of the horses fell down and was unable to stand again. It was obvious that this horse was very tired, it dropped dead right then and there. The rider stood up and without casting a single glance toward his dead horse he dashed wildly into the golden tent. A short moment later 10 men with horns in their hand rushed out of the golden tent. They faced 4 directions and blow their horns, ho! 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 Guo Jing knew it was Genghis Khan's most urgent call, whether it was his own son or his beloved general. If anybody did not show up by the time the great Khan had bent all his 10 fingers, he would be beheaded immediately, no question asked. The great Khan summons us. Guo Jing shouted. Without saying anything to Huazheng, he used his lightness kung fu and flew toward the golden tent. He heard hoof beats coming urgently from all directions. When Guo Jing arrived at the tent, Genghis Khan had only bent 3 fingers, and when he had bent 8 fingers all the princes and senior generals were fully assembled. Genghis Khan loudly roared, "Does that dog King Muhammad have quicker princes? Does he have such gallant generals?" "No." The assembly answered in unison. Genghis Khan beat his chest and shouted, "Look! These are my special envoys to Khwarezm. See how did that dog King Muhammad treat my loyal servants." Every eye followed the great Khan's finger. They saw several Mongolians with their faces swollen black and blue, their beards completely burnt. Beards were the Mongolian warrior's sign of dignity. It was considered a great insult just to bump into it. How much more insulting was it to burn it completely? As soon as the assembly saw this, everyone exploded in angry roars. Genghis Khan said, "Khwarezm is a big country with a strong army, but are we afraid of them? Because we have been concentrating our effort to battle the Genes, we were very lenient to them. Joki, my son, tell everybody how we should deal with that dog King Muhammad." Joki stepped forward and said with a loud voice, "That your father king sent your son to attack the deserve-to-die Murjid people. Your son returned triumphantly. That dog King Muhammad also sent a big army to attack the Murjids. 2 armies met. Your son sent a goodwill envoy, saying that Father King sincerely wished to be friend with the Khwarezm. That red-bearded dog king actually said, Genghis Khan did not order you to attack me, but Allah had sent me to attack you. As a result we were engaged in a fierce battle. We had gained the upper hand, but because the enemy was 10 times our number, we quietly withdrew the troops at midnight." Boral suddenly said, "For all that the great Khan still showed respect towards this dog king. We sent a trade caravan, but the cargo was robbed by that dog king, while our merchants were killed. This time we sent ambassadors of goodwill. That dog king has listened to that Jin dog Prince Wanyan Honglai's instigation. He killed half of the great Khan's messengers, while burning the other half's beards and sent them back home." Hearing the name Wanyan Honglai, Guo Jing's heart turned cold. "Is Wanyan Honglai at the Khwarezm?" he asked. One of the burnt messengers answered, "I recognized him. He sat by that dog king's side, constantly talking in low voice with that dog king." Genghis Khan called out, "The Jin dog has joined forces with Khwarezm. They are going to press us from both sides. Are we afraid of them?" The assembly answered with one voice, "Our great Khan is peerless in the world. You order us to attack the Khwarezm, we will crush their cities, burn down their buildings, kill their men off, taking captive of their women and livestock." Genghis Khan shouted, "We must capture Muhammad. We must capture Wanyan Honglai." The assembly answered his cry with a cheering so loud that the candle lights inside the tent swayed. Genghis Khan took his saber out and swung it in front of him. He rushed outside the tent, leaped onto his horseback. The assembly followed him out of the tent and mounted their horses. Genghis Khan rode his horse several leagues into the prairie until he arrived at a small hill. The assembly knew he wanted to be left alone to think, so they did not go up the hill, but formed a ring surrounding the small hill. Genghis Khan saw Guo Jing was standing not too far from him. He called, "Son, come here." Guo Jing galloped his horse uphill. Genghis Khan swept his gaze on the prairie, where the light from his army camp flickered like stars scattered throughout the vast grassland. He raised his whip and said, "Son, that day we were surrounded by Sangam and Jamukha on the mountain, I had said something to you. Do you remember what I said?" "I remember," Guo Jing answered. "The great Khan said that we the Mongolians have many valiant men. As long as we do not fight our own people and join our forces, we will be able to call the world our grazing land." Crack! Genghis Khan twirled his horse whip into the air. He called out, that's right. Now the Mongolians have joined forces, let us go and capture that Wanyan Honglai. Guojing had decided to go back south with his mother the next day. Suddenly this matter arose, how could he forget to avenge his father's death? Moreover, his mother and he have received Khan's generosity. The opportunity had presented itself for him to repay this debt of gratitude, so he called out, this time we will surely capture that scoundrel Wanyan Honglai. Rumor has it that the Khwarezm army is 1 million men strong, but I estimate their number to be close to 600,000-700,000. Genghis Khan said, we only have 200,000 men, but we have to spare several thousands men to fight the Jin dogs. 150,000 against 700s, what would you say? Will we win? Guojing was completely oblivious of battle strategy, but he was not a coward. Hearing the great Khan so inquired, he boldly said, we will win. Of course we will win, Genghis Khan said, that day I said I will treat you as my own son. Once Temujin says something, he won't forget it. You come with me on this expedition to the west. Once we have captured Muhammad and Wanyan Honglai, we will go back home and consummate your marriage with my daughter. This was precisely what he was hoping for, so Guojing agreed immediately. Genghis Khan rode his horse descending that hill, summoned the soldiers. He gave his command. Immediately his personal guard sounded the bugle while Genghis Khan speedily went back to his camp. Along the way men were seen moving around like shadows and horses were galloping back and forth but not a single voice was heard, a sign of a highly disciplined army. Before the Khan even arrived at the golden tent, his 30,000 soldiers had already neatly arranged on the prairie. The bright moonlight shone on row upon row of spears and blade, making the prairie glittered with silvery gleams. Genghis Khan entered the golden tent and called his secretary, assigning him to write a war declaration. The secretary immediately composed a lengthy letter on a sheet or parchment, then he knelt down in front of the great Khan to read his letter. The heaven has appointed me as the great Khan over many nations, enlarged my territory by tens of thousands lease, helped me to crush countless countries. From the ancient of days there is no one who can be called my equal. Once my thunder strikes, how can you resist? Your country's existence until today depends on three things. Unless you send a tribute, the great Mongolian army will. The more Genghis Khan heard, the angrier he became. He kicked that white-bearded secretary upside down and cursed him, who are you writing to? Why would Genghis Khan use such flowery words toward a dog king? Raising his horse whip he struck the secretary's face several times, and then called out, listen to me, what I say, you write down. That secretary gingerly crawled back up, he took a fresh parchment and knelt on the floor, looking intently to the great Khan's lips. Genghis Khan walked to the tent entrance and opened up the curtain, looking toward his 30,000 strong cavalry. With a low and calm voice he said, write it this way, only 6 characters. He paused for a moment then shouted, if you want to fight, then fight. Ni Yao Zhan, Bien Zhou Zhan 6 characters. The secretary was stunned, thinking this kind of official document was so scandalously unusual, but his face was still burning from the whip earlier, how could he dare to object? He wrote those 6 characters in large letters immediately. Put my gold seal on it and send it by the fastest horse, Genghis Khan commanded. Mukali put the seal on the letter and dispatched Qian Fu Zhang, leader of a 1,000-men unit, with his troops to deliver the letter. The rest of the assembly learned about the great Khan's letter, which only had 6 characters on it. Their spirit rose. They heard the hoof beats of the messengers gradually disappear into the prairie. Suddenly, as if by prior agreement, they shouted in one voice, if you want to fight, then fight. While outside, the 30,000 soldiers cheered, he who. He who. Lit. Hey. Or I say. Shout. It was the Mongolian cavalry's battle cry. As the horses heard their masters shout they neighed loudly while lifting up their front legs. The noise on the prairie that night was deafening, as if they were in an actual battle. Genghis Khan dismissed his army then he sat alone in his golden tent, deep in thought. The chair he was sitting on was taken from the jeans, a dragon snatching a giant pearl was carved on its back, while a pair of ferocious tiger heads was carved on its two armrests. It was the throne that belonged to the Jin Emperor. Genghis Khan reminisced his own youth, which was full of sufferings and difficult times. He recalled his own mother, his wife, his 4 sons and a beloved daughter. He also remembered his beautiful concubines, his ever-victorious army, his vast and boundless empire. At last he thought about the upcoming war against a powerful enemy. Although he was getting old, his hearing was as keen as when he was young. He heard a distant mournful cry of a warhorse, then the cry stopped abruptly. He understood it was an old horse with an incurable disease. Its master could not bear to see it suffer, so he must have killed the horse. Suddenly he remembered, I am also getting old, this time I am going to war. Will I go back home alive? If I lose my life in the battlefield, my 4 sons will fight over the great Khan position. It definitely will be a devastating fight. I wish I can live forever and not see death. Even if one was an invincible, fearless warrior, once one's strength gradually faded, one's mind would involuntarily think about death. He could not help but feeling trepidation, his heart trembled with fear. I heard in the south there exists a class of people called Taoist priests who can teach people how to become deity who will never grow old and never see death. I wonder if it is true. He mused. Clapping his hands twice, he called a guard to summon Guojing into the tent. As soon as Guojing arrived, Genghis Khan asked him about this matter. I don't know about becoming immortal deity, but there are indeed some people who can teach you how to meditate, to do breathing exercise, circulating your energy. In the end, it will prolong your life, Guojing answered. Genghis Khan was delighted. Do you know such person? Quickly go and find one to see me, he said. This kind of people won't come with any casual invitation, Guojing replied. Correct, Genghis Khan said, I am going to send a high official to invite him to the north. Tell me, whom should I invite? Guojing thought, among the Taoist orthodox sects, the Chuanjin is the best. Among the Chuanjin 6 masters, Chiu Deis hangs, Taoist priest, martial art is the highest, he is also the most amiable, perhaps he would be willing to come. Therefore, he mentioned the name of Changchun Zi, eternal spring, Chiu Chuji. Genghis Khan was ecstatic. He summoned his secretary immediately, told him his intention and ordered him to write an imperial letter. The secretary had a bitter experience earlier that day. He thought for a long time, then finally wrote the imperial letter. I have something to talk, please come immediately, Jin Yu Shi, Bian Ji Lai. He followed the great Khan's literary style, also only used 6 characters. He thought this time surely the great Khan would be pleased with his work. Who would have thought that as soon as Genghis Khan heard the letter, he was angry, and once again his whip hit the secretary's face. I said that way to a dog king, but how can I treat an honorable Taoist priest the same way? Genghis Khan scolded, you must write a long letter, a modest and respectful one. The secretary knelt down on the ground and started to compose this imperial letter. The heaven despises the arrogant in the central plains, I rule in the northern desert, yet I also share the sentiment. I wish for a simple and pure character, shun the extravagance and embrace frugality. Each close each meal, along with the livestock in the corral enjoying the heaven providence. Regarding the people like newborn babies, raising warriors like brothers, seeking harmony with the earth's element in the living beings. Training tens of thousands soldiers, dispatching hundreds of military expeditions with me leading in the front. Within 7 years I have completed great undertakings, uniting 6 elements into harmony. Not by my own virtue, but because of the Jin's government's lack of patience, and the heaven bestowed its blessing and gave honor to me. To the south I made an alliance with the Zhao family's Song dynasty, to the north annexed the Huigu, to the east Xia and to the west Yi, name of countries, not sure the exact location, all acknowledging Genghis Khan's sovereignty, unparalleled since the founding of my great Mongolia for thousands of years and hundreds of generations. However, my responsibilities are heavy, there is something I lack to maintain peace. Just like marking the side of the boat where the sword fell into the lake, thinking that the water did not flow, meaning, vanity, something stupid. I need worthy men to assist me in achieving peace under the sky. I assumed the throne with diligent mind to build a better nation, but 3 out of 9 positions is not filled properly. I seek Master Teacher Chiu to give guidance, governing nature, nourishing an exhausted mind, applying the strong Taoist virtue, cherishing the respected manners of honorable people of old, embracing the sage's elegant deeds, living above the cliffs and valleys, leading an invisible life. Enlightened forefathers have left behind a message, to devote one's life in the way of the warrior. An ancient saying shows the paths to immortality, every single one worthy of praise. Even after taking up arms, I am aware that the Master still possesses secret ancient way which I look up to cherish as my own. The secretary wrote to this point. He raised his head and asked, "Is it long enough?" Genghis Khan smiled and said, "Such a nice letter." "Enough. Write that I am dispatching a Han high-ranking officer, Lu Zhonglu, with my greetings to invite him over." The secretary continued, "If not for the battle, how can one realize he needs the assistance of a secluded expert, that he visited the thatched hut 3 times. Background info: Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang 3 times before the latter agreed to help the former. The mountains and rivers are vast, yet missed to give a revered welcome. It is time for me to leave my position. I fast and clean up my body, and I send my officer Lu Zhonglu, riding a plain carriage, enduring 1,000 li's travel, to respectfully invite the Master to spare a moment from your journey treading immortal path, to brave the desolate desert in distant land, to tend to the affair of common people, and perhaps to give relief to the weary. I long to go to the immortal place and wish not the immortal Master to spit on my desire. I will be happy to hear just one word of encouragement clearly, sincerely hope the Master would be willing to take the higher road to befriend me and not disappoint the hope of all living beings." Herewith the imperial letter ends, to be read by the appropriate addressee. Genghis Khan said, "Good, let it be like that." He rewarded that secretary 5 liangs of gold. He also asked Guo Jing to write a personal letter of invitation to earnestly ask Zhou Chuji to come over. That very same day he sent Lu Zhonglu with the imperial letter to the south. Author's note: Genghis Khan's invitation to Zhou Chuji was based on the original text according to historical documents. The next day Genghis Khan held a general assembly of all his high-ranking officials discussing the expedition to the west, conferring Guo Jing the title of Noyan, placing him in command of a 10,000-men unit. Noyan was the Mongolian highest official title, normally given only to the Great Khan's close relative or a very senior general. By this time Guo Jing's martial art had advanced immensely, but his military strategy knowledge was next to zero. He had no alternative but went to Jebei, Subutai and other senior generals, asking for some advice. But he was slow and military tactics had an almost infinite variation. How could he learn it all in just a short period of time? He saw the other generals were busy preparing their soldiers, gathering provisions, and choosing their horses and weaponry. Everybody was very busy. 150,000's cavalry went on an expedition to the west, going through bitter cold and barren desert lands. The preparation was certainly not a small matter. He had no clue on what to do, hence he simply assigned Ten Qian Fu Zhang, leader of a 1,000-men unit, under his command to separately handle the preparations, and Jebei and Tuale oftentimes giving their advice to help him out. A month or so later he still felt his preparation to be inadequate. He realized it was beyond him to command his troops. To attack a strong army of 1,000,000 using the 18 dragons subduing palms or even the 9 manual would not be possible. If he issued a wrong order even for only one time, he would be defeated by the enemy. Not only Genghis Khan's reputation would be marred, but the lives of 10,000 men would be jeopardized as well. That day he was seriously contemplating to see the Great Khan and resign from his position. He was willing to be a low-ranking soldier under somebody else's command, fighting the enemy as an individual, when suddenly his second-in-command came to report that more than 1,000 Han people were waiting outside. They were seeking an audience with him. Guo Jing was delighted. He thought, Zhou Daozhang has arrived this soon. Hastily he went out his tent to welcome the visitor. To his surprise, however, he saw on the prairie stood a group of people dressed as beggars. 3 men rushed forward and bowed to greet him. Turned out they were the beggar clan's Lu Youjiao, along with Jian and Liang Zhonglao, elders. "Have you heard anything about Miss Huang Rong?" Guo Jing anxiously asked. Xiao Ren, lit. Little/lowly person, had anxiously waited for any news, but the Bangshus whereabouts is still unknown. We heard Sir, Guan Ren, lit. Government officer, is commanding a troop on the expedition to the west. We come to offer our assistance, Lu Youjiao answered. Guo Jing was greatly surprised. How did you know? The Great Khan sent a messenger inviting Qiu Chuji, priest Qiu. We heard it from the Chuanjin people, Lu Youjiao replied. Guo Jing was silent for half a day, staring blankly toward the clouds on the southern horizon. He thought, the beggar clan has eyes and ears all over the world, yet they don't know Renjier's whereabouts. I am afraid her being in danger is more likely than not. Thinking about Huang Rong, his eyes turned red involuntarily. He assigned his second-in-command to help the newcomers settle down while he himself went to inform the Great Khan. Good, Genghis Khan said, place them under your command. When Guo Jing conveyed his intention to resign, Genghis Khan was angry. Who can fight a battle as soon as they are born? Nobody can. After fighting several battles you will pick up. You grew up with me, what are you afraid of? How could Genghis Khan's son-in-law not go to war? Guo Jing did not dare to say another word. He returned to his tent with an anxious face. Lu Youjiao asked him what the matter was, and then tried to console him. When evening came, Lu Youjiao came to his tent and said, if I knew it would be this way, Xiao Ren would have brought Sun Tzu's Art of War, or Tai Gong's Summary of Military Strategy from the south, then everything will be all right. It suddenly dawned on Guo Jing that he had the Wuma's legacy by his side. It was a military manual, how could he forget about it? Right away he took the book out from his clothes pouch, and then read it by the lantern light all night long through the next day, stopping only because he felt tired. This book contained all kinds of military strategy, from reconnaissance, planning an attack, defense strategy, to military training, officer management, troop disposition, field operation, as well as safety and danger situation overview and escape strategy, all were discussed in details. That day Guo Jing had browsed through it on the boat at Yuanjiang, he did not pay too much attention. But this time he needed military guidance, so he read until he had a good grasp of what was written. When he did not understand any part of the book, he would invite Lu Youjiao to ask his advice. Lu Youjiao would answer, right now Xiao Ren does not understand, but let me think about it. He would leave Guo Jing's tent only for a moment, then came back with a very detailed explanation. Guo Jing was delighted and would ask him more questions. Strangely, Lu Youjiao would always not able to answer immediately. He always asked for some time to think, but then afterwards would always come up with answers no matter how difficult the problem was. At first Guo Jing did not notice, but after several days this answer-finding process repeated, he could not help but feeling suspicious. One evening Guo Jing picked a character from the book and asked him what it meant. Lu Youjiao said he wasn't clear about that, so he needed some time to think about it, then he went out the tent. Guo Jing thought, the book is difficult, it's all right if you need some time to ponder its meaning, but it is only a character, how could you not know its meaning? Although holding a position of general, Guo Jing was still very young and he still had a childish character. As soon as Lu Youjiao exited his tent he followed immediately. He stealthily hid among the tall grass wanting to know Lu Youjiao's secret. He saw Lu Youjiao entered a tiny tent, and in just a short while he went out the tent again. Guo Jing hastily went back to his own tent. Lu Youjiao went in and said, Xiao Ren has thought about it. Then he proceeded by explaining the character's correct pronunciation and its meaning. Guo Jing smiled, Lu Zhonglao, you have an expert master, why don't you invite your master to see me? Lu Youjiao was startled, I don't, he said. Guo Jing grabbed his hand and smiled, we will go out and see. He pulled his hand and went out the tent, walked toward that tiny tent he saw earlier. Outside that tiny tent 2 beggar clan members were standing on guard duty. As soon as they saw Guo Jing they coughed lightly. Guo Jing noticed their coughs, he let Lu Youjiao's hand go and darted toward the tent. As soon as he lifted the tent's entrance he saw the rear part of the tent fluttered a little bit. Definitely someone has just gone out the tent. Guojing rushed forward and lifted up the tent, but he only saw tall grass, not a single human's shadow was to be seen. He was perplexed, was silent for a while. Guojing turned around and asked Lu Youjiao, but Lu Youjiao said the tent was his, nobody else lived there. Guojing did not give up, he kept asking Lu Youjiao difficult questions from the Wuma's legacy, but from now on Lu Youjiao would wait for the next day before he could answer his questions. Guojing knew the person in that tent did not have any ill intention, only did not want to see him. Guojing decided that person must be an expert from the Jianghu, and it would be difficult to deal with people like that, so he put this matter aside temporarily. He studied the book in the evening, then trained his soldiers during the day according to method he learned from the book. The Mongolian cavalry was used to fight an open battle, now they had to train battle formations, they were having a very difficult time. But an order is an order, they did not dare to disobey, so they had no choice and trained hard. Another month had passed, Genghis Khan's army and its logistic were ready. Guojing managed to train his 10,000 soldiers in all 8 battle formations, Tian Fu, high as the sky, Di Zai, strong as the earth, Feng Yang, scattered like a wind, Yun Chui, dangling like a cloud, Long Fei, flying dragon, Hu Yi, winged tiger, Miao Xiang, soaring bird, and Shi Pan, coiling snake, which they have mastered skillfully. These 8 formations were originally created by Zhuge Liang based on ancient methods. When they got to Yu Fei's hand, he added many changes and variations. When Yu Fei was young, he went to war under Zhongzhe, who said, "Your bravery, wisdom and skill have exceeded those of the ancient times, however, in a real battle we can't predict everything." He was referring to the troop disposition method. Yu Fei answered, "In a real battle, the art of war does not change. Whoever manages to utilize its wonder will save their own hearts and minds." Zhongzhe could not help but agree to what he said. Later on Yu Fei led many other troop movements. He was aware that he could not always follow certain method, yet he still trained his officers and soldiers according to these methods. Only when it came to the real battle he executed his plan dynamically, thus had defeated countless enemies. This process was also recorded in the Wuma's legacy book. One particular day the weather was clear and the air was fresh, the sky stretched out for tens of thousands miles, blue like it was fresh from the laundry. The 150,000 Mongolian cavalry were arranged in row after row on the prairie. Genghis Khan offered a sacrifice to the heaven and earth, making a vow before going into battle. Toward all his generals he said, "Stone has no skin, but there is a limit to human's life. My hair and beard have all turned white. This time I go to war, don't know if I am going back home alive. My concubine has reminded me last night, and I think she was right. I have to assign one of my sons today to lift high my banner after I am gone." The generals had fought hundreds of battles, following Genghis Khan's attacks to the east and expeditions to the west. His white hair had been gray. Suddenly hearing the great Khan was going to appoint his successor, they were all surprised and delighted at the same time. All eyes gazed toward his face, waiting for him to say his successor's name. Genghis Khan said, "Joki, you are my eldest son, tell me, whom should I appoint?" Joki's heart skipped a beat. He was very capable, had rendered the most service, besides, he was the eldest son. He had always thought that when his father king died, naturally the position would fall into his lap. Now that the great Khan suddenly asked, he did not know how to reply. Genghis Khan's second son, Chagatai, was like a raging fire. He did not live harmoniously with his eldest brother. Hearing his father king asking his brother, he opened his mouth, "He wants Joki to speak, what order will he receive? How can we let this merged bastard rule over us?" Actually when Genghis Khan was young, his army was weak, as a result his wife was captured by their enemy, the Murjids. After several years in captivity, his wife was taken back, but by that time she had already given birth to Joki. Genghis Khan accepted this fact with an open mind, he regarded Joki as his own son. Listening to his own brother's insult Joki could not hold his patience any longer, he charged forward, grabbing Chagotay's chest, shouted, "Father King had never regarded me as an outsider, how dare you insulted me? What skill do you have that I don't? You are nothing more than an irritable hot-tempered arrogant man. Let's go out and have a duel. If I lost to you in archery, I will rip my own thumb. If I lost to you in martial arts, I will throw myself on the ground and never get up." Turning his head toward Genghis Khan he said, "Father King, please give your order." Two brothers grabbed each other's chest, ready to have a duel right then and there. The rest of the generals stepped forward to separate them. Burchu pulled Joki's hand, while Macaulay held Chagotay's hand. Genghis Khan was silent. He remembered his own disgrace in his youth, that he was not even able to defend his wife's honor, which had caused today's dispute. The generals all blamed Chagatai for bringing up past events and hurt their parents' hearts. "Both of you, drop it." Finally Genghis Khan said, "Joki is my eldest son, I will always love him no matter what. I forbid anyone to speak bad about him." Chagatai let Joki go, he said, "Joki is very capable, everybody knows that. But in terms of generosity and benevolence, he is inferior to the third brother, Ogdi. I vote for Ogdi. Joki, what do you say?" Genghis Khan asked. Joki could see the unfavorable situation. He knew his hope to be the great Khan was shattered. He had always had good relationship with his third brother. He knew the third brother was kind-hearted, certainly would not do him any harm in the future. Therefore, he said, "Very well, I also support Ogdi." The fourth Prince Tuale did not challenge that nomination. Ogdi was about to decline, but Genghis Khan said, "You don't need to decline. Your battle skill is inferior to your two elder brothers, but you treat people kindly. When you become the great Khan in the future, all princes and generals won't fight each other. We the Mongolian people will have no enemy as long as we don't fight each other. What are we anxious about then?" That day Genghis Khan threw a big feast in celebration of the newly appointed crown prince. All the troops, from the generals to the soldiers, drank until very late that night. Guojing went back to his tent a little tipsy. He was just about to take out his clothes to sleep when suddenly one of his officers came rushing in, gave him this report, "Fu Mayi, Master Consort, it's not good, the first prince and the second prince were drunk. Each took his troops to kill each other." Guojing was stunned, quickly said, "Inform the great Khan." "The great Khan is also drunk, we couldn't wake him up," the officer replied. Guojing knew both Joki and Chagatai had loyal followers. The troops under their flags were ferocious. If they killed each other the Mongolian army's strength would be hurt considerably. They were having a brawl in the great Khan's presence earlier, but this time both were drunk. He had the urge to help, but how could he separate them? He was lost at what to do, pacing back and forth inside his tent while tapping his own forehead, musing, "If only Rangier is here, she would know what to do." He heard a distant battle cry, looked like both troops were about to kill each other. Guojing was getting more anxious than ever, but suddenly Lu Youjiao rushed in and handed him a piece of paper with this message: "Use coiled snake to cut off two armies, then use winged tiger to capture those who refuse to surrender." By that time Guojing had mastered the Wuma's legacy from top to bottom. As soon as he saw these two lines of characters his mind was enlightened. He shouted, "How could I be so stupid? What's the use of reading the military strategy book?" Immediately he gave orders for his own troops to move. The discipline among the Mongolian army was very strict. Even though all the officers and soldiers were drunk once the order was given, they armed themselves and mounted their horse, in a very short time had formed a neat battle formation. The drums were sounded 3 times, the bugle was blown, the troops under Guojing's command started to move toward the northeast. Several leagues later his scout came back reporting that the first and the second prince's troops had started to battle each other. There he-hoo! He-hoo! Shouts were heard from afar. Guojing was anxious. "I am afraid I come one step too late and not able to prevent this big calamity." Hastily he waved his hand to give orders. His 10,000 men divided itself, the right hand Ho Tian, rear Sky, S3 axes moved forward, the right hand Ho Di, rear earth, S3 axis moved toward the tail, the right Ho Tian charged, the right Ho Di charged, moved toward northwest and northeast. They occupied the right-hand position. Their corresponding left-hand teams did the same and occupied the left-hand position, while Guojing's big banner moved in the center, followed by a coiled snake formation fiercely broke through the front. Joki and Chagatai had each brought their 20,000 men, fighting with long saber in their hands. Guojing's coiled snake suddenly charged in between, still maintaining their neat formation. The battling troops were startled, they scattered slightly disorderly. Chagatai's loud voice was heard, "Who's there? Who's there? Are you coming to help me or to help this bastard Joki?" Guojing paid no attention, his command flag waved, his teams moved around, the coiled snake changed into winged tiger immediately. The four smaller groups left-hand and right-hand Qian Tian, front sky, occupied the front position, the rest of the groups enveloped Chagatai's troops from both sides, their corresponding left groups outflanked Joki's troops on the other side. By this time Chagatai could see Guojing's banner clearly. Angrily he swore, "I knew from the start the southern barbarian is not a good person." He gave an order to his troops to kill Guojing's. But those tiger's wings contained subtle variations, each was very powerful. It was the formation Han Xian used to crush Xiang Yu at Gaixiao. It was called 10 Principles to Surround the Enemy in the military strategy books. It was said to have a power of surrounding the enemy 10 times stronger, the principle of small numbers surrounding many using ever-changing movements. Chagatai's troops saw Guojing's small groups came and went continually. They did not know the exact number of the enemy and their hearts trembled with fear. In a short moment Chagatai's 20,000 troops had been cut off, each group could not help the other. The fight against Joki's troops took a different turn since their fighting spirit was already weakened. First, it was their fellow countrymen, more than half of them were good friends to each other. Second, they were afraid of the Great Khan's wrath. As soon as Guojing's small groups surrounded them in confusing movements, they lost their will to fight. Among the troop movement Guojing's loud voice could be heard, "We are all Mongolian brothers, no need to kill each other. Quickly put down your sabers, spears, bows and arrows to avoid the Great Khan's beheadings." Almost all officers and soldiers listened to his plea. Immediately they dismounted their horses and threw their weapons to the ground. Chagatai and about 1,000 of his loyal followers charged ferociously toward Guojing's troops, but 3 drumbeats were heard, 8 groups of riders came surrounding them from all directions, they carried horse-tripping ropes. One by one the 1,000 troops fell down their horsebacks. From those 8 groups, 4 or 5 soldiers surrounded one of Chagatai's loyal followers. They were forced to sit on the ground with their hands tied behind their backs. Joki saw how Guojing's troops routed Chagatai, he could not help but feeling scared but happy. He was about to move forward to talk to Guojing when suddenly the horn sounded again. Guojing's front teams moved backward and the rear teams moved forward. Very soon Joki was surrounded on all directions. Joki had an extensive battle experience, but he had never seen anything like this. Hastily ordered his men to attack, but Guojing's 10,000 men split into 12 smaller groups, did not charge forward, but moved backward instead. Joki was marveled, he did not know that these 12 groups were Dehe Z, Black Darkness, 11 p.m. 1 a.m., the first hour, Padi Cho, Worn Out Enemy, 1-3 a.m., the second hour, Swa Tu In, Dashing to the Left, 3-5 a.m., the third hour, Qing Shimao, Green Snake, 5-7 a.m., the fourth hour, Cui Xiongchen, Terrible Devastation, 7-9 a.m., the fifth hour, Qian Chongasai, Charge Forward, 9-11 a.m., the sixth hour, De Chi Wu, Great Scarlet, 11 a.m. 1 p.m., the seventh hour, Xian Feng Wei, First Tip, of the Tool Slash. Weapon, 1-3 p.m., the 8th hour, Yuji Shen, Right Hand Strike, 3-5 p.m., the 9th hour, Bai Yun Yu, White Cloud, 5-7 p.m., the 10th hour, Zhu Xingsu, Sure Victory, 7-9 p.m., the 11th hour, and Ho Wei Hai, Rear Guard, 9-11 p.m., the 12th hour, according to the 12 two-hour periods of the day, with strange variations, swiftly moved back and forth. These 12 groups moved around, the right-hand groups charged to the left-hand groups strike to the right. Joki's troops were confused. Less than the time to eat a bowl of rice later, Joki and his men were also surrounded and captured. Joki remembered when all of them were kids he had whipped Guojing half dead. Chagatai also remembered he let his dogs loose and bite Guojing really bad. Both were afraid that Guojing would seek revenge. They sobered up immediately. They were also really scared that their father king would punish them severely. After capturing these two people, Guojing thought that as an outsider he had interfered in this sibling rivalry. He was not sure if his action might result in disaster or good luck. He was thinking of discussing this matter over with Ogidi and Tuale when suddenly he heard loud horn sound. Amidst the flickering torches the Great Khan's 9 big banners came galloping fast. Genghis Khan had sobered up from wine. He received the report that his 2 sons were about to kill each other. He was startled and angrily jumped out of his bed. Without wearing clothes or armor, with his hair unkempt, he jumped on his horse and sped to the prairie. When he came near, he saw his son's troops sat on the ground, with Guojing's troops standing around, guarding them. His 2 sons, although they were still sitting on the horsebacks, but each were surrounded by 8 of Guojing's men wielding unsheathed blades in their hands. He was very surprised. Guojing stepped forward and knelt down on the ground, reporting everything. Realizing that a major disaster had been unexpectedly thwarted, Genghis Khan's delight was unspeakable. He came rushing in thinking that 2 Mongolian armies had fought each other. The casualty must be serious. His 2 sons might be dead already. Who would have thought that his 2 sons were alive and well? 3 armies were intact. Of course he was delighted. Immediately he called a general assembly of all the princes and generals. He scolded Joki and Chagatai, and heavily rewarded Guojing and his men. He said to Guojing, "Do you still say that you cannot lead troops to war? Your merit in this matter alone can easily dwarf the war against the Jin country. If we cannot destroy the enemy's city wall today, we can always come back tomorrow and try again. But if my sons were dead, how can we make them alive again?" Guojing took the rewards, but divided the gold, silver and livestock to his troops. There was a thunderous cheering and applause among his troops that day. All generals came to congratulate him on this great merit. After sending off the guests, Guojing took out the note given to him by Lu Youjiao. He examined it carefully. The handwriting was shoddy. Most likely it was Lu Youjiao's handwriting, but he was suspicious. "Although I have trained my troops in coiled snake and winged tiger formations, but I have never mentioned these names to Lu Zhonglao. The difficult parts of the book that I asked him for advice also do not have anything to do with this battle formations." How did he know? Did he read my military strategy book without my knowledge? Right away he invited Lu Youjiao into his tent. "Lu Zhonglao, if you like to read this military strategy book, I will gladly lend it to you." Lu Youjiao smiled. "A poor beggar like me will not become a general in my lifetime. Leading a whole bunch of little beggars also did not need to use the art of war. What use will the military strategy book for me?" Guojing pointed his finger to the note. "Then how did you know about the coiled snake and winged tiger formations?" "Sir has mentioned it to Xiao Ren, have you forgotten?" Lu Youjiao said. Guojing knew he was not telling the truth. The more he thought about it the more he was perplexed, but he was not sure what did Lu Youjiao hide. The next day Genghis Khan held another general assembly. The vanguard was under Chagatai and Ogidi's command. The left flank was under Joki's command, while the right was under Guojing's. Each of the vanguard, left and right units were 30,000 men strong. Genghis Khan and Tuale commanded over 60,000 soldiers as the main army. Each soldier rode on one of a pair of horses. They would ride one horse at a time to conserve the horse's strength. The officers took even more horses. With 150,000 men, they took with them nearly 1,000,000 horses. The horns were sounded, the drums were beaten, the noise was deafening. The 30,000 strong vanguard cavalry unit started to gallop majestically to the west. The great army moved farther and farther west, entering Khwarezm territory with irresistible force. Muhammad's army was bigger, but they were not the Mongolians' army match. Guojing led his unit destroying cities and killing the enemies. He had rendered not a few merits. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 37. Descending from the Sky. One day Guojing's troops pitched a camp by a riverbank. In the evening Guojing was reading the military strategy book when suddenly there was a commotion outside his tent. The curtain to his tent was opened, and somebody was forcing his way in. The guards outside shouted, trying to stop him, but that person moved his hand and one by one the guards fell to the ground. That man lifted up his head and laughed. Under the bright candlelight Guojing could see his face clearly. It was none other than the Western poison Ouyang Feng, whom Guojing had searched high and low for tens of thousands li's. Unexpectedly he appeared here in a foreign land. Guojing was pleasantly surprised. He jumped up from his seat and called out, "Where is Miss Huang?" "I was just about to ask you," Ouyang Feng replied, "where is that little girl? Quickly hand her over to me." Hearing this, Guojing's delight was beyond measure. So Renjir is still alive. Not only that, but she managed to escape from his evil hands too, he thought. "Where is that little girl?" Ouyang Feng sternly asked again. "She went with you in Jiangnan, then what happened? Is she well? You haven't killed her. I really should thank you." I must thank you," Guojing said. He was sobbing from overwhelming delight. Ouyang Feng knew Guojing was not able to lie, but all signs indicated that Huang Rong was with him. How could he be so oblivious? Ouyang Feng had to rethink his assumptions. He sat cross-legged on the carpet in Guojing's tent. Guojing wiped out his tears, then unsealed his guards' acupoints and asked them to deliver Ru Jiu Lao Cha, lit. Milk wine cream tea. Don't know exactly what kind of drink it was. Ouyang Feng drank a bowl of Ma Ru Jiu, horse milk wine. He said, "Dumb kid, I might as well speak frankly with you. That little girl was with me since we were at the Temple of the Iron Spear in Jiaxing. Unexpectedly several days later she escaped from me." Guojing cheered ecstatically. He said, "She is so smart. Once she decided to escape, she will find a way to escape." "How did she do it?" Ouyang Feng full of hatred said, "At the Cloud Manor, by Lake Tai Ba." He spat, "Why would I tell you? In short, she ran away." Guojing knew Ouyang Feng was a conceited man. He did not expect him to personally reveal his own setback, so he stopped asking questions. Knowing Huang Rong was alive and well he was elated. He kept shouted, "Wonderful. Just wonderful." Ouyang Feng was annoyed. "What do you mean wonderful?" He asked. "After she escaped I was hot on her trail. Several times I almost caught her, but every time she managed to get away relying on her craftiness. But I always followed her closely. She could not run away to the Peach Blossom Island. I chased her to the Mongolian border, then suddenly her trail disappeared. I thought she must be hiding in your troops, therefore, I am standing on my guard to prevent her from running away again." Hearing that Huang Rong was in Mongolia, Guojing was pleasantly surprised. "Have you seen her?" he asked. Ouyang Feng was indignant. "If I saw her, wouldn't I capture her?" He said, "Day and night I stayed in your troops keeping my eyes open. I did not even see this little girl's shadow." "Dumb kid, what kind of crafty trick are you playing?" Guojing was silent for half a day. He asked, "Day and night you are in my troops. How come I did not recognize you?" Ouyang Feng smiled. "I am just a lowly Western area soldier in your Tianqian, front sky, group. You are the commander-in-chief, how would you recognize me?" In the Mongolian army, there were many prisoners of war who were then given jobs as soldiers. Ouyang Feng was from the west. Once he intermingled with other soldiers from the same region, it was really not easy to single him out. Listening to him Guojing was startled. He thought, if he meant me harm, I would be dead by now. He muttered, "Why did you say Renjir is in my army? You captured the great Khan's 2 sons, you destroyed cities and crushed the enemies. If not by that little girl's direction, how can a dumb kid like you accomplish all that?" Ouyang Feng replied, but that little girl has never shown herself up, it's really strange. I have no choice but forcing you to hand her over to me. Guo Jing smiled, if Renjie is willing to show herself up, that will be my earnest desire. Just think, would I hand her over to you? Fine, Ouyang Feng said, you are not willing to hand her over to me, I'll find my way to get hold of her. You have great authority as the commander of tens of thousands soldiers, but in Ouyang Feng's eye, hey, outside or inside this tent, I can come and go as I like, who can stop me? Guo Jing nodded, silently agreed to what he said. Dumb kid, what do you say we make an agreement? Ouyang Feng asked. What agreement? Guo Jing replied with a question. Ouyang Feng said, you tell me her hiding place, I guarantee not to harm even a single strand of her hair. But if you don't want to tell me, I will find her sooner or later anyway. When that time comes, humph, it doesn't matter anymore, does it? Guo Jing knew Ouyang Feng was smart and resourceful. As long as Huang Rong was not on the Peach Blossom Island, there would come a day when she would be captured by him. Ouyang Feng was not making an empty threat. He hesitated for a moment before finally saying, all right, I am going to make an agreement with you, but not like what you said. What do you mean? Ouyang Feng asked. Mr. Ouyang, Guo Jing said, your martial art is a lot higher than mine, but I am a lot younger than you are. One day you will grow old and your strength will be gone, you won't be able to defeat me anymore. Before, Guo Jing always called him Uncle Ouyang, but since he killed Guo Jing's 5 benevolent masters, Guo Jing's hatred was as deep as the ocean, therefore, he could not say the word uncle anymore. It never occurred to Ouyang Feng that someday he would grow old and lose his strength. This revelation sent a chill to his heart. What this dumb said is actually not dumb at all, he thought. What then? He asked. There is very deep enmity between us, Guo Jing said, I can't leave this enmity unavenged. Even if you fly to the sky, there will come a day when I will come looking for you. Ouyang Feng lifted up his head and laughed loudly, before I grow old and lose my strength, I will kill you. As soon as he finished talking he bent his knees slightly, and thrust both palms forward with an earth-shattering force. By this time Guo Jing had mastered the Yi Jin Duan Gu Pian, changing muscle forging bone, from the 9-yin manual. Also he had trained himself in the part that Reverend Eating had translated, his internal energy had enjoyed quite a bit of improvement. He leaned his body slightly to avoid the attack, and at the same time counterattack with Qianlong Zai Tian, seeing dragon in the field. Ouyang Feng received Guo Jing's attack head-on, thinking that he was already familiar with this 18 dragon subduing palms. Besides, Guo Jing was Hong Qigong's disciple, so his strength should be a lot less than Hong Qigong. Hence, he did not put too much energy on his defense. But unexpectedly when their palms met he was shaken. If his internal energy was not strong enough, he would be seriously injured. He was being careless and nearly lost in Guo Jing's hand. He was shocked, perhaps this kid will already catch up with me before I grow old and lose my strength, he thought. Quickly he sent his left palm out. Guo Jing again leaned sideways to evade, then returned the attack. This time Ouyang Feng did not dare to take it head-on, he flicked his hand to redirect Guo Jing's palm. Guo Jing did not know Ouyang Feng's real intention, he thought Ouyang Feng simply parried his attack, who would have thought that inside that defensive move there was a hidden attack. Guo Jing felt a strong force surging toward his face, there was not enough time to evade, so he was forced to stretch out his right palm to block. Speaking about internal energy strength, Guo Jing was still one level inferior to Ouyang Feng. The current situation was similar to the day at the Imperial Palace in Linen, inside the cave behind the waterfall, although Guo Jing would be able to hold his ground for a while, but in the end he would suffer a heavy injury or even death. Ouyang Feng's movement resembled a gourd, enticing the opponent to enter, which Guo Jing did. Ouyang Feng was delighted, but suddenly sensed Guo Jing pulled his right palm slightly, like he was losing his strength. Ouyang Feng sent more force to his palm, pressing harder, who would have thought that Guo Jing's palm slid a little bit and thus avoid being crushed. Ouyang Feng grunted ferociously, sending all his strength to his palm, thinking, "Today is the day you are going to die." Seeing the opponent's fingertip swept to his chest, Guo Jing parried by sweeping his left palm horizontally while his right-hand index finger stretched out and fiercely went to Ouyang Feng's Tai Yang, Sun, acupoint. It was the solitary yang finger he saw Reverend Yiding used. However, what he learned was superficial, he only saw the form, but did not know the variations within. In this critical moment instinctively he used mutual hands combat technique. Solitary yang finger was the toad stance's adversary. How could Ouyang Feng not startled when he saw it? He leaped backward to elude, shouted angrily, "Old Duan Zhixing wants to give me a hard time." Unfortunately Guo Jing's finger technique was not the real solitary yang finger, hence it could not break the toad stance, but Ouyang Feng was scared away. Without looking clearly he jumped back in shock. Only afterwards did he remember that the solitary yang finger had an infinite variations. How could after launching an attack Guo Jing retracted his finger? Hence he knew Guo Jing had not learned it in its entirety. Without waiting for Guo Jing to launch the next stance, both of his palms, one upward the other downward, one attacked the other guarded, moved toward Guo Jing. This attack was so swift that Guo Jing did not have time to think, he simply jumped back to escape. Crack! The small table behind him was smashed by the Western Poison's palms. Since he was gaining an upper hand, Ouyang Feng continued his attack by successively sending his palms, but suddenly he felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Somebody attacked him. Without turning around he sent his left foot kicking backward. Turned out the attacker was also using his leg, so two legs collided, the attacker was thrown backward. Luckily his bone was not broken, it looked like he had anticipated Ouyang Feng's counterattack. Ouyang Feng turned his head around only to see three old beggars standing on the tent's entrance. They were the beggar clan's three elders, Lu, Jian and Liang. Lu Youjiao swiftly moved toward Jian and Liang Zhonglao, elders, then interlinked his arms with theirs. It was the beggar clan's technique of combining power to fight a superior enemy using the weak subdue the strong method. During the beggar clan general assembly at Mount June to elect the new Bangzhu clan leader, the other day, the beggar clan disciples had formed a human wall, rendering Guo Jing and Huang Rong helpless against them. Ouyang Feng had never fought these three people, but from his first contact with Lu Yujiao's leg he knew that Lu's internal energy was not weak. The other two beggars looked not much different. If he fight Guo Jing one-on-one, he was certain he would win, but with the addition of these three stinky beggars he knew things would not end too good for him. He laughed a big laugh and said, "Dumb kid, your martial art has improved tremendously." He bent his legs and sat on the carpet, totally ignoring Lu Youjiao and the other two beggars. "What kind of agreement you want to make?" "Let me hear it," he said. "You want Miss Huang to explain the 9 manual to you," Guo Jing said. "Whether she is willing to do that or not, it is entirely up to her. You must not harm even a single strand of her hair." Ouyang Feng laughed. "If she is willing, of course I won't want to harm her in any way." "Do you think it is easy to deal with the old heretic Huang?" he said, "but if she is not willing, how can it be that I can't use a little bit of persuasion?" Guo Jing shook his head. "No, you can't." "Well, you want me to agree to this, what is there for me?" Ouyang Feng asked. "From now on, if you fall into my hand, I will spare your life 3 times, Guo Jing replied. Ouyang Feng stood up, letting out a long laughter. His laugh was supported by a strong internal energy, it traveled far into the prairie. The horses were disturbed, they neighed and made commotion. Guo Jing's gaze pierced Ouyang Feng's eyes, with a low voice he said, "This is not funny, and you know it. There will come a day you will fall into my hand." Although he was laughing, Ouyang Feng was actually scared. He realized this kid knew the secret of the 9 manual, his martial art was improving by leaps and bounds, he really must not underestimate him. While his mouth was laughing, his mind had made a decision. "I, Ouyang Feng, am going to ask you, a stinky kid, for mercy." "All right, let's just wait and see," he said with a smile. Guo Jing extended his hand and said, "Once a gentleman said a word." Ouyang Feng smiled and replied, like a fast horse getting a whip. He also extended his hand and patted Guo Jing's hand 3 times. This was the way the people of Song dynasty sealed their agreement: whoever broke it would be despised and disgraced for the rest of his life. After sealing their agreement, Ouyang Feng was about to interrogate Guo Jing on Huang Rong's whereabouts some more, but suddenly with the corner of his eyes he caught a shadow moving outside the tent. That shadow was very swift. Ouyang Feng's heart was stirred. Quickly he went out the tent, but did not see anyone. He turned his head and said, "Within 10 days I am going to visit you again. Well, see whether you will spare my life, or will I spare yours." With a loud laughter he moved swiftly, and a short moment later his laughter was heard dozens of zhangs away. Lu, Jian and Liang, 3 elders, looked at each other in astonishment. They thought, this man's martial art is really high. He is an extraordinary character, truly in par with our Hong Bangzhu. Guo Jing then told the 3 visitors the reason of Ouyang Feng's visit. Lu Youjiao said, "He said Huang Bangzhu is in our army. That's nonsense. If the Huang Bangzhu is here, how could we not know?" Besides, Guo Jing sat back down, one hand supporting his cheek. "I actually think what he said is very reasonable. Oftentimes I have a feeling that Miss Huang is by my side. No matter how difficult the problem I am facing, she always gives me a wonderful solution. Only no matter what I think, I still can't see her." Speaking thus his eyes welled up with tears. Lu Youjiao tried to console him, "Sir, please don't worry, to be separated but for a moment, to be united forever in the future." "I have offended Miss Huang," Guo Jing said. "I am afraid she won't be willing to see me again. I don't know what I must do to pay for this guilt." Lu, Jian and Liang, 3 people looked at each other without saying anything. Guo Jing continued, "Even if she is not willing to talk to me, if only she would let me see her once, I will be very much comforted." "Sir is tired, better go to bed soon," Jian Zhonglao said. "Tomorrow morning we will discuss how we are going to deal with Ouyang Feng if he stirs up trouble again." The next morning the army continued their journey to the west. That evening after they pitched camp, Lu Youjiao came and said, "Years ago Xiaorun bought a painting in Jiangnan. I am a rough uneducated man, how could I comprehend the meaning behind this painting? While Sir is lonely in this army, Sir may enjoy this leisurely." While speaking he put a roll of painting on the table. Guo Jing unrolled the painting to take a look. He could not help but feeling astonished. The painting depicted a young maiden with a flower on her hair. She was sitting weaving silk on a loom. Her appearance resembled Huang Rong's, only she looked distressed. Her eyebrows were knitted together and her face looked thin and pale. Guo Jing looked in surprise for half a day. He saw next to the picture were 2 lines of poem. The first one read, "7 looms, in the springtime silkworms spit their raw silk, it is not easy to weave them into silk cloth. Do not use a pair of scissors so recklessly, otherwise the immortal Wan, a mythical bird, and the phoenix will be separated on 2 sides of the clothes." The other one read, 9 looms, a pair of flowers, a pair of leaves, and a pair of branches. From ancient time a shallow love often parts. From head to toe 2 hearts are bound together, passing through a strand of silk thread. These 2 stanzas resembled the Si Zhang Ji, for looms/weaving machines, poem of Yinggu, but the pain they carried was twice the 4 looms had. Although it was hard for Guo Jing to interpret the poem, he understood the "from ancient time a shallow love often parts" part. After pondering it for half a day he thought, this painting must be Renjier's handiwork. Where did Lu Zhonglao get it from? He raised his head to ask, but Lu Youjiao had left early on. Hastily Guo Jing ordered his personal guard to summon him back. Lu Youjiao was persistent with what he said earlier, that he bought that painting at a bookstore in Jiangnan. Even if Guo Jing was 10 times dumber, he'd know something was wrong. Lu Youjiao was a straightforward and rough warrior. How could he stroll into a bookstore and buy a painting? If the painting was a gift, he would throw it away without giving it a second thought. If he did buy it at a bookstore in Jiangnan, how come the maiden in the painting bore a very close resemblance to Huang Rong? But Lu Youjiao was determined not to reveal the truth. There was nothing he could do. While he was hesitating, Jian Zhonglao walked in and whispered in his ears, "Just now Xiao Ren saw a shadow of a man moving on the tent toward our northeast. It swiftly disappeared without any trace. I am afraid that old scoundrel Ouyang Feng is going to sneak in tonight." "Good," Guo Jing said, "we, 4 people will cooperate here to capture him." "Xiao Ren has an idea," Jian Zhonglao said, "let's see if Sir will agree." "Any idea is good," Guo Jing said, "please tell me." Jian Zhonglao said, "This is a very ordinary idea. We dig a deep hole here, then we place 20 soldiers with bags of sand waiting outside. If he did not show up, consider him lucky, but if he did, I guarantee he can come but won't be able to leave." Guo Jing was delighted. He thought that Ouyang Feng was very conceited, never considered others worthy to be looked at. This idea was an old trick, but actually very effective against somebody like him. The 3 elders immediately supervised several soldiers to dig a very deep hole. The top of the hole was then covered with a rug, and a light wooden chair was placed on top of the rug. 20 soldiers with sandbags in their hand were waiting outside the tent. It was not uncommon for an army to dig holes in the desert, looking for water, so the activity was gone unnoticed. The setup was completed and Guo Jing waited by the candlelight, reading. But Ouyang Feng did not show up that night. After pitching their camp the next day, again the 3 elders had some soldiers dug another hole, but again nothing happened that night. Toward the evening of the 4th day Guo Jing heard some strange noise among the tents. His heart was thumping fast. Suddenly there was a rustling noise outside his tent. With a long laugh Ouyang Feng walked inside his tent, then casually walked toward the wooden chair. Crack! Crack! With a loud noise both the man and the chair fell into the hole. The trap's depth was about 7-8 zhangs, 70-80 feet, about 25 meters, the mouth was narrow. Even if Ouyang Feng's martial art were higher, how could he jump back up easily? 20 soldiers swarmed the tent, and 40 bags of sand were rapidly poured into the hole, burying Ouyang Feng's body. Lu Youjiao burst up in laughter. "Huang Bangzhu predicts like a deity," he said. Jian Zhonglao cast him a glance. Lu Youjiao closed his mouth immediately. "What Huang Bangzhu?" Guo Jing quickly asked. Xiao Ren had a slip of tongue. Lu Youjiao said, "I mean Hong Bangzhu." If Hong Bangzhu were here, he would have been delighted. Guo Jing stared at him, hard. He was about to ask another question when suddenly the soldiers outside his tent were shouting noisily. Guo Jing and the 3 elders quickly went out the tent to see the soldiers were pointing their fingers to the ground, shouting loudly. Guo Jing rushed forward to take a look. He saw the ground was rising up gradually, looked like something was trying to come out of the ground. Immediately Guo Jing realized what was going on. With his excellent martial art Ouyang Feng is drilling the ground, trying to climb up, he said. He commanded a dozen or so of his soldiers to ride their horses and trampled the ground at once. The weight of the dozens or so soldiers and their horses was heavy enough to trample the rising ground back down. Even though Ouyang Feng's strength was incredible, he was not able to penetrate the ground, so the earth was slowly leveled up as before. To everybody's surprise, in another location the ground was starting to rise again. The soldiers simply rode their horses to wherever the ground rose and trampled it flat. Not too long afterwards the ground no longer rose anywhere. They assumed Ouyang Feng had lost his strength or even died of suffocation. Guo Jing ordered the soldiers to dismount their horses and dug the ground. It was already the 1st hour, between 11 p.m. 1 a.m., the soldiers lifted up their torches high. They stood in a circle surrounding the digging. About a dozen soldiers used spades and shovels, dug a little over a zhang before finally they saw Ouyang Feng was standing inside the sand. This location was a few zhangs away from the tent. Although the sand was soft, yet by using his bare hands Ouyang Feng was able to dig underground just like a mole. It was a demonstration of a very strong internal energy, truly extraordinary. The soldiers were astounded but full of admiration. They lifted him up and laid him on the ground. Lu Youjiao probed him for breath, but felt his chest was still warm. He ordered the soldiers to get some iron chain to tie him up, for fear that Ouyang Feng would create problem once he was awake. Who would have thought that when he was crawling in the sand Ouyang Feng was unable to excavate his way upward because of the horses. He feigned death, thinking he would escape later. He suspended his own breath, and did not see Lu Youjiao stood beside him. But as soon as Lu Youjiao shouted his order to take some chain, Ouyang Feng leaped up, gave a loud shout, and grabbed Lu Youjiao's main artery on his right hand. It was a sudden change, a corpse went back to live. Everybody was shocked. Guojing rushed forward, his left hand pressed the Tao Dao, pleasing talk, acupoint on Ouyang Feng's back, while his right hand attacked the Ji Zhong, spine central, acupoint on Ouyang Feng's waist. These two were two main acupoints on the back. If Ouyang Feng was not buried under the ground, half dead, and was very tired, how could he let his main acupoints be sealed that easily? Ouyang Feng was startled, he swung his hand backward trying to fend off, but his acupoints were numb. He realized Guojing did not use his full strength, otherwise his internal organs would be shaken. Moreover, his hands and feet were weak, even if Guojing did not seal his acupoints still he would not be Guojing's match. He was forced to let Lu Youjiao go and stood still. Mr. Ouyang, Guojing said, may I ask did you see Miss Huang? I saw her shadow, that's why I came looking for her, Ouyang Feng replied. Did you see her clearly? Guojing pressed. Ouyang Feng hatefully said, if that sly little girl is not in this, I bet you wouldn't think of some clever trap like this. Guojing was silent for half a day, then he finally said, you can go. I spare your life. His right hand lightly waved, sending Ouyang Feng tumbled down a little over a zhang. He was afraid if he freed him in close proximity, Ouyang Feng would suddenly execute a counterattack. Ouyang Feng turned around and said coldly, I've never used any weapon dealing with a junior, but you are secretly helped by that sly girl of yours. She is very crafty. What happened to me tonight was the proof. I will be back within 10 days with my snake staff. You have seen the vipers with your own eyes. Just watch out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Feng flew away. As Guojing looked at his shadow swiftly disappearing into the dark towards the north a chill crept up his spine. Remembering the venomous snake staff and the exquisiteness of Ouyang Feng's stick technique very well, he could not refrain from feeling apprehensive. Although he had trained extensively in weaponry from the 6 freaks of Jiangnan, among those he had mastered none would be adequate to fight someone Ouyang Feng's caliber, while it certainly was not a good idea to face the snake staff with his bare hands. He was at a loss for a while, lifting up his eyes toward the sky he saw white snow flakes floating down in the darkness. Not long after he returned to his tent the weather turned cold. His soldiers started bonfires and got their horses inside their tents to protect them against the bitter cold weather outside. The beggar clan people did not have any fur coats with them. With the sudden change in temperature they were forced to circulate their internal energy to keep their bodies warm. Right away Guojing ordered his troops to slaughter some sheep and make some leather coats. They were not as good as the tanned leather coats, but they helped the beggars to fight the cold. The next day the weather turned even colder, the snow on the ground had turned into ice. The Khwarezm's army took advantage of this cold weather and made an attack. Luckily Guojing had already anticipated this possibility. Using the flying dragon formation they scored a big victory over the enemy, chasing them far into the night towards the snow-covered northern plains. There was an ancient poem about the expedition to the west amidst a bitter cold weather. The army general did not take out their golden armor at night. In the middle of the night the army set aside their spears, the wind blowing like a cutting knife. The sweats on the horse's mane rose up like steam in the snow, the 5-petal flower pattern on the money coin felt like ice, inside the tent the liquid ink to write letters froze over. Then there was another poem, the soldiers and prisoners squeezed in the same station, the bones on the battlefield wrapped around the grassroots. Blowing wind like the blade of a sword sweeping wide, the horse's hoofs got away from the frozen sand and stone. Guojing grew up in the northern desert, he was used to the bitter cold weather, but he remembered if Huang Rong were really in his army, she was raised in the south, Jiangnan, would she be able to withstand this bitter cold weather? His anxiety multiplied. The next several nights he roamed around the tents without alerting anybody, quietly investigate each and every tent, but not even Huang Rong's shadow was to be seen. Returning to his command center tent, he saw Lu Youjiao was supervising the soldiers to dig another hole. This Ouyang Feng is sly and alert, first time he fell into the trap, how can he fall for the second time? Guo Jing asked. He would certainly think that we are going to prepare some other trap, but he would not expect us to prepare the same trap, Lu Youjiao said. It is called a void inside a solid, and solid in an emptiness, an indiscernible combination of void and solid. Guo Jing cast a glance toward him. He thought, you said leading little beggars did not need to use any military strategy, but you remembered the content of the military strategy book very well. Lu Youjiao continued, but this man must have thought of a way to escape the sand piling on top of him, therefore, we must strive for a different method. We are going to use boiling water to soak him up. Guo Jing saw dozens of soldiers preparing about 20 big iron pots outside his tent. The soldiers used hatchets to break the ice and feed them into the pots using shovels. Won't he die of scalding? Guo Jing asked. Sir had made an agreement with him that if he falls into your hands you will spare his life 3 times. But this time if he die from scalding, he won't die in your hands, even if you want to spare his life you are powerless, therefore, it can't be said that you break your promise, Lu Youjiao reasoned. Not too long afterwards the hole was dug, the mouth was covered with a rug, and a light wooden chair was placed on it. Outside the tent the soldiers were busy adding fuel to the fire underneath the pots, the ice were slowly melting into water, but the weather was just too cold, the water on the surface was slowly turning back into ice. More heat, more heat. Lu Youjiao urged. Suddenly on the snow outside a shadow came lightning fast. Ouyang Feng with the stick in his hand had arrived on the tent's entrance. Dumb kid, whatever trap you prepared, your grandfather is not scared. He said while flying toward the chair to sit. Elders Lu, Jian, and Liang did not expect Ouyang Feng would arrive this soon. The ice inside the pots were barely melted into water, a very cold water, which certainly would not scald people to death. The water was even too cold to take a shower. They saw Ouyang Feng move toward the chair, they could not help but feeling disappointed. Crack! One more time with loud cursing the man and the chair fell into the hole. This time there were no sandbags around. With his level of martial art it was an easy matter for Ouyang Feng to climb back up. The 3 elders were helpless, they were afraid Guo Jing would be injured. Sir, get out of the tent, quick! They shouted in panic. But suddenly somebody shouted from behind the tent, pour the water. As soon as Lu Youjiao heard this voice, without hesitation he shouted, pour the water. The soldiers lifted up the pots and poured the water into the hole. Ouyang Feng was about to jump back up when the water from the first pot was poured over his head. He was shocked and was forced to fall back down. He used his snake staff as a brace against the bottom of the hole, and tried to jump up for the second time. This time he was prepared, he was sure he would not be forced to fall down by pouring water. Unexpectedly to him the weather was really cold, as the water left the pot it froze up immediately, as Ouyang Feng was jumping up, the water around his feet was turning into ice. With his incredible strength he tried to jump up, but bonk. He felt a shot of pain as his head was hit by a block of ice. He tried hard to kick around, but his feet were firmly buried in ice, he could not even move them. He was extremely shocked, with a loud shout he struggled with all his might, but just as his feet start to loosen up, his upper body was drenched in cold water, which also turned into ice. The soldiers pouring the water had been trained well, for soldiers lifted the pot to pour water, while the other 4-man teams were ready behind them. One team after another they pour water into the hole like a water wheel. To protect themselves from the boiling water, each man bound a cloth on their faces. Who would have thought that the snow would not boil, but the cold water could also paralyze the enemy? In a short period of time 20 pots of water had been poured into the hole, forming a 4-5 zhangs and about 7 feet in diameter ice column. Everybody was excited, what they thought was a failure turned into a huge success. The 3 elders supervised the soldiers to dig around the hole, then tied a rope around the ice column. With the help of 20 horses the ice column was pulled up to the ground. From all over the camp officers and soldiers alike came to the command center tent to watch the marvelous sight. The soldiers joined their strength to raise the ice column up. Under the bright torch light they saw Ouyang Feng showing his teeth with an angry look on his face, his hands and feet splayed wide. He was frozen inside the ice column, could not move even one bit. The officers and soldiers erupted in thunderous applause. Lu Youjiao was afraid with his profound internal energy Ouyang Feng would be able to melt the ice. He ordered the soldiers to melt some more ice and pour the water on the ice column to make it thicker. I had made an agreement with him, to spare his life 3 times. Break the ice, let him go. Guo Jing ordered. The 3 elders were disappointed, but a hero ought to keep his words, so they did not say anything. Lu Youjiao took a hammer and walked toward the ice column to break it when suddenly Jian Zhonglao called out, "Hold on." He turned to Guo Jing and asked, "Sir, with his ability, how long do you think Ouyang Feng will survive inside the ice?" "He might be able to survive for a couple of hours," Guo Jing said, "longer that his life might be in danger." "Very well," Elder Jian said, "let him suffer 2 more hours. We can spare his life, but he has to suffer for a while." Remembering Ouyang Feng had killed his masters, Guo Jing nodded his head in approval. The news traveled fast, officers and soldiers from other units heard about it and they came to watch. To the 3 elders Guo Jing said, "From the ancient times there was a saying, a hero could be killed, but not humiliated. Although he is an evil man, but he is still a grandmaster of his martial arts school. How can we let him be the laughingstock of others?" Straightaway he ordered his soldiers to erect a tent around the ice column and arranged a sentry duty. Nobody was allowed to enter the tent to see, not even a general. 2 hours later the 3 elders shattered the ice column, let Ouyang Feng free. Ouyang Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating his energy. After vomiting 3 mouthfuls of dark blood he went away angrily. Guo Jing and the 3 elders were watching him the whole 2 hours, although looked weary he was able to walk away just like that, he had made them sigh in admiration. All this time Guo Jing was continuously in a daze. He was afraid when Ouyang Feng was still inside the ice column, but after Ouyang Feng was gone, he still could not calm his heart down. He sat down, thinking hard. Never in his life had he felt so lonely, his heart was empty. He tried hard to think the reason behind it all. Suddenly it dawned on him that before Lu Youjiao issued the command to pour the water, he recalled hearing someone shouted in low voice, "Pour the water." He felt that voice was so familiar, he was 80–90% certain that voice had Huan Rong's accent, but because Ouyang Feng was falling into the trap that he was thinking of a more urgent matter and did not pay too much attention to the voice. Pour the water. These words were buzzing in his ears while his heart was full of doubt. He sprang up and muttered, "Rengier is really in the army. I have to examine everybody, officers and soldiers alike, not overlooking anyone. I am sure she won't get away this time." But then another thought came into his mind, "She doesn't want to see me, why would I painstakingly force her to come out?" Unrolling the painting, he stared blankly at the girl in it, his heart was filled with bitter-sweet feeling. In the quiet night suddenly he heard hoof beats coming fast from afar. A short while later he heard his guard ask permission and soon a messenger entered his tent, bringing Genghis Khan's military dispatch. Turned out the Mongolian army had advanced far into the enemy's territory, enjoying victory everywhere they went. Just a few hundred leagues to the west they would reach Khwarezm's fortified city of Samarkand. Genghis Khan had learned that this city had become Khwarezm's new capital. It was defended by a large army of at least 100,000 strong with enough provision to last a long time. The defense was solid, the city wall had enjoyed a notorious reputation as unbreakable. Therefore, Genghis Khan ordered the four armies to join forces and attack simultaneously. At daybreak the next day, Guojing's army left their camp heading south along the river. In 10 days they arrived outside Samarkand's city wall. Seeing Guojing's small army, the enemy went out the city to engage them in fierce battle. With his Feng Yang, scattering wind, and Yun Chui, dangled cloud, Guojing managed to kill about 5,000 enemy's soldier in just half a day. With this defeat the Khwarezm army was forced to go back inside their fortified city. On the third day Genghis Khan's big army, as well as Jokis and Chagatais, arrived one after another. More than 100,000 soldiers surrounded the city, attacking it from all directions. But Samarkand's defense was so tight, thousands of Mongolian soldiers and officers were wounded or dead, yet the city was still standing strong. The next day Chagatais' eldest son attempted to render meritorious merit. Bravely he attacked the city wall. Unfortunately an arrow was shot from the city wall, hit his head and he died. Genghis Khan loved this grandson. Seeing him die in the battlefield his grief and anger was unspeakable. When the grandson's personal guards brought his body over, Genghis Khan threw himself over the corpse with tears in his eyes, embracing his dead grandson. He pulled the arrow that killed him, only to see it was a wolf-tooth arrow decorated with an eagle's feather. The shaft was inlaid with gold, engraved with 4 characters, the Jin Zhao Wang, Prince Zhao Wang of the Great Jin. The people around him who were literate read those words to him. Ah! Genghis Khan angrily roared, "It's that scoundrel Wanyan Honglai." Leaping to his horseback he issued a decree, "All officers and soldiers, big and small, hear this, anybody who is brave enough to break the city's defense and capture Wanyan Honglai to avenge my grandson, the city's women and children, jade and silk, everything is his." 100 riders immediately were dispatched everywhere to announce the great Khan's decree. The other 3 armies heard this proclamation and their spirit rose. Like a swarm of locusts they attacked the city wall with earth-shattering battle cry. Some were trying to climb the wall barehanded, some were scaling ladders, some were throwing ropes with hook, some were using large tree trunk as a battering ram against the city gate. But the warriors on the city wall defended their city bravely. The battle continued until evening. The Mongolians had lost about 4,000 men, yet the city of Samarkand was still standing like a mountain. Since his military expedition against Khwarezm started, this was Genghis Khan's first major defeat. That night inside his tent he grieved over his beloved grandson's death. His anger erupted like a thunder. Guojing went back to his tent, browsing through his Wuma's legacy, trying to find a way to break the city, but Samarkand was different from the cities in China, hence the methods described in the book were useless. Guojing invited Lu Youjiao to his tent to discuss this situation. Knowing Lu Youjiao would go to Huang Rong for advice, as soon as he left the tent, Guojing followed behind. Who would have thought that Lu Youjiao had arranged beggar clan disciples to stand all the way from Guojing's tent to his own? As they see Guojing, those disciples saluted him with loud voice. Guojing understood immediately, this must be another one of Rengier's schemes, he thought, She has always found a way to evade me. She is able to predict my every action and every movement accurately. More than 2 hours later, Lu Youjiao came back and reported, this big city is really difficult to break, Shaoran has not found any good idea. Let us wait a few more days, perhaps an opportunity will present itself for us to attack. Guojing nodded without saying anything. When he left Mongolia heading south for the first time, he was just a naive and simple-hearted youngster, but over the past year he had experienced misery, difficult and sometimes dangerous days. His experience had matured him tremendously. That night inside his tent he could not help but feel emotional as he quietly pondered the meaning of 2 lines of poems in the painting. He thought, Rengier must think I am heartless, she is waiting for me to apologize. Too bad I am stupid since the day I was born, I don't know how to make amends, I don't know how to do as she wishes. Thinking these things he became more anxious than ever. That night he could not sleep well, his thought was full of Huang Rong, he kept tossing and turning in his tent. It was after the 3rd hour that he finally was able to sleep. He dreamt of meeting Huang Rong. He asked her how he could apologize to her. Huang Rong replied by whispering something in his ears. Guo Jing was elated, he woke up immediately, but then he could not remember what Huang Rong had said. He tried painstakingly to remember, but no such luck. He wanted to go back to sleep again and asked Huang Rong in his dream, but it seemed like the sleep had already left him. Burning with anxiety, he knocked his own head several times. Suddenly he got an inspiration. I can't remember, but why don't I ask her again? He loudly shouted, quickly invite Lu Zhonglao to come over. Lu Youjiao thought what kind of urgent military affair would need his attention. Wrapping his body with the sheepskin, he went barefooted to Guo Jing's tent. Lu Zhonglao, no matter what, I want to meet with Miss Huang tomorrow evening, Guo Jing said. I don't care how you do it. Whether you come up with an idea yourself, or you ask others, but I want you to present me with a clever idea how I can see her. I give you until noon tomorrow. Lu Youjiao was flabbergasted. Huang Bangzhu is not here, how can Sir meet with her? You have a divine wisdom, you should be able to think of something, Guo Jing replied. If you can't present a good idea by noon tomorrow, I am going to handle you according to the military law. Being aware that he was speaking nonsense, Guo Jing was secretly amused. Lu Youjiao was about to reason when Guo Jing turned his head to tell his guard, prepare 100 soldiers to act as executioners tomorrow at noon. His guard acknowledged with a loud voice. Lu Youjiao looked distressed. Dejectedly he walked back to his tent. It was snowing heavily early morning the next day. The city wall was covered with ice, slick like oil. It was impossible to scale the wall. Genghis Khan withdrew his army that day. He thought the winter was coming, the coming days would get colder and colder, they wouldn't see warmer days until the 2nd or 3rd month, which was still several months away. If he decided to leave this city and proceeded to the west, then he would practically leave around 100,000 enemies behind him, with a potential to cut his way back to Mongolia. But if he stationed some of his army to guard the city, he was afraid the enemy would get some enforcement, then his troops would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Once a battle broke, his troops might be scattered in this foreign land and he would lost considerable men and horses. Genghis Khan paced back and forth in front of his tent with his hands behind his back. He was lost in thought and stared blankly at the snow-covered peak on which the city was built. That peak was so high that it reached to the clouds above. Genghis Khan creased his brows. He saw the peak was extremely weird, it towered alone in the middle of a desert. There was no vegetation grew on it, the locals called it Tumu Fong, the bald wooden peak. Samarkand was built leaning on this peak, the foothill was actually served as the west city wall. He imagined whoever built this city must have spared no expense. The military strategists and the builders who designed this city must have had incredible ability and wisdom. This hill was very steep, practically a huge solid rock, nothing could grow on it, even monkeys or apes had no way of climbing it up. Samarkand had this kind of truly impenetrable defense. Genghis Khan thought, ever since the start of my military career, I have been in hundreds of battles, big and small, yet I have never faced as difficult situation as I have today. I wonder if the heaven is going to cut me short. He sat on the horseback, staring blankly at the falling snowflakes. The tents were covered with snow, while inside the city smokes went up the chimneys. Everything just added to his misery. Guo Jing's mind was filled with another kind of apprehension. He was wondering if his brute force method of forcing Huang Rong to show herself would actually make her hate him even more. What if Lu Youjiao had determined not to open his mouth? Certainly he could not behead him, could he? It was almost noon. With composed face Guo Jing sat in his tent, while on the either sides of the tent stood the executioners, waiting. Then the bugle sounded, announcing it was noon. Lu Youjiao walked into the tent. Shaoran has thought of an idea, but I am afraid Sir would find it difficult to do, he said. Guo Jing was delighted. Tell me, quick. I don't care even if it requires my life. What's so difficult? He asked. Lu Youjiao pointed to the peak of the bald wooden peak and said, tonight about 1:45 midnight, Huang Bangzhu will be waiting there. Guo Jing was silent. How can she climb there? He asked, aren't you just making a fool out of me? Didn't I say from the start it's not going to be easy? Lu Youjiao said, even if I invented an ingenious plan, it would be in vain anyway. Finished speaking, he made a bow, turned around and walked out the tent. Guo Jing thought, sure enough it was Huang Rong's words, she is calling me useless. This bald peak is a lot steeper than the Iron Palm Peak, the Mongolian cliff was nothing compared to it. I wonder if there is a deity on the peak who will hang down a rope for me to climb. Dejectedly he dismissed the executioners, then walked toward the peak, staring blankly at the top. He noticed that from top to bottom the peak did not show any difference, its surface was covered with a thick layer of ice, looked like a slippery crystal, much like the ice column enclosing Ouyang Feng the other day. It was an out-of-this-world mountain, other than birds, no man or beast would be able to reach the top. Guo Jing looked up to the peak, suddenly splat. His fur cap fell on the snow. In an instant a thought came flashing in his mind, if I can't see Renjir, it would be better to die anyway. Although this peak is dangerous, I should risk my life climbing it. Even if I fall down and die, I would still die for her. Once he reached a decision he felt better immediately. That evening he ate until he was full, then he inserted a dagger on his waist and slung a coil of rope on his back. It was not dark yet when he walked out his tent. To his surprise he saw the three elders Lu, Jian, and Liang were waiting outside. They said, Xiao Ren will see Sir off to the peak. See me off to the peak? Guo Jing was confused. Certainly, Lu Youjiao said, doesn't Sir have an appointment to meet Huang Bangzhu on the peak tonight? Guo Jing was pleasantly surprised, so Renjir is not deceiving me after all, he thought. With a delighted heart he walked along the three elders to the bald wooden peak. He saw dozens of his soldiers were waiting by the peak with dozens of cattle and sheep. Lu Youjiao said, Butcher. The soldier lifted up his saber and slashed the sheep's hind leg. While the blood was still warm, the leg was planted on the peak's wall. The blood froze in short time, the leg was firmly planted on the stone wall, then it was further reinforced with iron nails. Guo Jing had not understood yet what they were doing. Another soldier chopped the other sheep's hind leg and stuck it to the wall, approximately 4 feet above the first one. Guo Jing was delighted, he understood now that the three elders were making sheep legs ladder. It was cruelty against the animals, but there was simply no better way of doing this. He saw Lu Youjiao leaped vertically up and perched on the second leg, Jian Zhonglao chopped the next sheep leg and tossed it upward, Lu Youjiao stuck the leg to the wall. Several legs later, this sheep ladder had reached dozens of zhangs high. When the legs were chopped on the ground and tossed up, they would freeze up by the time they reached their destination. Guo Jing helped the three elders hung the rope down. They hoisted the sheep up alive and butchered them just before sticking up their legs on the wall. As the sheep ladder had reached about a halfway up, they felt the wind was a lot stronger compared to the ground. Fortunately these four were martial art experts, their bodies slightly swayed, but their feet were steadily planted on the legs. Still, for fear that they might skid on the legs and lose their footing, they tied a long rope on their waists, so the four of them would be able to help each other in case of an accident. They were busy working until almost midnight when finally the sheep ladder reached the peak. The three elders no doubt were exhausted, while Guo Jing himself was sweating profusely. Lu Youjiao was panting and smiling at the same time. Sir, can you forgive Xiao Ren? He asked. Guo Jing felt bad, but also grateful. I really don't know how to repay three gentlemen's kindness, he said. It was Bang's idea, even if it is more difficult than it was, we still would have to obey. Who told us to have such a cunning and weird Bangzhu? Lu Youjiao said. Three elders burst in laughter, turned around and slowly descended the peak. Only after watching the three elders step by step scaling the hillside safely that Guo Jing turned around and saw the magnificent scenery on the hilltop. 10,000 years of cold had created a world of crystal of many colors, some resembled reddish-green flowers and grass, some resembled strange beast or exotic birds, some resembled a forest of rocks, some resembled tree branches or bamboo grooves. Guo Jing enjoyed the scenery with amazement, his heart was full of praises. Thinking that very soon Huang Rong would climb the sheep ladder to see him, his blood rushed through his body, giving him a warm, fuzzy feeling, making his cheeks red. He was in daze. Suddenly he heard a girl's soft giggle. This giggle was like an electric shock surged through Guo Jing. He turned around quickly, and saw under the moonlight a young girl smiled sweetly looking at him. Who else if not Huang Rong? Although Guo Jing knew perfectly well that she had promised to see him there, but to actually see her in person, he felt like he was dreaming. Two people stared at each other for a moment, then both of them rushed toward each other, ignoring the slippery cold ice of the peak. Because of their grief and joy, they ran and slipped together. Guo Jing was afraid Huang Rong might be injured. Before he even touched the ground he kicked back and propelled his body forward, grabbing her, embracing her in his arms. They had been separated for more than a year and they missed each other like crazy. This time they meet again, how could they not be happy? After quite a while Huang Rong gently pried herself loose. They sat side by side on a round stone-like ice block. If I did not see how crazily you missed me, I wouldn't want to see you, she said. Guo Jing only stared at her, did not say even half a word. After a long time he opened his mouth, Renjir. Huang Rong answered. Guo Jing was extremely joyful, he called again, Renjir. Huang Rong smiled, haven't you called me enough? She asked, these past few days, even though I was not with you, haven't you called me dozens of times every day? How did you know? Guo Jing asked. Huang Rong smiled again, you could not see me, but actually I saw you quite often. You are always in our army, how come you did not let me see you? Guo Jing asked. You still have a face to ask me? Huang Rong was angry. Once you found out I am alive and well, aren't you going to marry that Princess Huazheng? I'd rather not let you know my whereabouts. Do you think I am dumb? As soon as he heard she mentioned the name Huazheng, Guo Jing's delight was gone, his face looked so depressed that Huang Rong quickly looked around and said, that crystal palace is so beautiful, let us go inside and find someplace to sit and chat. Guo Jing followed her gaze and saw a bulk solid ice resembling a cavern, under the dim moonlight it glowed beautifully. It did look like a big crystal block carved into a palace. Two people walked hand in hand entering the cave, and then found someplace to sit on. Speaking about how you treated me on the Peach Blossom Island, tell me, should I forgive you? Huang Rong said. Guo Jing stood up and said, Renjir, let me kowtow to you 100 times to apologize. He was serious, immediately knelt down and started kowtowing. Huang Rong sweetly smiled, held out her hands to stand him up. Let it be. If I haven't forgiven you, I wouldn't want to crawl to this peak even if you chop Lu Yujio's head 100 times. Guo Jing was really happy, Renjir, you are really good. What are you talking about, good or not good? Huang Rong said, originally I thought you wholeheartedly wanted to avenge your masters, certainly you don't have the least of me in your heart, naturally I was really angry. Later on I learned about how you strike an agreement with Ouyang Feng, you are willing to spare his life 3 times for my sake. Only then did I know that you still have me in your heart. Guo Jing shook his head, I can't believe it's only now that you know my heart. Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled, did you see what I am wearing? She asked. Thus far Guo Jing's eyes only looked at Huang Rong's face, only after Huang Rong mentioned it that he turned his gaze to her clothes. Turned out she was wearing the black sable fur coat that he gave her when they first met at Zhangjiago, Kalgan. His heart was moved, he held out his hand and tightly held Huang Rong's hand. Two people sat leaning to each other for a moment. Finally Guo Jing broke the silence, Renjir, the Shifu, first master, said that you were captured by Ouyang Feng at the Temple of the Iron Spear, how did you manage to escape from his hand? Huang Rong sighed. I feel sorry for Lu Shigei's, martial, older, brother, Nice Cloud Village. The old poison wanted me to explain the 9E manual for him. I said the explanation is not difficult, but I needed a good and quiet place. The old poison said if that was the case, we would find some secluded temple. I said Buddhist monks are disgusting, I don't like eating vegetarian food. The old poison then asked what I wanted. I said nearby Lake Tai there was a place called the Cloud Village, the scenery is beautiful, the food and wine are superb. The only thing is that the village master is my friend, it made him rather suspicious. That's right, Guo Jing said, did he decide not to go? No, he is arrogant, Huang Rong said, he is never afraid of other people. The more I told him, the more he wanted to go. He said no matter how many friends I have, the old poison would face them all. When we arrived at the Cloud Village, actually Lu Shige father and son were not home, they went north of the river to the city of Baoying, to visit their in-laws, Qing de Xiaojie's, eldest Miss Qing, family. You know that the Zhuangzhu, village master, had learned building technique from my father according to the Wu Xing Ba Gua, 5 ways 8 diagram. As soon as the old poison stepped into the village, he felt something was not right. He wanted to pull me out of there, but I entered to the east and turned to the west, very soon he lost my track. Hard as he tried, he could not find me, and in his anger he burned the Cloud Village down. Ah! Guo Jing gasped, I did stop by the Cloud Village looking for you, but I found it in rubble. Turned out it was the old poison's doing. I knew he was going to destroy the village, Huang Rong said, so I warned everybody to get out. Although he could not catch me, the old poison is really evil and cruel. He guarded the way toward the Peach Blossom Island, hoping to catch me there. Several times I was nearly caught. Afterwards I ran to the north, toward the Mongolian border, and he followed. Sha Gij, dumb big brother, luckily you are dumb. If you are as smart as the old poison, you too will surround me from both directions. I may not know where to hide. Guo Jing simply blushed and smiled stupidly. But finally you are getting smarter, you knew how to push Lu Youjiao to think of something, Huang Rong said. Renjie, it was you who taught me, Guo Jing said. Huang Rong was astonished, I taught you. You taught me in a dream, Guo Jing replied. Then he told her the dream he had the other night. This time Huang Rong did not laugh at him, in fact, her heart was moved. She said quietly, the people of ancient times used to say that perfect honesty and sincerity could open up metal and stone. You think about me and miss me this much, I should have let you see me sooner. Renjie, Guo Jing said, later on you will never leave me forever, won't that be good? Huang Rong swept her gaze around the marvelous structures cluttered on the peak. Jing Gij, I am cold, she suddenly said. Guo Jing hastily took his own fur coat off and wrapped it on Huang Rong's body. Let us go down, he said. All right, Huang Rong said, well come back here tomorrow night. I am going to explain the 9 manual in detail for you. Guo Jing was astounded, what? He asked. Huang Rong's right hand was still holding Guo Jing's left hand, she squeezed her hand and said, my father has translated the last part of the manual, where the sentences were jumbled. I'll explain everything to you tomorrow night. This Sanskrit part is obviously translated by Reverend Eden, Guo Jing thought, why did she say it was his father? He was full of doubts, was about to ask again when Huang Rong squeezed his hand one more time. He knew there must be a reason, so he agreed without asking any more questions. 2 people went down the peak. Once they were in his tent, Huang Rong whispered in his ear, Ouyang Feng also climbed the bald wooden peak, he hid behind us as we speak, secretly listening to us. Guo Jing was startled, ah. I didn't even know he was there. He was hiding behind a huge ice block, Huang Rong said, the old poison is extremely crafty, but this time he forgot that the ice is transparent, it could not conceal anything. It was not until the moonlight shone on it did I see a blurry shadow behind it. So you talked about the 9 manual was actually for his benefit, Guo Jing said. I want to lure him to the peak, then we remove the sheep ladder, let's see if he can meditate to become an immortal on that mountain peak, maybe hell become a deity, Huang Rong said. Guo Jing was very happy, he clapped his hands and cheered. The next day Genghis Khan attacked the city again. Another 1,000 or so Mongolian soldiers died. The Khwarezm soldiers on the city wall threw some insults and cursed their enemy. Genghis Khan flew into rage, but sweeping the battlefield with his eyes he saw the dead body of Mongolian soldiers and horses. He was upset. That very evening Guo Jing, Huang Rong and the 3 beggar clan elders readied themselves. They only had to wait for Ouyang Feng to climb the peak, then they would destroy the sheep ladder immediately. Who would have thought that Ouyang Feng was so cunning and had anticipated this? As long as Guo Jing and Huang Rong did not climb up, he also stayed down, hiding. Huang Rong was forced to think of something else. She took some ropes and soaked them in oil. Khwarezm was rich in petroleum. More than 1,000 years ago the people dug a well to find water, but they found oil instead. Since then the people had used oil to cook their meals. The Mongolian army had seized several barrels of this oil and used them as fuel. Jing and Rong, 2 people climbed to the peak with ropes soaked in oil on their back. Then they hid the ropes behind a big ice block. 2 people sat inside the crystal palace talking to each other. Not too long afterwards they saw Ouyang Feng's indistinct shadow appeared behind a big ice block. His lightness kung fu had been trained to perfection, he was extremely quiet, he never expected those 2 people to be aware that he was there. Right away Huang Rong started talking about the manual, which they discussed earnestly. Of course they were discussing the real manual. Ouyang Feng listened attentively, he found the manual was really marvelous, could not help but feeling ecstatic. He thought even if he compelled this little girl to explain, she might not tell him the whole thing, but right now he was eavesdropping. He felt very fortunate. Huang Rong slowly explained, and Guo Jing pretended to ask a lot of questions. Ouyang Feng thought, he did not get such a simple truth, he is really stupid. Suddenly the horn was sounded urgently on the ground. Guo Jing jumped up immediately. The great Khan summons the generals, I have to go, he called out. Actually it was a false alarm, he had made this arrangement in advance. Well, go down together, Huang Rong said. We are going up and down this peak, so much hassle, Guo Jing said, can't we do it inside my tent? No, that old Ouyang Feng has been looking for me everywhere, he is so cunning, it is extremely difficult to find a place to hide from him, Huang Rong said. But even if he were 10 times more cunning, definitely he won't guess that we are able to come up to this peak. Ouyang Feng was really smug, he thought, hey, this tiny peak is nothing, even if you run to the end of the earth I will still chase you. Then you'd better wait here, Guo Jing said, I should be finished within an hour or so, I'll hurry back up here. Huang Rong nodded her approval. Without saying anything else Guo Jing climbed down the peak. He was a little bit apprehensive about leaving Huang Rong alone on the top with Ouyang Feng, but he thought Ouyang Feng must be dying to listen to the manual's secret, certainly he would not harm Huang Rong yet. About the time needed to eat a bowl of rice later Huang Rong stood up and thought aloud, why is Jing Gij not back yet? I wonder if there are ghosts on this peak. Maybe Yang Kong or Ouyang Kes ghosts are here. I think I'd better go down. I'll come back with Jing Gij later on. Ouyang Feng was afraid she might see him, he curled up behind the ice block, did not dare to move even so slightly. He saw Huang Rong was climbing down the peak. Guo Jing and the 3 elders were waiting on the ground. As soon as Huang Rong was down, they lighted a fire and burned the rope. Turned out when Guo Jing went down, he wrapped the oil-soaked rope on each of the sheep legs. As the rope was burned, the heat melted the ice that held the legs frozen to the wall, so that the legs dropped one by one to the ground. The fire slowly crept upward along the winding rope. The dark night made the fire's reflection on the snow and ice looked frighteningly beautiful. Huang Rong clapped her hands in delight and asked, Jing Gij, would you say we should spare his life this time? This is the 3rd time, Guo Jing said, we can't break our agreement. Huang Rong smiled, I have an idea, she said, you don't have to break your agreement, but you can kill him to avenge your masters. Guo Jing was delighted. "Renjir, you are always full of ideas," he said. "Tell me your marvelous idea." Huan Rong smiled. "It's not difficult," she said. "We let the old poison eats the northwest wind for 10 whole days and nights, let him freeze and starve, he will be dead tired. Then we rebuild the sheep ladder, help him get back down. That will be the 3rd time we spare his life, won't it?" "That's correct," Guo Jing said. "You have spared his life 3 times by then, you don't have to show leniency anymore," Huang Rong said. "We wait here on the ground. As soon as he is down, we can start fighting him. We will have the 3 elders help, so with 5 people against a half-dead man, you say can we kill him?" "We certainly can," Guo Jing said, "but this way we are not acting too gentlemanly, don't you think?" "Hey," Huang Rong scolded, "do we need to talk gentlemanly toward this kind of evil and cruel man? Did he act gentlemanly when he killed your 5 masters?" Thinking about his benevolent master's cruel death, Guo Jing was enraged. He also thought that Ouyang Feng's skill was so high that if he let him off this time, he might not find another opportunity to seek revenge. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, let's do it." 2 people went inside the tent. This time they discussed the 9E manual for real. They found out that the other party's martial art was progressing tremendously. They were really grateful. After the discussion, Guo Jing said, "That traitor Wanyan Honglai is inside the city wall. We know he is there, but there is nothing we can do. Can you think of some marvelous way to break the city's defense?" Huang Rong was doubtful. "These past several days I have been racking my brain," she said. "I can think of at least a dozen ways to do it, but none of these guarantees victory." Guo Jing replied, "Within the beggar clan there are some brothers, perhaps a dozen of them, whose lightness kung fu is superb. What if they plus we, 2 people, try to climb the city wall?" Huang Rong shook her head. "Not that easy," she said. "Every zhang of the wall is heavily guarded by soldiers with bows and arrows. Let's not talk about climbing the wall. Once inside, there are more than 100,000 troops. We can't even force our way to open up the gate." 2 people talked all night long, they did not even go to sleep. The next day Genghis Khan attacked the city again. About 10,000 Mongolian soldiers used rock throwers, rained the city with large rocks. But the soldiers defending the city took shelter inside blockhouses. The stones devastated the common people's residences, but the casualty among the defending troops was actually only a few. The attack went on until the 3rd day. The Mongolian army had used hundreds of different tactics, but so far the result was minimal. On the 4th day snowflakes came floating down from the sky. Guo Jing looked up the peak and said, "I think we don't have to wait for 10 days, Ouyang Feng would be frozen to half dead. His internal energy is very profound," Huang Rong said, "chances are he will survive for 10 days. She was just closing her mouth when both of them cried out in alarm. Something was falling from the peak, it looked like Ouyang Feng. Huang Rong clapped her hands, "The old poison can't take it anymore, he is killing himself," she said, but straight away she called out in wonder, strange. How did he do that?" Ouyang Feng did not fall straight down, but his body was floating in the sky like a kite. Jing and Rong, 2 people were extremely astonished. How could someone fall from thousands of zhang tall mountain peak did not meet a violent death, but floating slowly instead? Could it be the old poison possessed some witchcraft? In the meantime, Ouyang Feng had fallen further down. Now 2 people could see clearly that he was naked, but there were 2 balloon-like things on top of his head. Suddenly Huang Rong understood what was going on. "It's too bad," she called out. Turned out when Ouyang Feng was stranded on the bald wooden peak, although his martial art was profound, he knew he could not slide down this 1,000-zhang peak. After enduring several days of hunger and cold he had a sudden inspiration. He stripped down to his underpants and firmly tied his trousers into knots. Afraid that his trousers might not be enough, he took the robe and tied it to his pants, then tied the whole thing onto his waist. Clenching up his teeth he jumped down from the mountain peak. It was an extremely risky endeavor, but he was desperate, he had no other alternative. Once he jumped from the peak, his pair of trousers ballooned up and weakened his fall. He was naked, his hands were nearly frozen, he fought the cold and the wind by circulating his deep internal energy. Huang Rong was amused and upset at the same time, momentarily she was at loss on how to deal with this new development. By this time both armies inside and outside the city wall had found out about this, tens of thousand pairs of eyes looked up to see this flying man in the sky. Many low-ranking soldiers thought it was a deity descending to the earth, they all knelt down on the ground, worshipping. Guojing saw the direction Ouyang Feng was falling, looked like he was going to land inside the city wall. He waited until Ouyang Feng was dozens of zhongs away, then grabbing an iron bow and an arrow he shot Ouyang Feng's body. He thought being airborne, Ouyang Feng would not be able to fend off, however, he still remembered his agreement to spare Ouyang Feng's life 3 times, so he aimed at a non-fatal spot, Ouyang Feng's thigh. While he was airborne, however, Ouyang Feng opened his eyes wide, looking to all directions. He saw the arrow coming his way, he bent his waist, swept his legs and struck down Guojing's arrows one by one. Although in a different army unit, Genghis Khan was also aware of Guojing's agreement. He ordered his troops to shoot arrows. Immediately tens of thousands arrows shot out like a swarm of locusts flying toward Ouyang Feng. Even if he had 1,000 hands and 10,000 legs, it was no way Ouyang Feng could knock all the arrows down. He was naked, and being airborne his movement was limited, perhaps very soon he would look like a porcupine. In this dire situation Ouyang Feng let his hands go, he fell down head first to the ground. Hundreds of thousands people shouted with one voice, the noise was earth-shattering. Amazingly Ouyang Feng flexed his waist midair and threw himself toward a flag inside the city. That time the northwesterly wind was blowing very strong, the flag fluttered straight from west to east. Ouyang Feng stretched out his left hand and grabbed the corner of the flag, tearing it into 2 pieces. Borrowing the strength of the flag, Ouyang Feng made a somersault, hurling his legs toward the flag pole. Hugging the pole he slid downward and vanished inside the city wall. Both armies witnessed this marvelous show, they talked about it to each other, momentarily forgot they are in the midst of a battle. This can't be considered sparing his life, Guojing thought, how can I still have to spare his life next time? Renjir must be very upset. Who would have thought that as he turned his head he saw Huang Rong's eyes were gleaming with smile on her face. Quickly he asked, Renjir, what's wrong? Why are you so happy? Huang Rong clapped her hands and laughed, I present to you a great gift, wonder if you'll like it or not. What gift? Guojing asked. The city of Samarkand, Huang Rong replied. Guojing was dumbstruck. The old poison has taught me a method to break the city's defense, Huang Rong said, go and prepare your troops. Tonight you will render a great service. Then she whispered in Guojing's ear, explaining what to do next. Once he understood, Guojing was so happy that he repeatedly cheered and applauded. That afternoon Guojing issued a secret order, assigned his troops to take their tents down and cut them into round umbrella shapes, then to tie leather ropes to this umbrella. He wanted 10,000s of umbrellas to be sewn and ready within an hour. All the officers and soldiers were puzzled. They thought without tents in this bitter cold weather, the nights were unendurable. But the commander-in-chief had issued an order, they had no alternative but to comply. Guojing also ordered his army to gather the cattle and sheep under the snowy peak. Furthermore he assigned a 10,000-men unit to be ready outside the north gate in 4 battle formations, Tian Fu, Sky High, Di Zai, Strong Earth, Feng Yang, Scattered Wind, and Yun Chui, Dangling Cloud, ready to assault the enemy. Then he placed another 10,000-men unit on the either sides of the north gate in 4 battle formations, Long Fei, Flying Dragon, Hu Yi, Winged Tiger, Niao Xiang, Soaring Bird, and Shipan, Coiled Snake. Their main assignment was to drive the enemy into the first unit's ambush. The third 10,000-men unit was readied on the side to be deployed later. That evening Guo Jing's troops ate their provisions until everybody was satisfied, then the two 10,000-men units moved to their appointed position on the north gate. Around the end of the 11th hour, early the 12th hour, approximately 9 p.m., Guo Jing dispatched one of his guards to report to the Great Khan, asking him to dispatch the army to surround the city, for the gates were about to be broken. Genghis Khan was surprised, he was doubtful. He told the guard to go and summon Guo Jing to his golden tent. That guard replied, "The golden blade consort, Jin Dao Fu Ma, at this very moment has already led his troops to launch an attack. He is waiting for the Great Khan to render assistance." Right around that moment a horn sounded from the direction of Guo Jing's troops. About 1,000 soldiers started to butcher the cattle and the sheep, building the sheep ladder on the peak wall. The beggar clan disciples with their high level of martial arts skill went up and down lending their hands. Very soon dozens of sheep ladders were constructed. Guo Jing shouted his command, and was the first to go up the peak. 10,000 officers and soldiers followed, with long ropes tied to their waists, slowly climbing up the ladder. They were all under a strict order that was issued earlier not to make any noise at all. In the dark night dozens of long strings of soldiers crawling and twisting like gigantic dragons slithering up the peak. The top was actually not very wide, so it was impossible to hold 10,000 men at once. As soon as he had gathered enough people, Guo Jing led the soldiers to tie the umbrella to their waist, then with unsheathed weapons in their hands they were ready to leap into the city. Their target was the south gate. With a clap of his hands Guo Jing was the first to jump down, followed by several hundreds of the beggar clan disciples. Actually this jumping down from the peak was very dangerous, but the Mongolian soldiers were very brave. Earlier that day they saw Ouyang Feng had jumped from the peak with a pair of trousers as his parachute. They believed their umbrellas were a lot safer than the trousers. Moreover, their commander-in-chief had given them the example, therefore, one by one they leaped down courageously. Very soon the sky was full with thousands of blooming parachutes, taking the officers and soldiers slowly down. Huang Rong was sitting on an ice block on the peak. She saw the first phase of their plan was successfully completed. She could not help but feeling ecstatic. Whether Genghis Khan can break the city defense or not, it has nothing to do with me. But if Jingij listens to what I say, he can seize the opportunity to do great things. Once his feet landed on the ground Guo Jing tore the parachute from his waist, brandishing his big saber he fiercely swept the defending troops. By that time there were some defending troops on night watch duty. They saw thousands of enemy troops descending from the sky, they were amazed and scared, they lost their will to fight. Moreover, those who landed first were the beggar clan disciples, each one skilled in martial art. In a short moment they were approaching the city gate. After that the Mongolian army successively landed. Although there were some soldiers who lost their lives because their parachutes failed to open, but in 10 soldiers, 9 actually made it to the ground safe and sound. Some of them were blown away by the strong wind and landed outside the city gate, some landed separate from their unit. These soldiers were either captured or killed by the enemy. But those who landed successfully were numbered around 1 or 2 thousands. Guo Jing ordered half of them to fight the enemy, while the other half moved toward the city gate. Genghis Khan saw Guo Jing's troops flew into the city, he was amazed and pleasantly surprised. He ordered all 3 units of his army to attack concurrently. They saw the south gate was widely open, several hundreds Mongolian soldiers with spears in their hands guarded the gate, letting several thousands of their companions enter the city, and then they immediately joined themselves with Guo Jing's troops, decimating the enemies. The 100,000 defending troops were in panic, they did not know where the enemy came from. The Mongolians killed and splashed oil everywhere, setting the city on fire. The inferno reached the sky, Khwarezm army was in total chaos. It was almost dawn, the defending troops were scattered everywhere. The Khwarezm king, Muhammad, received a report that there was no enemy at the north gate, so he rushed to the north to escape. Unexpectedly to him, Guo Jing's 10,000 men had already waited at the either sides of the north gate, arrows and spears moved and made a great kill. Muhammad did not want to prolong the fight. He ordered Wanyan Honglai to command the defending troops, while he took his personal guards trying to save his own life. Guo Jing's sole purpose was to find Wanyan Honglai. Seeing his golden helmet flashing among the chaotic battle, Guo Jing ordered his troops to hunt him down. The Khwarezm army knew they had lost, but their number was greater. They fought desperately, almost to the point of disregarding their own lives. Guo Jing's troops were smaller, their movement was hindered. From the front came a fast horse reporting that the enemy troops soon would make a breakthrough. Guo Jing remembered the military strategy book had this saying, "Do not eat enemy's bait, do not stop retreating troops." Surrounded troops are not necessarily weak, exhausted enemy should not be pursued too far. He issued an order to change tactic immediately. His signal flag unfolding, the four formations, sky, earth, wind and cloud, dispersed to surround the enemy. By that time the enemy troops remained around the palace was about 10,000 men, although all were warriors, but they realized the imminent defeat and had lost their fighting spirit. They were easily captured by Guo Jing's troops. Guo Jing examined the prisoners, but did not see Wanyan Honglai among them. Even though he had achieved victory, but his heart was unavoidably discontented. By daybreak the city defense was completely destroyed. Genghis Khan held a general assembly inside Muhammad's imperial palace. Guo Jing was in the process of going through his troops, taking care of the dead and comforting the wounded, when he heard the great Khan's golden horn sounded. Immediately he rushed toward the royal palace. By the palace gate he saw a small squad of soldiers. Huang Rong, Lu Youjiao and the other elders were standing among them. Huang Rong clapped her hands and two soldiers stepped forward carrying a big gunny sack. She smiled and said, "Hey, can you guess what's inside this sack?" Guo Jing laughed, "This city has all kinds of strange and wonderful things, how can I guess?" He said. "This one is my gift to you, I am sure you will like it," Huang Rong said. Suddenly Guo Jing remembered, could it be that she found a good-looking woman in the city and gave her to him as a joke? Quickly he shook his head, "I don't want it," he said. Huang Rong laughed, "Are you sure?" She asked. "You can't change your mind after you see it." Immediately she shook the sack and indeed somebody rolled out of it. His hair was disheveled, his face was full of blood, he was wearing a Khwarezm army uniform. Guo Jing looked at his face intently, and to his awe, found out that he was the great Jin's Prince Zhao, Wanyan Honglai. Guo Jing was ecstatic, amazing. "Where did you capture him?" he asked. Huang Rong said, "I saw the defeated and dispersed soldiers were fleeing toward the north gate. A squad of soldiers bearing the Prince Zhao's banner were heading east with someone wearing a golden helmet leading them. I thought this scoundrel Wanyan Honglai was slyer than that, in no way would he blatantly flaunt the Prince Zhao's banner in time of defeat. I thought if his banner flew to the east, he must be running to the west, so I took Elder Lu and the others to prepare an ambush in the west. We did indeed capture this scoundrel immediately." Guo Jing bowed deeply to her, he said, "Renjir, you have avenged my dear father for me. I really don't know how to express my gratitude." Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled, "It was just a coincidence. You have rendered this great service, the great Khan will generously reward you." "Won't that be great?" she said. "I don't want anything," Guo Jing said. Huang Rong stepped to the side and whispered, "Come here." Guo Jing followed. "You really don't want anything in the world?" Huang Rong asked. Guo Jing was taken aback, "All I want is never to be separated from you anymore," he earnestly said. Huang Rong smiled. "Today you have rendered this great service. Whatever you ask, I believe the great Khan won't get angry at you." Guo Jing still did not understand. Huang Rong continued, "Right this moment if you ask him to appoint you as some high-ranking official, he won't deny it. If you ask him not to appoint you, it will also be difficult for him to deny. Important thing is, you have to make him promise in advance. Whatever you ask, he has to grant it." "Right," Guo Jing said. Listening to his short reply, "Right." Without saying anything else, Huang Rong shook her head. She was mad. Looks like becoming the Golden Blade consort is the best thing that ever happened to you, isn't it? Her words made Guojing understand. He called out, I understand. You want me to ask the Great Khan to cancel my marriage, but I have to make sure he promises in advance he won't deny whatever I ask. Huang Rong was hurt. It all depends on you. You probably do want to be the consort. Renjir, Guojing said, Sister Huajing treats me with nothing but sincerity, but my love to her is a brotherly love. At first I thought I was holding to my gentleman's agreement, since I did not object to the marriage arrangement a long time ago. But if the Great Khan is willing to nullify the agreement, that would certainly satisfy all parties involved. Huang Rong was overjoyed. She cast a sidelong glance to him with the sweetest smile on her face. Guojing wanted to stay and talk with her some more, but the horn was sounded for the second time from the palace. He placed his hand on hers and said, Renjir, wait for my good news here. He dragged Wanyan Honglai inside the palace to see the Great Khan. Genghis Khan was very delighted to see Guojing arrived. He left his throne to greet him, and then took his hand to enter the hall together. He ordered Guojing to take a stool covered with embroidery work and tell him to sit next to him. Listening to Guojing's report on the capture of Wanyan Honglai, he was even happier. Seeing Wanyan Honglai kneel down in front of him, Genghis Khan lifted his right foot to tread on Wanyan Honglai's head. Smiling broadly he said, That day you came to Mongolia flaunting your military power and prestige, did you ever think that there will come a day like today? Wanyan Honglai knew his death was imminent. He raised his head boldly and said, That time my great Jin country was rich and powerful. I regret the fact that we did not extinguish your tiny Mongolia early on, rather than living to this day. Genghis Khan laughed a big laugh, ordering his guard to take Wanyan Honglai out and behead him in front of the palace. Guojing remembered his father's death was finally avenged. His heart was filled with happiness and grief. Genghis Khan said, I have promised that whoever breaks the city defense and capture Wanyan Honglai, I will give this city's women and children, with all its gold and silk. Go ahead and receive your rewards. Guojing shook his head, My mother and I have enjoyed the Great Khan's benevolence. We have enough food and clothing. I don't have any use of slaves or gold and silk. Good, Genghis Khan said, that was precisely the true quality of a hero. What then you do want? All you have to do is ask, I will not deny anything. Guojing left his seat and bowed in front of the Khan. I do have a favor to ask, Great Khan, please do not get angry, he said. Genghis Khan laughed, Just say it, he said. Guojing was about to talk about the betrothal when suddenly he heard a heart-rending, earth-shaking cry of thousands of people from a distance. The assembled generals leaped up from their seats, unsheathing their weapons. They thought the surrendered Khorasan soldiers and people suddenly staged a rebellion. They were ready to dash out and suppress it. Genghis Khan laughed. It's all right. It's all right. He said, This dog city refuses to subdue under the heavens' power, had killed many of my officers and soldiers, it even killed my beloved grandson, it has to be cleansed by slaughter. Let us go and take a look. He left his seat immediately, followed by the generals. They left the palace on horseback, heading toward the western part of the city. The nearer they got, the more miserable the cry became. Just outside the city gate they saw hundreds of thousands common people running around wailing loudly. They pushed and rolled and threw themselves down in panic, with Mongolian soldiers on horseback chasing them, killing the people with long sabers. Earlier the Mongolian soldiers ordered all the inhabitants to go out of the city, nobody was left behind. At the beginning the people thought the Mongolians were going to search for spies among them. Who would have thought that after searching for weapons, they also searched for all kinds of valuables. Then they took all good-looking young women, married or not, tied them together with long ropes. Samarkand's residents now realized that they were facing a grave danger. Some people showed resistance, but they were killed immediately with long sabers. Finally several thousands of Mongolian soldiers with loud battle cries charged toward these people, and went on a killing spree with their long sabers. Male or female, young or old, they were randomly chopped down. This massacre was truly with unprecedented brutality. From white or gray-haired old men and women, to babies on their mothers' arms, nobody could escape by luck. When Genghis Khan and his entourage arrived to watch, more than 10,000 people had already fallen victim to the soldiers' brutality, flesh and blood splattered to all directions, the Mongolian horses' iron horseshoes tread on corpses everywhere, going back and forth among the people and kill some more. Genghis Khan laughed big and called out, "Kill well. Kill well. Let them know my fierceness." After watching for a short moment, Guojing could not endure patiently. He dashed to the front of Genghis Khan's horse and called out, "Great Khan, please spare their lives." Genghis Khan waved his hand, shouted loudly, "Kill them all, don't leave anybody standing." Guojing did not dare to say anything, but then he saw a boy about 7, 8 years old, dash out from the crowd and threw himself down at a woman who was just knocked down by a horse, calling out, "Mama." A Mongolian soldier dashed in and swung his long saber. Mother and son were chopped into 4 parts. The child's hands were still clutching tightly to his mother. Guojing's blood boiled. He forgot everything and called out, "Great Khan, you said that this city's women and children, along with all gold and silk are mine. Why did you give your order to massacre them?" Genghis Khan was startled. He smiled, "You said you didn't want it. You said that whatever I ask you, you will not deny it, didn't you?" Guojing asked. Genghis Khan nodded, still smiling. With a loud voice Guojing said, "The great Khan's words are like a mountain. I am asking you to spare this tens of thousands lives." Genghis Khan was greatly astounded. Not in his wildest dream would he guess Guojing would ask him this, but he had already given his promise, how could he refuse? He was enraged, his eyes blazing with fire looking at Guojing. His hand squeezed his saber's hilt. He roared, "Kid, you really want this?" All the princes and generals were scared to see Genghis Khan this angry. Genghis Khan was surrounded by brave warriors, each one had fought countless battles, none were weak or had a feeble heart, they faced death straight in the face, but facing Genghis Khan's anger they could not help but tremble. Guojing had never seen Genghis Khan look at him this way. He was also extremely scared, his body could not stop shivering, but he said, "I am asking the great Khan to spare these people's lives." With a low growling voice Genghis Khan asked, "You won't regret it?" Guojing remembered Huang Rong told him to ask for cancellation of his betrothal. Now he let this good opportunity slip away. He had lost the great Khan's favor forever, which he didn't mind, but he actually realized his relationship with Huang Rong was just being thrown down the drain. He had seen and heard these hundreds of thousands common people wailing pitifully. How could he see others facing death and do nothing? Therefore, boldly he said, "I won't regret it." Genghis Khan heard his trembling voice. He knew Guojing was scared to death, but still he boldly made a request. He was forced to admire Guojing's guts. Drawing a long saber he called out, "Withdraw troops." His guard blew the horn. Tens of thousands Mongolian cavalry with blood all over their bodies reined their horses and arranged themselves in neat formation. Since Genghis Khan became the great Khan, nobody had ever dared to defy his order. This time Guojing bravely hampered his order to massacre the city. He was really angry. With a loud shout he threw his long saber to the ground, then sped his horse back to the city. The other generals cast their angry looks toward Guojing. Now that the great Khan was angry, who knew who would be unlucky enough to bear the brunt of his anger? They were also discontented, since as Samarkand's defense was broken, they were hoping to plunder and kill to their heart's content for several days, but now their hopes were shattered. Guojing knew the resentment of others, but he ignored them all. He rode his little red horse slowly to a secluded place. Since the beginning of the war, thousands upon thousands homes had been burnt to the ground, corpses scattered everywhere, the snow-covered plain was dyed red with blood. He thought, war brings wretched disaster, bad as it is now. In order for me to seek vengeance for my father, I have commanded troops to kill these many people. In order to rule the world, the great Khan has killed even more people. But for the officers, soldiers, and the common people, What did they do to deserve the cruelest death, their bones abandoned in the wilderness? The more he thought, the more restless his heart became. I destroyed a city to avenge my father, actually killed these many people. In the end, is it worth it? He wandered around the wilderness on horseback, going back and forth while painstakingly thinking deeply. It was dark when finally decided to go back to his camp. As he arrived at the camp's gate, he saw the Great Khan's 2 personal guards were waiting outside. They stepped forward and bowed, reporting, "The Great Khan summons Master Consort." Xiaoren had been waiting for a long time, asking Master Consort to quickly go. Guo Jing thought, today I have defied his command, the Great Khan might want to behead me. It has gone thus far, I just have to wait and see what will happen. Beckoning to his own guard he whispered to his ear, ordering him to tell Lu Youjiao that he is going to the palace. He was anxious, but he had determined, no matter how angry he is, I want to take back my request to spare these people's lives. He is the Great Khan, he can't go back on his words. His heart was full of the idea that the Great Khan would unleash his anger. Who would have thought that as he approached the palace gate he actually heard the Great Khan's merry laughter were heard intermittently from inside the palace. Guo Jing could not help but to be a little bit surprised. He sped up his footstep entering the main hall. He saw next to the Great Khan sat a man, and next to his foot a young maiden sat leaning on his knee. The man had a ruddy face with white hair, he was none other than the perpetual spring, Changchun Zi, Qiu Chuji. As for the young woman, who else but Princess Huazheng? Guo Jing was delighted, hastily he rushed to meet them. Suddenly Genghis Khan snatched a long halberd from his guard's hand, turned around and fiercely attacked Guo Jing's head with the halberd. Guo Jing was shocked, he leaned sideways to elude. Crack! The halberd's shaft hit his left shoulder and broke into 2 pieces. Genghis Khan burst into laughter, "Kid, let the bygone be bygone. If I am not looking at Qiu Daozhang, Taoist priest, and my daughter's face, I should have taken your head away today." Princess Huazheng sprang up, she called out, "Father, you must be bullying my brother Guo Jing while I am not here." Genghis Khan tossed the broken halberd to the floor. He laughed, "Who said that? I've seen it with my own eyes, how could you deny it?" Huazheng said, "For that reason my heart was troubled, I came with Qiu Daozhang to take a look." Genghis Khan laughed, he pulled his daughter with one hand, and Guo Jing with the other, he said, "Let's not bicker, just sit nicely, listen while Qiu Daozhang recites his poem." At the Battle of Misty Rain Tavern, Yanyu means upper level of buildings with more than one floor. Qiu Chuji saw with his own eyes that Zhou Batong was alive and well. He also realized that Tan Chuduan was killed by Ouyang Feng. Along with Ma Yu and the others they went to apologize to Huang Yaoshi. Later on Xuanzhen's 6 masters came across Kuzhina who told them everything, which made everybody sigh deeply. Qiu Chuji regretted deeply that he had been careless with his disciple. He taught Yang Kong martial arts, but did not take him out of the palace. The youngster was spoiled in riches and honor, and finally met his tragic end. One day he received Genghis Khan's and Guo Jing's letter. He thought Mongolia was getting stronger and might swallow up China. It was exceptional that Genghis Khan should invite someone to come over. He thought he might want to seize the opportunity to give the Khan some advice, trying to open up his heart to the truth, so if he might prevent the slaughter of countless people all over the world, that would be his greatest contribution to mankind. Also, he missed seeing Guo Jing, therefore, braving the cold he took more than a dozen of his disciples to the west. Qiu Chuji saw Guo Jing had been through wind and snow, his skin was darker, but his body actually looked stronger and healthier. Qiu Chuji was delighted. Before Guo Jing arrived he had been discussing what he had seen and heard with the Great Khan. He said that he experienced the harshness of the weather firsthand, so he composed several poems. Stroking his beard he started to recite, "For 10 years the people had dreaded the calamity of war, among millions not even 1 or 2 could survive. The past year met a good fortune receiving merciful imperial order, this spring braving the cold making the journey. Taming the 3,000 li of northern mountain range, roaming 200 eastern hill provinces. Exhausted and anxious, gasping for the last breath of life, consumed by the people's suffering. An officer with understanding of Chinese literature called Yelu Chukai translated the poem into Mongolian. Genghis Khan listened, he nodded his head but did not say anything. To Guojing Qiu Chuji said, "That year when your 7 masters and I were having a martial art contest at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, your second master took a half-finished poem from my pocket. This time I am traveling to the west without being able to see your 7 masters again, but finally I have finished this poem." He started reciting immediately. Since the ancient time, the moon of Zhongqiu, Mid-Autumn Festival, has always been the brightest, the cool breeze of the night is so clear. The day the shooting star is brighter than the Milky Way, the dragons of the 4 seas leap from the water. These first 4 lines were the ones your second master had read. I have just finished the next 4, he had not seen them yet. The song from the Wu and Yu Kingdom's tower was heard extensively. The military barrack of Qin Kingdom was full with songs, food and wine. I arrived before the emperor upstream of the river, desiring to stop the spears, wishing for peace and security. Remembering the 7 freaks of Jiangnan, Guojing's eyes were brimming in tears. Genghis Khan said, "During the journey to the west, the priest must have seen my Mongolia's military prowess. I wonder if you have composed a poem about it?" Qiu Chuji answered, "Along the way I have seen the great Khan's power in destroying the cities and ransacking the earth. It made a deep impression in my heart, gave me inspiration to write 2 stanzas. The first one is, the heaven has sent a messenger down to the earth, why not try to save millions of suffering souls? These millions of souls day and night put to death by dismemberment, drinking the wrath, swallowing their weeping without uttering a word. They looked up and cried to the heaven, but the heaven did not answer, it was a mere trivial thing unworthy of heaven's attention. Peace among thousands of chaos, without religion building refined souls." Yelu Chuchai thought Genghis Khan would not be happy listening to this, so he hesitated and did not translate immediately. Qiu Chuji ignored him, he continued, "My second poem is this, alas, the world is opened wide, on it live millions of living beings. Cruelty and wickedness battle each other incessantly, carrying the human suffering to its utmost. The Emperor of Heaven, the Queen of the Earth, along with all deities, witnessing death, why not help? The messenger is sad but helpless, day and night full of heartache in vain." Translator's note, all these poems consist of 7-character subsentences, these 2 poems although not really deep, but the essence of lamenting the fate of mankind was so obvious. Earlier that day Guojing had witnessed firsthand the massacre of the people in that city, he was even more somber. The priest's poems must be good, what did they say? "Quick, translate them for me," Genghis Khan said. Yelu Chuchai thought, "I have advised the great Khan not to kill too many innocent civilians, but he didn't want to listen. Luckily this priest has a deep merciful feeling and composed these beautiful poems. I hope he can persuade the great Khan." He translated the poem immediately. Listening to the poems, Genghis Khan was dissatisfied. He turned to Qiu Chuji and said, "I heard there is a technique to reach immortality, to never get old, in China. I hope the priest would teach me that." "There is no such thing as reaching immortality, to never get old," Qiu Chuji replied, "but there is indeed a Taoist method of circulating the breathing that will result in preventing illness and prolong life. May I ask what the most important thing in that breathing exercise is?" Genghis Khan asked. "The way of heaven knows no favorite, always recognizes good man," Qiu Chuji answered. "Which one would you call good?" Genghis Khan asked. "A saint's heart is undivided, his heart is for the common people," Qiu Chuji said. Genghis Khan was silent. Qiu Chuji continued, "There is a scripture in China, it is called the Tao Te Ching, holy scripture of virtue, which we, Taoists view as our treasure. The way of heaven knows and a saint's heart were taken from that book. There is another saying in that book, soldiers and weapons are inauspicious devices, not the tool of person with noble character. The tool will be used against his own will, not to gain fame or fortune from it. But woe is the man who loves to murder. Those who love to kill will not be able to realize his wish under the sky. When Qiu Chuji was traveling to the west, he saw the savageness of the war disaster. His heart was filled with sorrow. He took advantage of Genghis Khan asking him the secret of long life to repeatedly pleading for common people's lives. Genghis Khan was getting old, his strength waned, he wanted to learn the technique of immortality. He was very delighted to see Qiu Chuji arrive, thinking that very soon he would learn the technique to defy death and the method to prolong his life. Who would have thought that instead he was advised not to resort of military power and not to kill too much? This conversation did not suit his taste. Therefore, after talking a little bit more he turned to Guojing and said, "Go and accompany the priest to take a rest."